Hello and welcome to Bratislava at the Vault GA for 2026. This is the second GA of the year, September, and directly preceded after the biggest GA that Vault Europa has had. And for this format, we're having a very different home experience for everybody at home, where we'll have a few exclusive interviews from our panel here. We will have a panel in the future, and from the stage right at the back behind me. In the foreground, you can see participants slowly meeting up and entering through the door as the ticket gates opened at 8 o'clock this morning, and the event is about to take place, and we will cut through the day, and we'll have a few interviews with the big heads of Vault, as you would say. But welcome to Bratislava. We are situated on the banks of the Danube River, halfway between Budapest and Vienna. The arena that we have our GA is called the Peugeot Arena. It's in the northwest part of the city. Normally host to the ATP tennis tournaments, but today it plays host to the Vault General Assembly, the biggest pan-European party in Europe. And the GA is taking place in a very difficult time, I would say, for Europe, with the changing of the Hungarian leadership. The Europe's future kind of faces on a knife edge. There is the war in Ukraine still waging on after many, many years. Our borders with our relations with Russia are facing an ever increasing tension. There is a rise of far-right populism still. Trump is threatening European trade and worldwide trade with that. Cross-community fighting in Dublin started this week. In Belfast. A continuously out of control environmental crisis is the context in which we set up our GA in Bratislava. And as you would say, it's quite important. Today on the agenda, I think for the live events, we will have the main stage. And if I'm correctly telling this, we have breakout room number 1 and 2 will be recorded in parts throughout the event, so you'll be able to switch between these. If you have any questions, we are a whole team here behind the live stream. We'll be able to pop on here in this small studio setting that we have, and you can ask us a few questions. I'll respond. And to make it more personal, you can call me, my name is Simon, so you can message and say, Simon, we want to know about this. So yeah, we'll take it from here, and we'll have a small sports-like event to the Vault GA. I'm trying to describe the context of the stage that's happening behind. They are doing the Wake Up and Shake Up, organized by the city leads of Vault Groningen. And people seem to be very much energized and ready for the day. It's going to be a long one for the people attending the GA so far. We have about 100 people planned. So yeah, do you have any questions so far? Good. Ready? So hi everyone. We seem to have a few technical issues with our stream, but we are still here. We thought that everything was set up and working, but we have some few permeating issues. They are starting the GA now. The people on the stage are just introducing themselves and making sure that everyone is welcomed. We're hoping to have, I think, a speech on the main stage by Rick Zendijk, the person responsible with organizing the General Assembly. But for the people that just missed the start of this live stream, we were having a little bit of a more exclusive online presence for this General Assembly, tested for the first time. If it's going to work full time, maybe this will be the standard. But let me welcome you. I'm Simon. Well, I don't really represent any country within Vault, but yeah, I've stepped in for the presenter for today. We hope to, during the day, to be able to cut between the different breakout rooms and this stage here. We'll have a few interviews with Vault MEPs, with MPs, with city councillors, maybe with chairs and co-presidents of your different countries, a little bit of the organization, how you might get involved with Vault in the future, and yeah, even during the lunch, we might have a small panel, the whole 1.5 hour breaks. So you can discuss or can listen to us whilst you're maybe having your own lunch today. So that the GA is truly interactive. We have a small tech team behind who can give us a little bit of prompts for questions. So you can put questions in. If you have requests for people you want to appear on here, we can see if they have time to talk, so that we are bringing the GA to wherever you're watching, because Volt is a truly pan-European party. We have members from Finland to Portugal, from Ireland to Cyprus. So yeah, we can be a little bit more dynamic in this one rather than just having raw feeds without you. Let me take you back to the main stage. Behind, we hope to be fixing the audio issues at some points. We're trying to do things behind. So if I get cut out, it's because the audio issues have been fixed. And if you have a little bit of lag, I mean, these are all tech issues to be expected, but hopefully it'll be a seamless experience for you guys. And yes, if you have any questions, maybe you can put them in the chats. You can maybe write where you're listening in from, and let us know what you really think about this live stream throughout the day. Yeah. Cut. Cut.
I'm straight. Internet. Okay, wait a minute, please.
Yeah, I have a chance to do this and share the stage with Bara. Now, I say, let's give it to Volt Slovakia and invite the two co-presidents of Volt Slovakia on stage with us. Vic.
I agree. We do it another time. Hi, wow, it's already, oh Jesus. It's already time. I didn't realize.
Dobré ráno.
We're taking selfies and okay.
Welcome to the first ever cross-border GA in Bratislava, the world's only capital that borders two countries at once.
We would like to shout out to our neighboring chapters of Volt. So Volt Austria, those Austrians, stand up. Thank them for their hospitality the last couple of days. Volt Austria. Volt Hungary. If you're in Hungary, from Hungary, stand up. We want to recognize Volt Hungary, the new Hungary.
Woo! Our brothers and sisters from Czechia.
Czechia, where are our Czech brothers and sisters? Stand up, please. Czechia.
What about Poland? Where are you, Poland?
Poland.
And everybody, please rise for Volt Ukraine and our friends from Ukraine who are also helping grow Volt in Slovakia.
Salute Ukraine. Okay. Excellent. Thank you for that very warm welcome. What a perfect place to be celebrating the 41st anniversary of the Schengen Treaty tomorrow.
Right.
As Lucia mentioned, Bratislava being the only capital city bordering two other countries, we thought this would be perfect. Schengen. Today, it seems very natural, but that was not always the case. Are some of you going to be marching with us this evening? Excellent. When you march with us along the Danube, you will pass by a high school. Indulge with me, if you will, in some time travel for the moment. The year is 1964. In that high school, there is a student, a boy named Juraj. He's studying German. He looks out the window from his classroom at the Danube, and he's tempted to daydream. His dreams take him upriver to Vienna. The harsh reality, however, is that he cannot go there. Because between Bratislava and Vienna is the Iron Curtain. And the Iron Curtain is not just impenetrable, it is deadly. Were some of you at Devin yesterday? Some hands? So you may have seen and heard that along that border, Czechoslovak troops were instructed to shoot. Not to keep foreigners out, but to keep Slovaks and Czechs in. Let's think ahead a little bit to 1968 and the Prague Spring reforms. Those reforms allowed Juraj the opportunity for a student exchange program that summer in Norway. Do we have any Norwegians here? Norway, shout out to Norway, thank you. But on the morning of August 21st, 1968, Juraj woke up with his host family in Norway to the news that 1,000 tanks of Warsaw Pact nations had invaded his home country of Czechoslovakia. He decided then and there not to go home. He had packed his bags for 6 weeks. He did not return home for 12 years. How do I know this? Juraj is my father, and he's with us today.
A lot has changed since then. The Iron Curtain has fallen, and we've entered the EU and Schengen.
Today, Slovaks commute to jobs in Austria daily. Some of them live in Austria to commute to jobs in Bratislava. Students, Slovak students, can study in Austria and across the EU, thanks to Erasmus and other programs. The problem today is not that Slovaks are forbidden from going abroad, it's that there aren't enough incentives for them to stay here at home.
So let's get present to how brain drain is actually in the DNA of current Slovakia and Volt Slovakia as well. When I was 4, communism in Czechoslovakia was collapsing. I have this vivid memory of standing on the shoulders of my father and shouting, "Gála do kanála, kňažko na balkón." Sending one politician to a canal and inviting another one to a balcony, not having a clue who's who and what's going on, obviously. But already back then, the girl's soul was infused with the experience of #power to the people. When I was 14, they took us for the first time to the seaside with an overnight bus all the way down to Dubrovnik with food packed with us because we couldn't afford the restaurants. But they always made everything they could so we have a life of possibility more open than the one they lived behind the closed borders. Back then, Madeleine Albright called Slovakia the black hole of Europe. Corruption took over, mafia took over, cars were exploding, we were playing with syringes of drug dealers in playstands. By the time I was 24, we made it to the EU, and I was living my dream, studying in Germany and London, dating in Spain, working from New York to Beijing. By the time I was 34, I got to shape the EU from its very heart in Brussels, working on European policies, until I had the privilege to work on Brussels, on Brexit. And my heart broke, like the hearts of Volt founders who back then decided to find Volt for us. So let us thank them again. And since then, the rest is history. We know that Volt is the answer, and we're so proud and honored that we got to bring the purple solution to my home. So I would like to express my gratitude to all of you, to my parents who've infused me with what it takes to stand here today. And to my little muse, the 4-year-old version of me, who when she plays, the other day she said to her dolls, "Dost bylo Fica." Enough with Fico. A claim she picked when we go to demonstrations, where she's wrapping herself into the European flag that feels so natural. But I don't want her to be preparing for a scenario where brain drain is the only solution for talented people in Slovakia. I want her to have Slovakia as an option. And so please experience this weekend as an opportunity to experience the specifics of Central Europe, the diversity that we bring to Vault. We know that we have the one solution, and this is an opportunity to understand what we are struggling with in the region, what's the opportunity, so that Central and Eastern Europe can also experience the possibility of the European dream and the abundance, instead of this feeling of feeling abandoned by their politicians of current era.
The brain drain is real, and Slovak students want to study in Slovakia. Teachers, nurses, doctors, entrepreneurs, they would prefer to stay at home. It starts with better governance. This October, there are local elections here in Slovakia. We have assembled a group of potential candidates to run with Volt. We'd like to invite them onto stage. We'd like you to show them your support. So we're going to ask them all up right now. If you're a potential Slovak candidate for election, come to the stage, please. We're going to read out your names.
Yes. Where are you guys? Come on up, come on up.
Now, Jan Lacko,
Matúš Barat, Jana Dudašová, Martin Kovač, Eva Svoradová, Vicky Lakatoš, Zuzka Krušinová, Patrik Bula, Monika Mareková, Andrej Hašta, Peter Mojžiš, Patrik Dinis, Tichomír Ivan a Peter Škripko.
Thank you for that show of support. It means the world to us, and it's going to send them on their way, hopefully to electing the first Slovak Volt elected official. Thank you. Ďakujeme veľmi, veľmi pekne. Ďakujeme.
Thank you all. Thank you once again for coming all the way here. It means a lot to us. I wish you a beautiful, nourishing weekend. May you live inspired with the energy and inspiration you will need until the next GA, so that you can face all the criticism we keep hearing that we're too much and we're too much from the future and too visionary, because this is what visionary means, and we will find a way. Thank you so much. Welcome home.
Great job.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. Works now. Thank you so much to Volt Slovakia, and thanks again for the inspiring and beautiful words to the co-presidents of Volt Slovakia, Rik Zedník and Lucia Klesnicová. Now, let me invite another special guest for her opening remarks. You all know her, you all love her. She is now finishing her second term as the co-president of Volt Europa. Let me invite Francesca Romana D'Antuono to open the GA.
Dobre rano, Bratislava! And that is about half of my Slovak. The other half is Ďakujem, which means thank you. And I plan to use this word a lot in the next couple of days, because I am indeed very grateful. And first and foremost, I'm grateful to you for being here, for taking the time. Look at this room, 30 countries, very poorly spoken English, but one beating heart. Sometimes some differences in opinions, but way more agreements than any of our government produces over the course of 1 year. So if this is your first General Assembly at Volta Europa, welcome home. If this is your 10th General Assembly at Volta Europa, welcome back home. Now, Volt Slovensko, our host, a special Ďakujem to you. Sorry for butchering the word. And 2026 is Bratislava. And I'll tell you something, sometimes I get asked in my role, why do we go to Bratislava? Why do we go to Tirana? Why do we go to Prague or Bucharest and not places that in our geographical map are closer or easier to reach? Why not always Brussels, for example? I've been literally asked that. And I'll tell you why Bratislava is very, very, very special for me. The reason is that you might know that in February last year, 110,000 people stood one single evening in the streets of 41 Slovak cities, not to ask for cheaper petrol, not to cheer for a party. They were standing with one message, and the message was, Slovensko je Europa. Slovakia is Europe. They were reminding their government of the obligations and the duty that come with being European. I love that. But look, first things first, I forgot to mention, although you probably know, this is my last General Assembly as co-president. But this is not my farewell speech. My farewell speech will be tomorrow at the end of the GA before announcing the new board. There will be some tears probably from my end. I often cry when I give speeches, but you know that already. There might be some tea. I don't know. Let's see. But today I don't want to say goodbye. Today I don't want to be like the captain that stands on the dock and waves goodbye. I don't think we really have captains here, but we do have a direction. And in Frankfurt last time, for those who were there, I tried to outline that direction because you heard me asking this question before. So I'd say 10,000 times yes to a united federal Europe, to the United States of Europe. It doesn't matter how we call it, we know what we want. But the question is, what kind of Europe? My answer, the answer I tried to give had 3 pillars: a welcoming Europe, an economically just Europe, and a Europe that leads on the international stage. I want to go back to these 3 points because in just 6 months, the world has spiraling out just a little bit more. So, a welcoming Europe. I'm not going to give you the speech about the far right advancing because you know that. You probably live that in your country. And it is also true that we had some wins. We got Hungary back. That was amazing. But I do want to tell you about the normalization of the far right ideas and vocabulary. Remigration, externalization, deportation. This month, June 2026, the new European Migration Pact enters into forces. This is a pact that allows for racial profiling in our continent. This is our pact that allows for detention, not of criminals, of people on the move, to extend from 6 months to 2 years. This is a pact that opens the door to search migrants' home, to remove families with children to external hubs. But why is this happening? Why? I'll tell you my answer. My answer is that every time migration is on the front page of a newspaper, they're not talking about the housing crisis and the skyrocketing rents. Every time there is a talk show about the security threats of migrants,
we are not talking about why the hell salaries have gone down and the grocery has gone up. The fear of the poorest people in this continent is the cheapest product our politics is selling us. But we're not buying it. A welcoming Europe is not naive. It's a Europe that knows the truth and defends it and defends European values. Point number 2, an economically just Europe. So I want to talk to you about flamingos. Do you know what I'm talking about? You do, don't you? Right. So south of here, in Albania, there is a wetland. And in this wetland, flamingos go and rest while they are migrating places. This land is protected by law, on paper. But some time ago, the son-in-law of the president of the United States visited Albania, saw the island, and he said, "Ha, I discovered a beautiful island." What? You discovered? What? Is this Christopher Columbus? Is Europe a US colony? Not under our watch. For sure, not under our watch. And the people of Albania, the fishermen, the mothers, the students, the diaspora, everybody stood up and we stand up with them because we don't buy this bullshit any longer. We don't buy the idea that a few people can treat the world as their playground. This is our land. This is for all to come and create values together. So far, I told you 2 stories. One about Slovakians standing up, and another one about Albanians standing up, and all of us behind them. And I find it interesting that these 2 countries are former communist countries. And I think it's interesting because I think the people that stood up understand that the opposite of an authoritarian regime is not ruthless capitalism, is a democracy. Is a democracy that is just for all, not just for some. So this leads me to number 3. A Europe that leads with courage on the international stage. This week, the war in Ukraine, or better, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine became longer than World War I, the war that gave the world the expression World War. And President Zelensky wrote an open letter to Putin and said, "Let us meet, let's talk peace." The answer was niet. So Putin once again chooses to kill an entire generation and to continue with this senseless war. But there's not only Ukraine, there's the Middle East. There's Gaza, Lebanon, Palestine, Iran, Israel. And if Gaza was the test to our humanity, for Europe, it was also the test of our irrelevance, I dare saying. I don't know if you know, but sanctions from the US have switched off access to his own email account to the chief ICC prosecutor. So picture this. American sanctions switch off a court in The Hague, in the Netherlands. This is the product of not having sovereignty in Europe, of not being able to decide on our own. So I ask you again, is Europe a colony? Will we surrender to this? You know the answer. The answer is no, not under our watch. So it does feel like Europe is powerless. And looking at our governments, divided, fighting, each busy with their own thing, one could almost believe it. But then you enter this room and you know that Europe is not powerless. Europe is not yet united enough to unleash its power. I look at you and I see the future, a European defense, a European diplomatic corps, a European foreign policy, because justice needs strength to be defended. Now, I've been flagged by very kind people in the front row that I need to come to a conclusion, and I will. I mentioned at the beginning that this weekend we elect the new board of Volta Europa. That's very exciting, but I have one last deal to make with you as your sitting co-president. And the deal is, when you meet the candidates, I saw some of them this morning, ask them, we know you love Europe. You're here. Obviously, you love Europe. But what kind of Europe? Where will you lead us? You know what I will be keeping on fighting for? I never cared very much about titles. A welcoming Europe, an economically just Europe, and a Europe that leads with courage. And with that, and with a full heart, thank you everyone, and have a great General Assembly.
Hello and welcome everybody back to the live stream. I'm here with Lawrence Dassen. We've just heard Francesca finish her opening speech.
Yeah,
nice. It was a nice speech. Yes.
Good atmosphere at the moment.
Yes. When did you arrive, Lawrence?
I arrived yesterday morning.
Okay.
So I went to the official office just for a short time. Then I had a conversation with the Dutch ambassador, which was really interesting. And now, of course, here in this great atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. And you've been part of Volt for a long time. Can you recount what you did during your first General Assembly that you attended?
Well, my first General Assembly was in Paris, May 2018, which was amazing because it was the first time that we got to vote for our European program in the run-up to the European elections in 2019. And there was a great atmosphere as well, with a lot of energy. But you see also that we've grown since then, which is of course very good.
Okay, and later we have a panel discussion discussing the different challenges that Europe faces. Obviously, Lawrence is our Dutch MP. What is, do you think, the greatest challenge that you see in your parliamentary career or whatever that Europe is facing, or so focused on the
I think the big challenge, of course, for Europe is to become independent and to truly be autonomous on itself. You see, of course, the war in Ukraine, the aggression from the Russian Federation, from Putin, and you see Trump in the White House. And also this week it was announced that they are detracting fighter jets from Europe, that they want to move military personnel away from Europe, which means that we need to become autonomous. And if you see the way that Europe is currently moving forward on its defense, I think it's still way too much along national lines, and we should do this more in the European way. And what I find really great is the initiative from Reinier, our MEP, which was able to get people from different parties over countries together to work for a European Defence Union. And he did that in Europe, and we also did that within the Dutch Parliament to get attracted also to that Defence Union. And I think this is also the advantage that we have as a European party, that we can do these type of things.
And it's here where everybody that was watching this live stream, that you can also comment your questions if you want to ask any questions. This is a great way to give you some exclusive content that even by attending this GA, you don't even have. I mean, during the GA, you can probably...
So if I understand correct, during the whole day, there will be different people
yes.
from Volt standing here. You can ask different questions.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Okay. We have a flexible schedule, so if you want to speak to anybody at home, we can maybe bring them to the stage throughout the day. And of course, we can always switch between people, but yeah, we have a very diverse thing. I think they're almost starting again. We have room 1 and 2 also available for the live stream. So you can switch between the main stage, room 1 and room 2. Unfortunately, we had tech issues for room 3, so it is not possible to see it online, but hopefully
just 2 rooms.
just two rooms. But from no breakout rooms to all the rooms,
Next time.
maybe next time. Do you have any questions on the chat? Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Cool. And it will be an inspiring day with
yes.
a lot of great choices and content, I think. So
Yeah,
enjoy.
yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
That the GA was formally open at 09:35, and Alexandra Lex will record the minutes of the General Assembly. A kind reminder to all members that have been members for more than 30 days, you have been sent your voting tokens via a voting link on June 12th and June 7th. If you have not received this information, please check both your personal and Volt email accounts, including your spam folder. If you're still unable to locate the voting link, please contact help@volteuropa.org. I'll give it to Tanya now.
Adding up that if someone is feeling unwell, wants support, or would like to talk about something, the awareness team are in pink around the venue. Furthermore, the following votes were opened in accordance with Article 16.5 of the statutes and Article 4.2 of the electoral regulations on the 7th of June at 6 o'clock. The vote 2, informal vote to approve the policy infrastructure. The vote 3, approval of the political narrative. Vote 8, vote on the executive salary. Vote 9, the informal vote to support the European political party governance principles. And the vote 10, the approval of the annual accounts. Now, Fabian?
Yes. So this is the votes put on the agenda. But we have also received a couple of member motions, which also created a lot of signatures. So we are very happy that you all participated and also the country council used its right. So we're also going to have to vote M2, which mandates the European Board to an open amendment process for the UPP Articles of Association. We have M3 to conclude the Bratislava GA with a political declaration. We have M4 to let us refocus on Volt, which wants to suspend the vote on the informal vote to support the European political party governance principles. Then we have M5, a vote about using the term United States of Europe in our public communication. And last but not least, we have M6 to mandate the European Board to explore legal pathways for an UPP. Also, we have a novum at this GA. Because you, the members, you will be able to participate in the debates. Last GA, we changed the regulations. So if we have debates on motions, you can sign up to speak here on stage about the topic. We will circulate the link and remind you when we go to these points. It's only going to be this afternoon and tomorrow, so we still have some time. But you can be part of this GA and be a speaker on a debate. So I'm very happy about that, but we will also see how it goes. So with all that boring legal stuff aside, now we finally can have the fun parts.
Feel of the actual election.
Good morning, Volt Europa. So nice to be with you here today in Bratislava. Oh. What do you see when you look into the news in current times? We have the war in Ukraine still raging. We have Sudan, the DRC, Yemen, humanitarian catastrophes that continue without almost any international attention. On top, we have a new war in Iran. And with this, the Strait of Hormuz becoming subject to the power play of supposedly strong men. All of this causing an oil crisis, a cost of living crisis. All of this just right here in Europe. And at the same time, we see how vulnerable we are on because of our dependency on fossil fuels. Scientists at the same time are warning a super El Nino, the strongest in the past 100 years, is coming. At the same time, the US has pulled out of the Paris Agreement and denies climate change, man-made climate change in total. We see violations of international law completely unpunished. We see multilateralism being actively undermined. And we see China buying its way through the world, through Africa. The world is changing, and at a rapid pace. The question is, what is the reaction? What do we do? What do we want the EU to do? And how do we react as individuals, as a party, or also as parliamentarians? Europe is standing at a crossroads. We have to balance values and interests. We have to balance idealism and realism. And Europe needs to harness this moment for positive change. We need to take leadership, and we also need to create the structures to even be able to take leadership. But what does that actually mean in practice?
So these are dilemmas that we are confronted with in the European Parliament all the time. As Kai said, people ask us, do you go for values or interests? Do you go for idealism or realism, openness or sovereignty? People ask us to choose, but we reject those choices. We think that Europe can do both. It is our strong suit as the European Union to combine both democratic values and strategic power. But it is not a given in the future. We all know this. Things are changing. So we now have to choose. Do we adapt or not? And if not, we might become the object of someone else's strategy rather than our own subject. And we in Volt, as you all know, we take this very seriously because this is the core of who we are and why we are here. We want Europe to be stronger. So we took this situation very seriously. Over the last few months, we have looked at our foreign policy in the Moonshot program. For months, we talked with thematic communities, but also with high-level experts. And we updated our foreign policy and wrote a paper about it. And I don't know if someone can move to the next slide, but if we can do so, then there will be, no, there's a lot of chatting there. Then we will have a QR code and you can read it. And we ask you to do so, to read it. In this paper, we have two principles that are leading for us. First, we as Europe have to focus on, there it is, strategic autonomy, especially in key fields. And the second is that we have to focus on global stability and sustainable development. And for us, this is not just a moral ambition, it is also in our own interest.
So we identified 9 different challenges and topical fields and came up with a broad concept that we want to introduce to you. And we outline it on the different topical fields now. On trade, for example, we really need to come from dependency to diversification. The EU must also start to map its strategic dependencies in a systematic manner. We call for a standing dependency warning system, basically not only to map dependencies in terms of being dependent on different countries, but also in terms of being dependent on different raw materials or technology. In those times right now, we just see how weak it makes us to be that dependent on fossil fuels. And we need to make sure that trade agreements are redesigned around our concrete strategic interests. On partnerships, we must move away from our so far very Eurocentric approach to partnerships and must come to a concept of partnerships on eye level. China outperforms the EU in partner countries not because they have better values. It's just because their offer is more targeted to the partner countries. But the EU also has unique assets that China cannot offer at all. It's our human capital, our mobilities, European values. We just need to stop using conditionality as coercion and replace it with an approach that is a genuinely interest-based partnership approach.
And the next challenge has to do with international law and multilateralism. I will tell you a bit in a bit. I don't know about you, if you can follow us. It's a bit challenging for here, I have to say, with all the noise in the room. But anyways, we find it an important topic, so early in the morning, we will just continue. Multilateralism. Some of people say it is dead. It's nothing worth anymore. It doesn't serve us. But for us, it is important. Because question yourself, if someone says multilateralism is dead, who says this? Who does it benefit? We know that we have to shift and adapt, but instead of saying it's dead, we want to reform it and strengthen it. And we can do so by several ways. First of all, we want to build a coalition of middle powers together with other countries, so we can push our strength into it when China or the US wants to set different priorities. We want to speak with one voice, so we ask France to give up their seat in the UN Security Council and make it a European seat. And lastly, yes. And another thing is that we know that all these norms, they do not matter if we cannot have accountability, if we cannot act on them. So what we call for is, it's a long name, an international center for the prosecution of core international crimes. And we want a European framework to pursue violations effectively. Another topic is defense. And we can talk about it, but I'm very proud that Reinier van Landschot has become one of the leading voices on this topic in the European Parliament. What we see is that the support for further integration on defense is on a record high. 81% of Europeans want more collaboration. And what Reinier is doing is he's collecting this group of members of the European Parliament from all parties, and he's challenging the European Commission and national leaders, not only to create a single market on defense, but also to Europeanize NATO and to go further than that and really come up with a European Defense Union with one European army.
And some threats, something like climate breakdown, pandemic risks, or also food insecurity, they just cannot be addressed by bilateral deals or regional blocs. With the US withdrawing from the climate Paris Agreement, the WHO, or the Sustainable Development Goals, the EU must step in and must actively start guaranteeing global commons. As one example, we call for a clear climate loss and damage register. Imagine it similar like the Ukraine register for war damage, which gets the base for war damage reparations afterwards. And we need the same for climate damage, to make climate damage harm legible, countable, and in the end also legally actionable. And then we cannot leave out the topic field of finance. The EU must use the euro more deliberatively to actually reduce coercion in the financial system. And we should not just recreate US hegemony, but actually build a genuinely multipolar financial architecture. The EU should champion a global common corporate tax base with UN member states. And on debt, we see a system that is structurally biased against developing countries. So we call for a comprehensive multilateral debt restructuring framework and the structured renegotiations of the debt of those countries that are currently in debt distress.
Digital sovereignty, the next topic. Who here dares to admit that they might be a bit addicted to all the American social media platforms? Oh, someone raised their hand before. Yeah, so I think all of us here. There's only one person I know who's not addicted to it, and that's Kai Teketov. He's not using social media. But besides us, I think the whole of the European Union might be a bit too dangerously dependent on those platforms, on a handful of Silicon Valley corporations whose political alignments more and more differ from our European interests. So this should become one of the main priorities for our geopolitical strategy and independence. So we want to create European alternatives and also make a European Democracy Act to protect our electoral system from foreign interference. Then the last topic, and this is also one of my favorites, because we often hear when involved talk about defense, digital sovereignty, hard powers. But Europe, one of our strengths is soft power. We are one of the best places in the world to live because of our culture, food, our education system. We are the only political project where voluntarily a dozen countries are lining up to become part of it. People in Moldova and Georgia, they are protesting with the European flag in their hands to become part of us. So we should use this. And therefore, we want to invest more in cultural investment. I will wrap up. I asked you to read this paper and to use this paper as a starting point for the GA. Discuss it. What can we do? How do you want Europe to look like in the future? How can we create a United States of Europe with 360 elected officials, with 400,000 members? Because we are powerful together. And then I want to leave you with this. In the future, if someone says the EU needs to be stronger without saying what for, ask them, stronger for what kind of world? And if they say, yeah, okay, but you're stronger and we have to choose between values and interest, push back and say, no, we want Europe to stand for both. And if your national government says, oh, the world is changing, let's focus internally on our own interest instead of all Europeans, again, challenge them and say, what can we do better? And we can do so much more better if we work together with 27 countries. As Kai said, this is the moment for Europe to make decisions, to take these challenges seriously, because times are shifting and we must too. Either we fall behind in a global dynamic that is already outpacing us, or we seize this opportunity and build a true United States of Europe that is both powerful and peaceful in a changing world. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and let's do that together.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Kai. Speaking of political topics, we've got plenty of political sessions happening this weekend, mostly in the breakout room.
Hello and welcome back to the live stream, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the first session of the breakout rooms and of the interview panel. I'm joined here with Laurens Janssen, MEP's assistant.
MEP's assistant, exactly.
Yes,
Not
yes,
MEP.
yes,
Quite French. Yeah.
Sometimes it gets a bit confusing, but
Who knows?
when did you arrive to Bratislava?
Yesterday in the morning.
Okay.
The day before, I was with Reinier still in the Dutch Parliament with Laurens Dassen, in a big State of the Union speech.
Mm-hmm.
And I took the last train home at 9:45, and I got home at 2 in the morning to catch my flight from Charleroi. So it's since yesterday morning.
Okay. And what have you been up to so far at the GA and related events?
Yeah. So for me, nice to see sort of like, because we're working with the majorities that you guys all gave us in the European elections to implement the moonshot, the program and such. But I also want to get a feeling of like, how do those ideas land here with different chapters, different teams, groups of people, and how can we improve our policy making? Because that's what I do every day, right? Like the policy process. And I'm just here as a member because it's really fun. Like it's really fun to be here.
And what was your first General Assembly? And what was the most memorable experience from your first General Assembly?
The first year, I missed the one in Lisbon, which all the OGs are telling me that was like the coolest one. So I'm really sad about that still, actually. I think the first one was out of Prague. I think Prague for me, yeah. You remember when Prague was? Was it 2020?
I think it was before I joined Volt as a member. So
fair enough.
yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah.
And what would you say to the people watching online that unfortunately, they may have logistical issues or whatever, but what should be the number one reason to join as a General Assembly as a member?
So that's also why I think Prague was so awesome, because we went on the streets and we marched with like something very specific. And it was the same with actually Bucharest, because Romania wasn't in Schengen at the time, and our demand was Romania should join Schengen, right? Like it's something very specific. Then suddenly Europe becomes very concrete, very local, and that's the awesome magic about the GA. Like you meet people from Cyprus, from Estonia, from Italy, and they all have different stories of like how Europe makes sense for them, very locally. So that's the coolest part about it, I think. Like Europe starts making sense from Lisbon to Ukraine, like all at once.
Okay. And what would you say is, as an MP assistant, is the biggest challenge you face on a day-to-day basis?
We are constantly underdogs, right? In the European Parliament, because there's 5 of us and we're like 53 Green MEPs. So in terms of like hard votes, we don't have that much. So you always have to be creative, right? So we constantly have to be the smartest people, the nicest people, and the earliest people for everything we work on, and get creative. So the hard part is sometimes you work on like a strategy for like months, and then randomly, someone else steps in to replace an MEP you hope to make a case for you, and then they're like, oh shit, it doesn't go well. And sometimes you have to like, something happens in like 24 hours, you have to just jump on it, improvise, and then you suddenly get a lot of things done. So it's organized chaos, and sometimes it can be very all over the place, but we try our best to punch above our weight, and we do it very well, I think.
I can understand and sympathize with those. And what would you say is your best ever memory? Because you talk a lot about, the train that broke down once halfway between Brussels and Strasbourg, whatever memories. What would you say is the most memorable memory so far, given the fact that we're almost approaching halfway towards the mandate?
So it's again, I keep going back to trains for some reason. I just bring this up. That wasn't my nice experience at all, because I had to spend like hours in the train station in Strasbourg. Another train experience, I went with Renier to Kiev, to Ukraine in 2020, I think 4 it was, February. And I could join it because I was one of the last people to sign up, and I got put in the VIP car. So I was like entering the cart, and I see, Prime Minister Attal from France walking in. And I'm sitting in a coupe with like the former commissioner for enlargement, and we're sharing stories about like how they got Ukraine in the association agreement back then. And then I hear, and I see Boris Johnson barging past me like this, like sitting next to me in the coupe. That was cool. That was cool. Like the whole trip was interesting, and just being there, because their history is alive. Europe is really alive in Ukraine more than anywhere else, I think, and they're fighting for it every day. That was definitely my best experience so far. Doing that with Renier was really awesome.
Okay. And we would like to remind everybody watching at home that you can post your questions if you have any.
Yeah.
But I presume they're almost going to be starting. We'll give you, 20 seconds if you have any questions. But if there are no questions, we'll revert back to the main stage live stream, and we'll join with another person involved in votes. But thank you very much for your time.
Thanks a lot. Enjoy, everyone. Yeah, see you later.
Sick from the rain, the snow, so on and so forth. And it was basically for this. So fast forward on where we are today. I have taken this particular case to the Supreme Court in Belgium. The Supreme Court in Belgium has reopened. Okay, thank you.
And let me just add to you, this is an uphill battle. And I'm very glad, Susanna, that you are fighting that battle and are a front runner on it. Because if you look at the past 50 years, actually the developments in the electoral system of how the European Parliament is elected has been marginal. You could say it's the fault of conservative governments or vested interests of political parties that are afraid of innovation because it might hurt their powerful positions. But no matter where it comes from, the result is that the European elections are not really European. And it's fights like the ones you are fighting and taking it to court with a lot of dedication, time, energy, money that you need to put into it to make this happen, that could actually contribute to the change that we are also trying to do from within Parliament, but where we are facing nationalistic majorities that prevent that change from happening. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you so much. Yes, and thank you so much for endorsing this case. And indeed, I started it just at the end of the European elections. So I was really emotionally drained, disappointed to see that it was not just the signature refused, but it was the voter status of those signing that was refused, right? So effectively, people were denied their voting rights. So I really started the court case when I was low on resources, also financial resources. So court cases are unfortunately quite expensive. So alongside with this court case, I also started a newsletter and a fundraiser. So for those of you interested in either joining the newsletter or contributing to the fundraiser, please get in touch with me, ideally through Instagram, because then I can send you the link. I can add you to the newsletter. Also, my Vault email address is a way to reach me. So just susanna.karp@vaulteuropa.org. But just to also say that the State Council actually decided positively that the case should be reopened. In fact, they said the debates on the European elections are reopened, and they have sent now the court case to the Belgian Constitutional Court. So this is the highest court in Belgium that has been looking at this case for a year now, and that is meant to give a verdict on it within the next month or so. What is very likely will happen is that this court case will be sent to the European Court of Justice, because it's a question on European citizenship, it's a question on European voting rights, and a question on access to justice, which is interesting. So I was not allowed to regularly sort of challenge this in court. So that's why the access to justice. But anyways, recently, the MEP team, the Vault MEP team, took an interest in this court case, and perhaps you would like to maybe tell us a little bit more. What can we expect from you and from us, I guess, going forward?
Yes, thanks a lot. So a court case is obviously primarily about the content and the substance of the case itself. But it is also a moment for us to draw attention to this problem of a lack of real democracy in Europe during these European elections. So what we aim to do, and what I aim to do, is to basically bring attention to your court case and to use it as a tool to also ignite the public debate on what these elections should look like. And actually, I believe we all have a role to play there. So if this is something you care about as much as we do about European democracy, then I invite you to be part of this, and also publicly, when Susanna communicates about it, share her message further. Maybe just a small example of how difficult it is to bring change into this area. As Volt and I personally, we really care about European democracy. So when I entered the European Parliament, I thought I want to be part of the Constitutional Affairs Committee where these matters are handled. But all initiatives are blocked by nationalistic majorities. There is one very small success that I would like to share. And that is, in most parliaments, parental leave is taken care of well. If you're pregnant or your partner is pregnant and you become a parent, you can go away for a few months and come back later. And in your absence, you can still vote. In the European Parliament, this was not the case. So as somebody who cares about that, we initiated a change on that front. But you need unanimous decision-making in council. So every country needs to approve this change. And this is something that you consider like, oh, are we still living in the 20th century? I mean, this is so outdated that a pregnant member of parliament cannot leave and have somebody vote in her absence. Why? It's 2026. Why do we even need to talk about it? And in the end, we managed to get that change through. So now this is possible, but only for mothers, not for fathers, because during their parental leave, apparently still they cannot be substituted. And even though I'm happy that we initiated something that led to a positive change that makes it better for parliamentarians, and which is an important symbol, it shows how conservative this setup in the EU still is, and how difficult it is to create more substantial changes on the European elections itself.
Indeed, but I think we are getting there. So I'm very optimistic about this court case. Don't forget to get in touch with me if you want to be added to the newsletter, because the newsletter will inform this community that wants to follow the court case a month from now, what the Belgium Constitutional Court has decided. And also, as we will move towards other bigger courts, very likely, we will start building this into a European-wide movement. So there will be opportunities to invite evidence from other countries. So I hope to connect with a lot of you, those who've experienced voter disenfranchisement as well, in some form or another. So please get in touch with me, and yeah, also so email and Instagram, and then we take it through public communication from here onwards, and then let's hope for a successful story before the 2029 elections. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Rainier.
Thank you too, Susanna. There are 15 million Europeans who live in another country than where they are from with voting rights, roughly 5% of the voting population, and they are almost always not aware that they can vote, or there are other hurdles. This is one example, but there are other hurdles that prevent them from really participating in the European elections. And this is also something that we are trying to change. And I'm happy that your initiative will contribute to that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah. Do we take the chair? Nice. See you.
So much, Susie.
You're very welcome. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry.
And it's probably best if we say more about it. Okay. Ready? Welcome back, everybody, to the live stream. I'm joined here with Luca.
Hi.
Co-president of Volt Germany, recent co-president of Volt Germany.
Yeah, that's correct.
I hope that you've been enjoying the GA so far. It's been very short, but you arrived yesterday, I believe?
Yeah, I arrived Thursday because for us as co-presidents, we have the country council retreat at Fridays up front the GA. So we had already a lot of work done. And I think that's also the elected officials summit. So a lot of elected officials are here already. So for me, the GA started at, I think, Thursday night with like event with Damian in Vienna, and then the country council the whole day yesterday. And afterwards, just some fundraiser.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's a lot of work to do.
I can imagine. And I want to take you back to we've been asking everybody so far, your first General Assembly that you attended. Which one was that one?
I think my first where I really attended was Tirana.
Okay. And what was the best experience out of Tirana?
Oh, that is such a good question. For me, honestly, before I was going to Tirana, for me, Europe was always this concept about we really need that. We need to make progress. We need to have a strong force for the good. But then coming to Tirana, for me, I really felt this European feeling and spirit. And I was like, not only now campaigning for Europe because I know logically it's super important, but also because I kind of fell in love with Europe.
Okay. And I would like to remind everybody watching online that you can also pose your question in the chats, and someone will feed the question to us. And what would you say is your most memorable, out of all the GAs you've attended, what is the most memorable moments that you've had, or the most memorable conversation that you've had?
This is always such a good question. I have so many good memories and so many good talks with so many people from all over Europe. I think I had a very beautiful moment right now seeing Costa from Cyprus again, because we met back then when we were campaigning in Cyprus, and seeing him all positive again after we didn't get in, and also building up and saying, okay, we're here together, we're one movement and you're part of us now. This is beautiful. And also like the last GA was in Frankfurt, so I had a lot of to-dos. I had a big schedule and like no sleep and just working. So there are so many memories. I think also with like Kai, Damian and Nela just getting together, having coffee and not always talking about politics, but also like enjoying this European spirit.
And you talk a lot about this European spirit. There are many people probably at home that probably say, I need to get on a flight, I need to whatever. What would you say to people that may be watching at home and that we might need to motivate them to get to the General Assemblies? What would you say to them to be the number one reason as to why
The why.
The why we should
Okay.
be going to General Assemblies.
I can try that. So you at home obviously love Europe, and you know that we need this construct, we need it for politics, and we need to be a stronger force. But if you really want to fall in love with Europe, you have to come to the GA, because you're going to meet all of those amazing voters, and they're going to campaign and they're going to fight for the same things as you do at home. And you can connect and also get all of the spirit and all the energy. And then you have like 1 year running on that energy, and then you can come back and thankful.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine.
Yeah.
We can see that the panel is almost getting ready. You have a panel later.
Yeah.
What would you be talking about during your panel?
Oh yeah, I'm talking about one winning team. We have right now the European strategy with Shine 29. And in Germany, we adapted, and I know a lot of other chapters also doing this or try to do that. We adapted the European strategy on the German level, and it's Recharge 29, and we did the same with the Dutch, with like Realign 29. And the motions get adapted by our federal congresses. And now we're talking about what does it really mean to be one winning team all over Europe. And this is something we need to become, not only like the big chapters, but every single chapter we are right now, and to breaking silos, what our strategy is about, and where we want to go 2029.
Okay, perfect. Do you have any questions from people at home? Perfect.
No questions.
No questions. I mean, there are a few amount of people online.
Yeah.
We're not also broadcasting it live to YouTube. This is just very exclusive to people who are Vault members. It will later be uploaded to YouTube, so hopefully then we'll get some more views. Obviously, if you're watching this on YouTube late,
you can always ask me questions.
You can always
Instagram,
ask
LinkedIn,
questions.
or via email to our board, of course.
But yeah, unfortunately, if you're watching this with delayed start, you can't obviously ask any questions live.
So, but Simon, then, what's your biggest moment of the GA so far?
I would say, oh, I'm sorry, we have to actually cut out
Sorry.
because
Simon is also going to answer this online. No problem.
I will answer this online. But thank you very much for listening in, and thank you very much for your time, Luca.
Thanks you.
Slovakia and Malta, the suspected masterminds, are still free. They still have not been convicted. And the corruption that those journalists were investigating has also still not been targeted. And the problem is that this is happening in Europe of today. And that let's say, if the governments were serious about fighting corruption and protecting media freedom, then they would make the justice and investigating those murders the highest priority. But the fact that they are doing everything in their power to delay, to cover up, and to make sure that, you know, this is dragging out so long and postponed. So, and the people who are leading those governments are sitting on the European Council of Government Leaders, which is the most powerful body in the European in the European Union at the moment. And that should worry all of us.
Peter, you work in the newsroom, in the same newsroom when Jan Kuciak has worked. Is the situation for journalists in Slovakia today better or worse when he was killed? And why do you think so?
Well, I think it's the same or even worse than it was before. And I will explain it on cases like intimidation of journalists, right? Because this doesn't start with a murder. The murder is just the last step. The whole atmosphere in the society where journalists are bothered, intimidated, scandalized, smeared by politicians themselves, often really by the prime minister. That's what we see repeatedly, not just in Slovakia, but in many other countries like Serbia, right? That's the same pattern that we see there, that if I raise my hand and ask a question, then I can, and if the question is critical, if it's aiming at some wrongdoing, which is my job, then I can expect not an answer of a cultured politician from European Union of 21st century, but I can expect a personal attack. I've been called traitor by a prime minister, right? just for asking questions about how the public money is spent, for example. So the atmosphere is the same or worse because now I would say the whole atmosphere in the society is a little bit more polarized. People are more angry because they have enough of this already. So the attacks are even harsher, I would say. And well, it was and wasn't like this before the murder of Jan Kuciak. It was the same, but it was a little bit more hidden. It was just maybe one dominant figure, Robert Fico, who was doing this constantly then, but now it's like almost everyone does the same because they see nobody's punished for it. That I feel now it's even popular to attack journalists. It's no shame anymore. Everyone
They're
is
not
doing
hiding
it.
it anymore.
Yeah, if a prime minister can afford to do this and he's not losing elections, then why not the others, right? So that's the difference.
Rastio, Hungary just proved that you can beat captured media system. How does that mean that the disinformation is losing its power?
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation by World Europe. I hope you can hear us because it's a little bit difficult for me, but we will try to speak up. Yes, it's a very good question. I think the case of Hungary really taught us maybe 2 or 3 main lessons. I would say that we saw that disinformation clearly has some limitations. So it's not that you repeat the same lies all over. It was visible that at the end of the day, people really cared more about their wallets, about the domestic situation, the situation with economy, which was not in a very good shape, to put it mildly. So the intention of the former Prime Minister Orban to focus on geopolitical issues, the use of these pro-Kremlin actors, who are spreading disinformation, the novelty of using AI, I think it was a clear overkill. But at the same time, I would not say that we should now lay back and say this was a victory and disinformation will not work any longer. I think on the other side, I would look at what the current Prime Minister Peter Magyar did. He really is a good communicator. He went to where people are. So he traveled all around the country. He organized over 500 different events in small villages. So I think this is, for me, an inspiration, perhaps, also for European leaders, that we need to go where people are.
So you mean that that you can fight with disinformation in online space by your presence in real life?
Repeat, please.
So you can compete with disinformations with your presence in real life.
Absolutely. I think, as I said, all of us, I'm not a politician. I tend to label myself as an activist, but I'm a media expert, election expert. But I think we really need to go where people are. And this is the most important message for me. We learned similar lessons in Poland. And I think this is, what we need to we need to improve communication. We need to simplify it because when I look at the European Union, I just came back from Brussels. And I've been basically traveling there and working there for a while. I'm still lost sometimes with all these acronyms and the complexity of the language. So this is my feeling that if we learn some important lesson in Hungary, it is, politicians need to go where people are. They need to simplify their communication. And why not to use also social media? We always criticize social media, and we can probably discuss this. But look at Peter Magyar, how he was able to use YouTube and other social media for communication.
Maybe Sophie, you would like to add something about the complication in Brussels, as you are there for decades already.
Okay, it's not the main topic of this panel, but I would like to say something. I'm not so sure about simplifying. I think in many cases communication about Brussels is already simplified. The fact that you can talk about Brussels, whereas when reporting is done on American politics, it's specified whether it's the White House or the Congress or the Senate or a federal judge or the Supreme Court, or people know all the personalities. There's very detailed reporting using terminology, and when it's about European democracy, it's just Brussels. So I think we need to change the tone. I mean, I've been communicating with my voters, and if you talk to people, you can explain things, and people aren't stupid. They can also understand it, but you actually have to communicate in an honest way. And the problem is that, let's say, anti-European, who are very often also anti-democracy politicians, they are not getting any pushback from mainstream politicians. I think one of the biggest threats to democracy is not extremists. It's the mainstream politicians who fail to push back and who, who think like, if you also look at the debate on migration, who think like, well, if we feed the monster, we give it some red meat,
yes,
it will be quiet. But you feed the monster, it will grow stronger. Like with the new migration law, don't think for 1 second that the far right is going to be satisfied. They'll always want more. They will be emboldened. So I think what is important is honest communication. And also, when we talk about the European Union, can we please stop talking ourselves down by saying, oh, Europe is boring, people don't want to hear about it. Oh, Europe is too remote from the citizens, or Europe is too complicated. Look, anyone who is capable of understanding more or less national politics or American politics is perfectly capable of understanding European politics. And as the European Union is developing, it is so incredibly important that we citizens take ownership of our democracy. And in order to do that, we have to know how it works. And it isn't that difficult. You can perfectly explain to people who is responsible, what are the topics at stake, what are the different options. Anyway, but if I may very briefly return to the topic of today, like media freedom, because we talked about the 3 murders, and you rightfully said that's not all. And the point is, indeed, there are throughout the entire European Union, and not only in the Central and Eastern European countries. Can we please, get away from that silly frame that there is a kind of you have Western European democracy and Eastern European democracy? That's rubbish. It's total rubbish. And I think the guy in the White House proves it's not even a European problem. But we see it everywhere, that there are threats, verbal aggression, the use of spyware with total impunity used to silence journalists, laws that restrict access to information, laws that restrict reporting on court cases, for example. And we see this happening everywhere. And the point is that at the European level, all these government leaders and Mrs. von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, they are protecting each other. So there is total impunity for these attacks on journalists. I'm also thinking about Italy, Mrs. Meloni, who is really cracking down on journalists, but the European Commission is not saying anything. You know why? Because they need her to support, I don't know, for example, money for Ukraine or something else. So the freedom of journalists and their safety has become a trade-off, and government leaders don't like to be scrutinized. And this is also why Orban was able to do what he did. The sole power of Orban was the European veto. That allowed him to do what he did.
Yes, I completely agree, and perhaps opportunity to bring a little bit the Slovak context, because we are in Slovakia, and explain perhaps a little bit that this type of language that you described, simplified language, putting addressing Brussels or European Union as Brussels, it is unfortunately used by mainstream politicians in Slovakia, and always describe something as very far and as not really trying to improve your lives. And there is a long history how we had EU referendum, for example, which nearly passed, was the only successful referendum in this country, and it was never disputed. None of the political parties actually had any other idea about Slovakia, joining European Union. So this was basically sold as a success story, and it has been in a way. The problem is that politicians now try to portray Brussels as too far from problems of regular people, and that is my point. That we need to show them that actually being part of the European Union improves your lives on a daily basis. We would be much worse off if we did not have that ability to be part of the EU.
I will take this discussion back to the press and press freedom. As Peter mentioned, the murders were not start of the story. It was the culmination of a long story before. And you addressed as well the situation in Slovakia is probably in some parameters even worse than before the murder of Jan Kuciak. And Sophie as well said that it is a similar situation in many European countries. So what can be done is my question.
Okay, well, quite a lot, but it's not that easy. It has to be, first of all, institutional reform for example, public service media. We had that before the murder of Jan Kuciak. I worked for RTVS, which is Radio and Television of Slovakia, that doesn't exist anymore, right? It was completely dissolved and replaced by a different institution that the politicians captured. So that would be the first step, to decapture, and I would even go further, maybe even constitutionally protect something like public service media, because if every parliament can completely dissolve the previous institution, that's just a circle. That's no solution. And then I think a lot can be done from the European level, because, well, we have seen what works. We have seen with the resilience plan, there was the payment, there was a large payment postponed for Slovakia, and it has worked to completely reverse a very bad law from in the Slovak parliament. And the conditionality of European funds that is discussed currently is something that would help for sure. Because I think also in Hungary, it was not just a miracle of Peter Magyar traveling to the regions. Everybody travels to the regions, but the fact that those funds were frozen for Hungary, I think it opened the eyes of at least some Hungarians, and maybe it was the critical mass that had the eyes open.
Sophie?
Yeah, well, I agree with everything you've said. So I would like just to add a few things, because there isn't one single recipe. I mean, democracy is not one institution or one element. It's precisely the balance between all the different actors. Maybe one first remark that I would like to make, because we've been talking about Slovakia and Malta and Hungary, and I would like to, as I said at the start, push back a little bit against this frame of we have Western European democracy and Eastern European democracy. I see that very differently. And I don't think that, let's say, the Western European arrogance should be mirrored by some form of self-flagellation in Central and Eastern Europe. Because yes, it is true that there are people like Fico, Orban, Babiš, and a few more. We had Borisov in Bulgaria. We had PiS, and they all have a lot in common. It's authoritarianism and corruption, because the two always go hand in hand. But we see the rise of the same forces in Western Europe. But I also see that there is a lot more readiness for activism in Central and Eastern European countries. Because I have seen people here in this city, taking to the streets week after week after week. I've not seen that in my own country.
Yep.
I've not seen that in France or Italy, And I would like to, and also give a hand to the young people in Albania, the young people in Serbia, the young people in Georgia. They are fighting for democracy. And I sometimes think that in the Western part of Europe, we have forgotten that democracy is something that you have to fight for every single day. Every single day. And in terms of a practical solution, one thing that I find very interesting is to see that in many places, free media and traditional media are independent media are under a lot of pressure, and then we see the emergence of very small, sometimes a one-man independent medium. We see this everywhere, and they use digital platforms and social media. And I just hope that all these little independent media, who are excellent, really top-notch journalists, that they are going to somehow use digital means to all come together, support each other, and create sufficient critical mass to really develop into a new generation of independent European media.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I remember one quote by Joel Harari, who was describing hatred and that it must be fed. It's like a fire which needs to be fed, otherwise it just dies down. But I think we are learning that it also works the other way around. And this is about democracy and a constant activism that you described. And here, I'm with you. I also don't like dividing Europe into East of Vienna, West of Vienna countries. I would say that in Slovakia, we actually do have some experience with this type of activism. Historically, we had bad events in our history, but we always had some reaction. I mean, be it Second World War, but be it also with the Velvet Revolution, be it after the murder of Jan Kuciak. So I think this activism is absolutely something that, we see as a big added value. And especially nowadays, where the problems are global. The problems with threats to our elections, the problems with disinformation, the problems with AI. This is not limited to countries which are trying to build democracy. This is basically truth about countries, that already have established democracy. So here I agree that we need to work more closely together and we need to sort of cooperate, because on the other side, and I have a brilliant book in mind by Anne Applebaum, Autocracy Incorporation, where she talks about how these authoritarian leaders work together. I think we need to do the same, and we need to work together.
Can I say one thing about this last point? Because that is so interesting. Everybody always said, this European thing, it's never going to work because we're all culturally very different. So we can't possibly be, we can't have one demos, if you want. The funny thing is that the anti-Europeans, they work together seamlessly. They have an agenda which is about values, about a view of society. It's not about fisheries or transports or something. So if they can do it, then why do pro-European, pro-democracy forces, why are we so shy and thinking that it's not possible? Of course it can be done.
And it's same on the national levels, because you have the political forces, you are speaking about the values and traditional values, and they're all united. And then you have these democratic parties which are just having small conflicts about anything. So that is a bigger question, how to unite. Peter, you want to say something?
Well, I think it absolutely proves that we are not that different if all those traditional nationalists can cooperate and basically they find the same ground, right?
Yeah.
But I wanted to say one more thing, that if you ask me about the solutions, like what can be done, I think enforcement of the existing rules should be done as one of the first steps, because we have EMFA, right, the European Media Freedom Act, and Slovakia is in direct breach of that in several points. We have absolutely captured public service media. I said that already. They want to centralize the power over the media regulation in a national media authority that passed the first round of the legislation already. We have absolutely no control and no transparency in state advertising. And there is a rule in EMFA, we should have that, we just don't. So in most of EMFA, we are actually breaching it and nothing is going on, right? Slovakia is in some pre-infringement process with the European Commission where they are debating this, but that's not enough, right? It's like this for months. People are laid off of the public service TV and radio, and nobody's going to help them, right? Those journalists are gone. Maybe they're searching for a different kind of jobs because there are not enough jobs for watchdog journalists in Slovakia anymore. So European Commission is either late or just not properly enforcing its own rules.
Yes, exactly, because I saw EMFA as a big hope for Slovak media scene and Slovak market and politics, and just nothing happened. The law is beautiful and it's not fulfilled in Slovakia. Sophie, what can be done?
Well, that has to do with let's say, the institutional setup of the European Union. The European Union is an intergovernmental union, and evermore. And that means that the European Council of Government Leaders is, as I said earlier, they're the most powerful body. They are taking all the decisions. And here, the European Commission is in a bind, because it needs the support of the government leaders. So it doesn't want to piss off the same government leaders by, going after them and enforcing the law. So we see in all areas, we see a steep decline of the enforcement of the laws. And this is actually why we need a federal Europe with independent bodies enforcing EU laws. Ursula von der Leyen herself is a member of the European Council. So she is sitting on the same body as the people that she is supposed to take to court. That doesn't work. So we urgently need a federal Europe. We need institutional reform. But even in the current Europe, the task of enforcement across the board should be taken out of the College of Commissioners, and it should be put in independent bodies.
And I would just reinforce Peter's point and perhaps little elaborate that we don't need to create every time a single new tool, which seems to be what we see for every problem. We seem to be very creative in having a new, disinformation center and new bodies. I think perhaps we need to spend a little bit more time on trying to do enforcement of the existing rules and centers.
And to make them work.
Exactly.
And I think in addition to that, another big issue facing independent media is simply the means, subsistence. How can you operate if you don't earn any money? So I think here, first of all, there should be a lot more government and EU support funding for independent and investigative media. But I think there should maybe also be a kind of campaign to make it clear to citizens what the role is of independent media. If people are, for example, if they are outraged about a scandal, about corruption, about the misuse of taxpayer money, or things like that, they should understand that that was only exposed because of independent media. And I think there is too little understanding of that. And the small independent media I referred to earlier, very often they ask of people a very, very small fee, like maybe 50 euros for a whole year or something. So, if we could have some sort of campaign supporting those small media and encouraging people to take out, 1 or 2 small subscriptions, that would really help, I think, sustaining the independent
Exactly,
media.
you touched the point which is very important, and it is financing. And we need to realize that with social networks, media not only lost the status of gatekeeper, and until that they were very important for the politician, not anymore, because any politician can have their own channel on social media and he doesn't need media anymore, but they lost a significant portion of financing, which went from advertisers to social networks. So how can we solve this? You started to talk about it.
Maybe we should tax the social media, like Mr. Elon Musk, the richest man in the world. Maybe you could pay, like, I don't know, 1% taxes that can be used to support serious media. I mean, I find it inconceivable that these people are here poisoning our democracy
and taking
our
money
young
for
people earning shitloads of money, not paying any taxes, and taking it to the United States. What are we, stupid?
Yes, exactly.
I noticed a post on social media yesterday about how journalists or media organizations are being out-lobbied around the new budget and the Agora funds and all that. And I think we should do something about it. That the money that was supposed to be to support independent journalism from the European level is not shrinked. The budget is not shrinked. That's the point I have read. Just I think yesterday that some of the media freedom activists opened this discussion that they're really being out-lobbied for the budget.
I agree. These social media platforms are really poisoning our democracy. I think it's very clear to everyone by now the business model, how algorithms always would just promote hatred, lies. But of course, the main question is what to do about this. I think these companies grew too big. It's not easy now to basically somehow regulate them. But I think from the European side, and I don't want to sound I'm too critical about EU, because I think the EU is doing steps in the right direction. I think the attempts with DSA, DMA, these are really good efforts in my view. I think obviously we would all agree that there are still loopholes, there are limitations on our side. The problem is that I've been following this discussion both in the US and in EU. And it is something that we just have to understand that these social media will stay here. So we may as well just start using them also into our benefits, fighting through social media. As I was saying, improve the communication. This could be one area which we could do, but definitely I agree we need to regulate these colossus. Not easy, but definitely a must.
Yeah, I think, as a member of Volt and previously another party, I'm probably the most pro-European person on the continent. So I feel I'm entitled to be extremely critical of the European Union. There are two capital mistakes that are being made. One is, at this moment, to deregulate the digital industry. It's the stupidest thing to do, because it doesn't benefit European digital industries. It just benefits the usual suspects, Elon Musk and all of them. That's one. Secondly, Enforcement, again, yes, we have DSA and DMA, and we have the GDPR, and we have the AI Act. We have very powerful tools. But you know what? Because this same Intergovernmental European Union is groveling to Donald Trump, they're actually negotiating. You know, maybe we shouldn't enforce so much. Maybe we'll just enforce it very slowly.
Yeah.
You know, we'll take like 5 years and then we'll impose a fine of 100 million euros. You know, Zuckerberg and Musk, for them it's a joke. So this is on you know, the Commission should not be considering or caring more about good relations with the White House. It should be serving the European citizens and enforcing the European laws.
Peter, what's your take on European legislative?
I think I have said that already, that it really has to be enforced. It serves nothing if there are just rules on paper and then nothing is on, right? So you are perfectly right. Maybe it's the weapon that they are using in negotiations about other things, right? Well, if they need support for something in the European Council, then they trade us off. That's it.
We were speaking about European Union, national governments. Is there anything what the journalists or media can do?
Okay, that's the most difficult question because we face it quite regularly, right? When in Slovakia, this extreme right-wing politician once won election in one of the regions. He became a mayor of a region, and you must imagine him as the guy in the World War II uniform marching the streets, and he became a mayor of a region. And already then, I don't know if it was 2014 or something like that. We were asking ourselves, like, what are we doing wrong? What are we journalists and media doing wrong that all these people in the regions, they just elected such an obvious fascists, right? And I think that the answer is that we're not really doing anything wrong. We were doing our job back then and now, and I don't think we should be blamed, right? We should blame those right-wing politicians for doing what they are doing, spreading hatred, spreading the distrust in the system, in institutions, and in the traditional media. And I don't think we should be overly critical to ourselves. We have tried everything, and I don't think we are doing anything wrong.
It's not about doing anything wrong. Maybe it's about not doing certain things. Because if I look at, I mean, I cannot comment on the example you gave, but look at in my own country, the Dutch media or the Belgian media, the British media, the American media, they tend to be intimidated by the far right. And the far right is always saying like, oh, we're never on television. You know, you are silencing us. And they keep saying this, although by now they are the dominant voice in the mainstream media. So they are getting a platform. They are getting the megaphone. They're not getting a lot of critical questions. Like, you know, the BBC, for example, BBC used to be the gold standard, but it was like, oh, well, when we give 1 minute of airtime to a normal Democratic Party, we should also give airtime to Farage. Why? Why? If he's got nothing interesting to say, I mean, you're supposed to report on things that are newsworthy, that are of public interest. And so I think a lot of media are, they're very afraid of being accused of being too left-wing, too biased, which in most cases, sorry, is just not true. And okay, there's nothing wrong with a bit of introspection, but I mean, like in the Netherlands, we have a far-right majority in the parliament now. There is a party which is openly fascist, okay? And they're arguing for the use of violence against the parliamentary system. Why are they invited to all the talk shows? For heaven's sake, is this like, oh, we thought Mr. Hitler also has a very interesting point of view. We're going to invite him to our table. Come on. You know, you media also have a responsibility for supporting democracy. And I think when it comes to Europe, I'll just give you a tiny example that struck me. A week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, there were elections in Malta. small country. I think it's the smallest country of the European Union. But the Prime Minister of Malta, like any other government leader, is sitting on the European Council of Government Leaders. So he's a very, at European level, a very important, powerful politician. In most of the media that I was able to check, not a word about the Maltese elections. Of course, we're reporting about elections in Virginia or in Iowa or things like that. Why aren't we reporting? Well, not me. I'm not a journalist. But why isn't there more reporting about things which are relevant to us for our European democracy? I think the Maltese elections can actually tip the balance within the European Council. It is vital, that kind of thing. So we should be reporting more on European democracy.
I think we understand the essence of polarization. We understand why politicians turn media into their enemies. This is really to undermine their reporting, their trust, to actually make sure that people don't believe what the mainstream traditional media write about. And now when I try to answer your question, what the media could do, I think we will not be able to defeat populism just by defending institutions. I think we need to show people that captured institutions affect their daily lives. That this is not to their benefit. And this is where we really need a good traditional media, to do their job. And this is, by the way, we see this in the time of crisis, during pandemic, when you look at the surveys. People always have a tendency to go for information to good traditional sources. It takes ages to build trust. You can lose it within a few seconds. So I think this is what the media should do. They should keep reporting on how captured institutions do not deliver what people actually want.
So what do you do in this field, Peter?
Well, I was just about to say that if the media then are captured themselves, then they fail to do their job, right? And that's the problem, because Rastio mentioned what they did during the pandemic, that people watch the TV all the time. And those TVs in Slovakia, and I believe in many other countries, they tend to be some oligopolic structure on the market. In any country in Europe, I bet you only have like 2, 3, 4 national TVs, not more. And if they are captured, and in Slovakia we see one oligarch connected to this party, that oligarch getting some kind of state contract, then the public service TV captured completely, then like who is there to do that job, right? When my grandma will turn on the TV, what she's going to see is important criticism of the government hidden in the 38th minute of the news after the report on what is the favorite ice cream of the Pope. And that's the real story. That's not a joke. That's what
This
the
is
Slovak
another
TVs
very
have.
important field, ownership of the media. This is very critical.
Absolutely, and their capture needs to be addressed. And I'm back at the point of enforcement, because that's why we have EMFA.
And because you mentioned rightfully the choice of topics. If government leaders are making a big song and dance about cultural issues like, I don't know, gender equality, gay marriage, all those things, it's a distraction. It's a distraction. Yeah. They want you to be distracted and not look at the skeletons they still have in the closet. And I'm pretty sure that Mr. Fico, for example, when he's getting all upset about traditional family values, he's very worried, about the things that he doesn't want to be discussed. So don't be distracted by those topics. The real topics are how leaders are serving their people.
Absolutely. I would just add one more thing. He even appoints conspiracy figures into state so that they distract everyone with their crazy ideas. It's like Donald Trump, right? He became famous by having crazy comments, and everybody just focused on
Yeah,
that. And
distraction.
that was it.
I will finish with the message: don't get distracted. And I want to end with this: free media are not decoration. They are not a nice democratic accessory. They are the system that tells society when power is lying, stealing, hiding, or abusing people. Jan Kuciak, Daphne Caruana Galizia, and Jorge Caraibas were not killed because journalism failed. They were killed because journalism worked. Thank you. Sophie Interveld, Peter, and Rasta. Thank you.
Do we have this?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream.
Hi, everyone. Oh, sorry.
We are having obviously some teething problems with the video. We have high quality camera, not high quality Wi-Fi. Sometimes there are some matching issues, but I can see that you are all helping each other out with the Wi-Fi problems. If you have any questions that you'd like answered by me, you can type them into the chat, and I would gladly help. We're dealing with an online event, so of course teething issues like this, but I hope that you're very much enjoying the online experience, and hopefully this can become a part of Vault's GAs in the future, moving forward. If you cannot, for one reason or another, join GAs in the future. We have also put flags of the different Vault chapters out there. And you can also switch between the main stage. I feel very much very strange that you can dictate, or that you can listen to me or listen to the main stage. But right now we're doing a big switcheroo between sessions. I believe that not all breakout rooms are working, but please do bear with the teething problems as they come and go. I will also try not to move much in the live stream, because I can also see that it glitches out the internet quality. And maybe for tomorrow, we can also find a better location and whatever. It's also here where I would like to remind you to everybody that you can already vote on several of the motions passed. It's a good idea that everybody does vote. If you type up voting token on your personal email address or during your Vault email address, you'll normally find it. We are now going to be joined shortly by Duarte, co-president of Vault Portugal. We'll make the space for Duarte to join us. He's just getting set up. Oh. Let me help him, with the connection issues. Obviously, we are dealing with a light event, so teething problems like this will take place. So, Duarte, how many have you been to so far in your time of Vault?
I didn't count them, but I think it's probably 6 or 7.
Okay.
My first GA was in Lisbon in 2021, and I came to all of them since then. It's fantastic to be here in person because you get to meet people from across Europe. And one difference that I notice is that Vault is growing to have more people, more countries. I was just having a conversation with 2 people that are fighting on the resistance of European authoritative or authoritarian regimes, one from Serbia and one from Russia. And it's fantastic that Vault is also a hub for people that are fighting democracy, where it's still in existence in Europe.
Yeah, I can imagine. And what have you found of Bratislava so far? Have you been able to visit Bratislava in the time that you've been here? Or has it been meeting people, talking to people?
I already knew Bratislava. I was really impressed with Lucia's speech this morning. I think we must be remembered of the past of history when we are dealing with the challenges of the present, the past of Europe, sorry, in our history, when we are dealing with the challenges we are facing. We remember, or we were remembered of the socialist past of Slovakia, the oppression, but also the lack of opportunities and the transition to democracy being taken over by corrupted politicians. And now we are dealing in a time in Europe where we have more and more countries falling on the trap of the populists, far right. Here in Slovakia, it's not exactly far right, but it's also populist. It's also attacking on the basic aspects of a free democracy. And if this is in our past, it means that it's part of our way of functioning in Europe. We just build a better Europe to get that into the past.
I can imagine. And I guess that with every single GA, the process of votes gets bigger, more advertising, people watching online is a great way to get engaged. We have a question as to how to follow the proceeding of the assembly itself. You can switch between the live streams, so we have an interview here with Duarte. But the moment that there is something taking place on the stage, which is roughly now, you can go back right onto the stage, and hopefully with the powers of transition, you can move
suffering from PTSD, from bombs like these. And I'm personally from Kiev, from the capital. It gets bombed, but not like as much as cities that are more near the border, closer to like the front line. Those people suffer a lot more, and yeah, they have to take it more seriously. A lot of people have to take therapy, but not a lot of people can afford it because Ukrainians on average are not in that kind of budget bracket to afford therapy consistently. And that's kind of like a big issue. I think the main category of people that need the most help in a sense of mental health are military people, like soldiers, like people who work in logistics. They suffer the most, probably. They near the front line, they're very heroic, and they are sacrificing their health for our safety and, well, European safety basically kind of too. So I think that's where we should, if we were to ask ourselves what we are Volt, we are like people, we are European, we care about each other. How can we as people on like very human level help Ukraine, help Ukrainian people? And the answer is for that is not complicated. I would like to preface that any amount of help, however small it is helpful. It is appreciated. There's no place for perfectionism here. There's no place for what's the word? Being unconfident that you cannot provide any help, because from my experience of collecting money for a good cause, any amount from a single person helps, because if there are a lot of people who think the same way, who are ready to help in whatever way, is good. It collects into it's a sign of collective help, and it helps. You can donate to specific movements, specific volunteers. For those who maybe there is even a program of military obligations, if that's kind of your thing. So there's a variety of things that you can help with, and it's not difficult. And if not for the money, then you can just promote this kind of visibility of Ukraine, because it's still relevant. We still need your help. And yeah, that's very important, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Героям слава!
Okay, and in terms of helping Ukraine, I think there's no better person to share how she's been doing that than Juliette Brorsen. Please join me on stage. She is a Volt Amsterdam Council leader. She's leading the Volt fraction in the Amsterdam City Council. She was first elected in 2022, and she actually began her second term, so she's been re-elected in 2026. Her work focuses on democratic participation, housing, youth engagement, and strengthening the connection between residents and local government. In addition to that, and this is what the story from today is about, she has been actively involved in promoting humanitarian support for Ukraine. Please join me on stage and tell us what do you do as a volunteer?
Thank you so much.
Thank you
so much. And before I start, I would like to ask all the people on the side to please join and sit, because it's very, very hard to tell a very personal story with so much background noise. So before I start, I first would like to thank Alexander, who just shared his perspective as a member of Volt Ukraine. And I think it's really good to have that introduction, because within Volt, we really believe that it is not about us without us. So thank you, Alexander, for taking that stage. Today, I would like to talk to you a little bit about Ukraine and about the resilience and about the things that you can do, even when you sometimes feel a little bit overwhelmed about the fact that there's a war going on in our continent. My name is Juliette Broerse, and I'm a member of the Amsterdam City Council for Volt. But right now, I'm standing here in front of you today as a volunteer for the organization Protect Ukraine. And Protect Ukraine is an organization that is organizing medical aid convoys and sending medical aid and vehicles that are saving lives to the people at the front lines in Ukraine. But before I talk to you a little bit more about that, I would like to also speak about the fact that within Volt, we do not speak without listening first. And I'm very proud to be a member of a party where there's so much interest for Ukraine and what is happening there. To be a member of a party where so many people are traveling there, from the European Parliament to our local councillors to volunteers. And to also be a member of a party that has Volt Ukraine in their member base as well. So last year, I joined Protect Ukraine twice, and we drove 9 cars, and I drove a yellow ambulance to the border, first to Truskavets and Lviv, and later to Kiev. We delivered medical aid supplies, but also the vehicles that are saving lives, to the teams working at the front line. And during those journeys, war all of a sudden stopped being a headline or a political debate. Once you are there, this is not about policy anymore. This is about people. Because war all of a sudden got a face. And I think we all know the faces of Putin or Zelensky, the faces that are dominating the news. But when you are in Ukraine, this war gets a different face. It's the face of the community. It's the face of 20-year-old Christina that I've met. And she was training to become a combat medic. And I met her at a military facility where she was training, and she was wearing this big, heavy helmet that was way too big for her head, but she had to work with what she got. And she decided to personalize it a little bit. And I want to give you this example because I want to show you that Christina is just like you and me. She put a sticker on the helmet, and the sticker was this blue fish, Dory. And I'm not sure if we have Disney fans here, but Dory is from Finding Nemo. And Finding Nemo is Christina, her favorite Disney movie, and so is mine. The other faces that I met is the face of Dimitro. Dimitro is 22 years old, and he's living in Lviv, and he's working there in this small workshop, and he's building drones as an engineer. And this workshop was born out of innovation and the fact that the community saw that something needed to be done. So he's building drones right now while his colleagues, his friends, everyone of his generation moved away. And when I asked him, why don't you move? Why don't you go away? He told me, if everyone leaves, what is there left to defend? And the faces of Vito and Anna, a couple that I accidentally crashed the wedding from in Kiev. These people that are the nicest people ever gave me their wedding cake because we joined their wedding sort of on purpose. And they told us that they got married, a very classic romance story, a soldier and someone working as medical aides, and they met at the front line. 5 months later, they decided to get married. Because if your country is at war, you do not postpone love. And all those faces are faces that are still alive. But the faces that stay with you the most are the faces of the people buried at a hero cemetery in Lviv. And when you walk there, you see your own birth year, grave after grave. I'm from 1996, and there's so many people buried there that didn't get any older than I am today. Or there are people buried there that have the same age as my little brother, who is 10 years younger than I am. And when you see the people laying there, row after row, because they all have a picture that is sometimes smiling at you, you really realize that the only difference in your lives is being the place where you were born. And I speak about their names and their ages here today, and I find it important to talk about this because we are the same generation. As a young politician in Amsterdam, I sometimes find it difficult to talk with my generation about what is happening there. Because how do you explain to a generation that knows freedom, but especially does not know how it is when that freedom has been taken away, and when that freedom is something that you need to fight for? In Ukraine, freedom is something that they fight for every single day. And they have been fighting longer than we realize. Last week, Europe passed a grim milestone that this war, full force, is now lasting longer than the First World War. A war that some people thought would last days, outlasted a war that some people thought would last till Christmas. More than 4 years after the full-scale invasion, Ukraine is still not defending their own country alone. They are defending our continent. They are not only defending their freedom, they are defending ours. Now, the reason that I wanted to speak with you about this today is that because 99% of the times that we talk about this topic, it's about metal and it's about steel. It's about weapons, it's about tanks, and it's about drones. And we don't talk enough about the people and their resistance, their hearts, and their resilience. Ukraine is winning land right now, but we should not wave the victory flag yet, because winter is coming. And I think we all remember the headlines lately of the last winter, where Putin targeted heating and power, leaving Ukrainians in their bitterest winter so far. In 172 days, to be exact, this winter is back. And with winter being back, so is our support. They need generators, they need medical aid, and they need our solidarity. Our freedom is being defended by them there. So this is not something that we need to become background noise in our lives. And after speeches like this as mine today, but I also have it with different speeches about Ukraine, it is sometimes a little bit overwhelming. At least I find it overwhelming that there's war on our continent. I'm not sure about you. And you sometimes feel a little bit helpless. But I already promised you that I want to give you something that you can act with today. So let's look at what we can do. Firstly, we don't talk about Ukraine enough. So let's start talking. At the dinner table, at the bus stop, at work, or at school. Support for Ukraine is also about the European public opinion. And the Kremlin is already doing a great job at dividing us, so let's prove them wrong. And second, in Ukraine, they are in need of everything. This summer, I'm traveling there again. And when we go there with Protect Ukraine, they're texting us, please share everything that you can miss. And if you feel like that is something that you want to help with, you can obviously support and volunteer, but you can also donate. For 15 euros, a tourniquet is saving an individual life. For 3,000 euros, an interceptor drone could save a school. That is the kind of support that we're also talking about. It is very simple. If I would give you right now the opportunity to, in a very low effort way, support strengthening our democracy, we would all be doing it. But supporting Ukraine with defending our continent is basically the same. This summer, I will driving to Ukraine again. And this time I hope to drive a mortuary vehicle. And this vehicle makes it possible to help the fallen soldiers, to help them return them back to their families so they can have a worthy and normal goodbye. What I want to say is that support for Ukraine comes in many forms. And it takes many forms and many stories. So we should stand with Ukraine. And we should stand with them and continue to do so until the people that I've met, Christina, Dimitro, Vito, and Anna, that we will meet them again in a free Ukraine and a free Europe. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Juliet.
Hello and welcome back to the live stream, everybody at home. The General Assembly main stage has just finished with their next presentation, but I'm joined here with Anna, the HR person of Volt Europa, to talk a little bit about the open positions that we may have, so that you at home can get involved if you're not already involved and you're just a passive. Do you say passive member? I don't know, like a more passive member, to get more involved into votes.
Yes.
So I have a question.
Absolutely.
If there is someone at home that's saying, I wish to be more involved into votes, but they don't know how to, how can they?
Absolutely. So welcome everyone. My name is Anna. I'm the HR co-lead, and I will explain to you a little bit how you can apply and what are the vacancies open right now, and how you can contact HR. So if you are willing to become a member, then it's very important that you go to the open positions at Volt Europa vacancies, and we have communications team, we have HR team, we have the community teams, European Officials Office, expansion, integrity bodies, integrity support team, partnerships, tech and IT, and area sense. If you're interested in one of them, you can click, and then under each vacancy, there's explain, there's email, how to apply. Usually there's an application form. Once you apply, somebody from the team will contact you directly. And then if you have any issues with applying or anything like this, you can always contact HR. You can find all the contacts about me and Nermal, my other colleague, on Halo. Just go on the HR hub, and there's always emails for there as well. I also know there's internships available from time to time. So depending if you need an internship, depending also where you're based, it could be paid or not. All the vacancies for volunteer are for, of course, free. And yeah, we have an amazing team. The application form is the process. I'll explain to you a little about the process. There's a European level and there's a national level. So if it's very important, you're gonna have an onboarding on a national level with a chapter that you are currently living in. This is a quite fast interview, and then once you're done being onboarded and you have your Volt email, then you're ready to join any team.
And do the positions or do the teams continuously require recruiting? Is there like do people need to check up for the positions?
I would say for HR, for example, team, we're always looking for people. For others, I'm not sure, but I do know we always more vacant, always need more volunteers. So I do also suggest to keep an eye on the websites. There's more vacancies coming up as well, so depending from time to time. So definitely keep a look on the open positions, and also on Halo, and also on Instagram, and also on the LinkedIn itself.
And what about, we're almost starting with the next program. And what about to the members that are active within their national chapters?
Yes.
And that we're then looking for, I would say, a promotion or like a continuing profile in the European
Yes,
team.
absolutely. If you're already a member, then that is a fantastic news. So thank you for that already. And then it's just important that you send an email to just HR or anything like this, and we'll be ready to help you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
See you around the GA.
My pleasure.
And the session is about to start, so.
European defense, the question is, how do we really defend Europe? Right now, as many of you know, we have 27 different armies, all with their advantages and disadvantages. And you really have to ask yourself, is this the best way to handle European defense? So a lot of people put forth the notion of a united European armed forces, a European defense. So today we have several questions prepared for our wonderful speakers today, so that everyone here has a clearer picture and more detailed idea of the notion of a European army. So my first question today is for David and Ranier. And actually, in preparation for this session, I was reading your book, We Are Europe, since it goes into a lot of the historical aspects of how today's Europe came to be. And so the first question is going to be a bit about history, looking back in time of between World War II and modern Europe. What are some of the things that happened in history that kind of pushed this build towards this need for a European army?
Ooh, that's a great question, and thanks for reading my book. It's appreciated. I think the biggest transition is the fall of the Berlin Wall and the end of the Cold War in '89. Of course, that was a massive change. We believed that we had won, and that defense was something we didn't have to care about anymore. I was born 2 months before that actually happened. And so we saw that some of the initiatives that were there in the EU were either disregarded or only developed marginally. And now the biggest things in recent history are twofold. Firstly, the Russian aggression in Ukraine, the full-scale invasion. Of course, in 2014 it started, but the full-scale invasion, that really, for many people, was the moment to think differently about collective defense. And then the second thing was the unreliability of the United States and the threats toward Greenland. If you see my colleagues from Denmark and hear how they perceived those threats, then you really see how incredible supporters of the US, because the Danish historically are, felt super betrayed. And I think these combination of factors have accelerated the need for a European army and for true European defense. So when we started with Volt in 2018, people said, "You're so naive with your European army idea." And nowadays, I believe it's naive to not seriously consider a European army.
Absolutely. And I think like what you said is absolutely true. I think 20 years ago, this idea of a European army, I mean, all these united European components a lot of people kind of like laughed it off as a fantasy, basically, right? And now you have Pedro Sanchez, Alexander Stubb, who are making it sound more real as not just like a want, but a need.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
David?
Sure. So let me zoom out a little bit to say that if we're looking at the EU's or Europe's history, what we see, at least specifically in case of the EU, we see two conflicting stories. So on the one hand, the EU has been remarkable in changing and adapting. I mean, from a historical perspective, seeing what the EU has done since 1993, or even before that, with the start of the European integration much earlier, comparing it to states, for instance, states have been pretty much the same for over hundreds of years, right? Whereas the EU has gone through so much change, so much shifts, so much adaptation to current challenges. So on the one hand, we have this, which kind of gives us a little bit of optimism, right? On the other hand, if we look at the recent past and we look at different sort of pushes towards more integration, specifically in terms of political integration and economic integration, which are, by the way, necessary for a European military force to function, to have political oversight, to have a budget behind it. What we see is that states are very reluctant to give up those so-called core state powers, right? So without having control over the budget, without having control over the arms that you have in a country, right? Having control over violence, you stop being a state. You kind of cease being a state. So states are quite reluctant, quite defensive of those powers. So what we might end up with is exactly what the EU is, a very innovative framework, where you see integration in certain areas and you see much less integration in other areas. But nevertheless, that might still work for the future, because we don't necessarily need to think in terms of past and present categories, such as states, right? States which are historical constructs. We might be able to overcome that and see something new with the EU, which, again, is the strength of the EU, being innovative, being new, bringing something new into the world arena, which we had never seen before.
Absolutely. And I mean, a lot of people hear the word EU army or European army, and it's kind of a question of, what does that even mean? So you mean a European army? What about the European Navy or the European Air Force? Then should we say a European armed forces? And there's a lot of different ideas across people's heads about what a European army is and what it should be. So my question for you, Ivan, and also for you, General Moscow, is first, when you hear the term European army, what does that mean to you? And also, what would you like that to mean, basically, in your perfect world, a perfect European army? What would that be in its full potential?
Let me start with stating that I spent 8 years in NATO command structure as a senior flag officer or commander. And NATO never...
Excuse me, could you bring this a little bit closer to...
And NATO never had its own army yet. It was able to defend the alliance. So the real issue is now that what we want to talk about, if we talk about European army, I would simplify it to the point that we need to defend ourselves collectively. So we need to make arrangements we can defend together. That means we need to have the command structures which are able to command. We need to have shared capabilities. We need to have the trained and interoperable units, and we have to have ability to put them all together. However, it is all need to be supported by the decision making, and here is the problem with the split of 27 different nations. We have dual line decision making. We are deciding on the European level, yet we still have the national veto right on the national level. So really, if I look to the future, I wouldn't try to create the one uniform, one language European army from the start, but I would just continue in successes which we have achieved. I would look at how NATO would work and start with some core elements, and then try to build what is gluing it. First, on the political level, the decision-making mechanisms. On the practical level, to have a proper military command structure. And third, to have standardized rules and operational posture for our units. And in addition to that, because we have a lot of gaps, and if I look at the Americans, possibly, well, they might not be committed always. So we need to fill the gaps. And these gaps is best to fill with shared European acquisition, like strategic intelligence, like heavy lift and air refueling, like precision long range strikes. All these capabilities we don't need to develop on the national level. Let's develop them together, including the low orbit satellite constellation. And then we might think about something, and that will be my last remark, something like a European Legion, which not will substitute the national armies, but will be add-on at the disposal. Because at the moment, 5,000 troops for rapid deployment, it was just too low.
Ivan?
Well, I think it's, yes, probably gradually or maybe more quickly. I think we have to get there. And I think this is a part of the path to a federal Europe, which is the only way that we Europeans have in front of us, unless we want to still be irrelevant on the global stage. To be honest with you, I had the honor to be the Deputy Minister of International Trade for my country. And trade is one of the areas where basically the jurisdiction belongs to the European Union only.
Yes.
And the reason for that is that when you negotiate a trade deal and you represent almost 500 million people and you're sitting at the negotiating table, you are strong. If you represent only 60 million like Italy, or even 85 or 90 million like Germany, you still are a small or mid-power and you don't have any bargaining power. Basically, that's the point. I was in Buenos Aires in 2017 at the ministerial meeting of the WTO. And at the WTO, the only person who speaks out for the European Union is the Trade Commissioner. And believe me, in the plenary session, when Cecilia Malmström stood up and spoke for all of us, nobody was saying anything. There was perfect silence, because that was big Europe saying what they needed to say and to protect their interests. We have to do this for everything else, including defense. Now, of course, we got a big wake-up call with the aggression of Russia to Ukraine, because we know that we have a hostile power at the borders of our union. And let me be clear, defending Europe, defending the European Union is not just about defending a territory. This is about defending who we are. This is about defending our values. This is about defending the rule of law. This is about defending the freedom of press, freedom of opinion, the freedom to disagree. That is what it is at stake. Because the reason why Putin tried and actually invaded Ukraine to take it over was not just to get some piece of land, because Russia is large enough. They wanted to take away the Ukrainian identity, their culture, the choices they were making to be part of the free world. I'm a gay man, and I will not forget the Archbishop of Moscow saying that that is the corruption of the West. That's not the corruption of the West to be able to love whoever you want. That is the way we are. And the reason why we need a European army is not just to defend our borders. This is to defend our freedom. And either we start to be a big army of 27 countries and almost 500 million people within NATO. To be the second pillar, you need the US and you need us, because when the US are not reliable, then there's us. But if we're only 27 small or medium countries, we don't have a word even within NATO. Now the question is someone going to die to defend us? we had the wake-up call. No, at this moment, no. So either we Europeans take our destiny in our hands, or we are, we run the risk of losing everything we built in so many years, in this 80 years of peace in our continent.
Thank you, Ivan. And in addition to this, one very important fact that I think it's important to bring up when we're talking about a European army is that when we look at the defense budgets on all the countries on Earth, the US is #1. But if Europe were united, and if all of our defense budgets were united, Europe would be #2, above even Russia and China.
Yeah.
So it's not that we're not capable. There's so much potential here. And next, I have a question for Renier and General Matko. So then, in terms of more technical aspects, such as logistics, but also in terms of the willingness of different governments, what are the obstacles to getting to a European army?
Thank you for this question. And let me first say, yes, okay. Thank you for this question. Let me first say, this gave me goosebumps. Thank you for this contribution. And also, the way the general laid out what a European army could look like was actually something I have prepared in my speaking notes. And it was, no. I'm very happy that a general who has way more knowledge and experience than me explains it so very well. So let me add a bit of a context that I can add about the EU and the European Parliament and the European Council and the resistance in the governments. So when we talk about a European army, we need this political decision-making, we need this military decision-making, we need the strategic enablers and the forces. If you look at these strategic enablers, the important and expensive, big military equipment that currently the US only has, the Commissioner of Defense, Kubilius, has calculated with his team that it would cost around 500 billion euros to get Europe's own strategic enablers. And that is a lot of money. No single country can do it by themselves. But if you look at the collective amount that Europe will spend together over the coming years, it will be a lot more, 7 trillion. So with about 10%, if we would pool that collectively, Europe could, in the coming years, get its own strategic enablers and take an important step in towards European independence on defense. However, when he comes with ideas like this, the European Council members, the heads of states, are publicly stating we need to do things together. But in practice, in the negotiations, when we discuss defense laws, they remained tied to national interests of big defense industries. They remain stuck in this nationalistic tunnel vision, and they don't look further than their nationalistic noses are long. So there is a discrepancy between what the heads of state say publicly and what is happening in practice. And therefore, progress is too slow and too small. And that frustrates me, but because it makes us vulnerable. And that's why Teun, who's right over there, and I started an initiative. Teun is the policy advisor on defense, to speed up this process. And we created a European Defense Union network. We looked at all the speeches and plenary contributions of all MEPs, all their voting behavior and all their electoral programs, and found out who is potentially supportive of our ideas. And this network has expanded to now 50 members of the European Parliament. It crosses party lines, country lines, and also now we're expanding this network to national parliaments, trying to build public pressure so that these governments actually do what is necessary to keep us safe.
Thanks a lot. And I will pick up where you finished. The question was, what are the obstacles? Well, if I look at the history, we were so close to have European army in early 50s when we created a European defense community, yet eventually it didn't pass through the French parliament. And then we had long period of being fully dependent on United States, and without United States a battle group concept, but it was never meant to be the defensive tool. It was just a little nitty-gritty management somewhere. Now we are a little bit further. However, we have also some good examples, like we have Dutch-German integration. We have a lot of other things, like Franco-German Brigade. Unfortunately, just recently, a few days ago, we just dropped down the development of sixth generation of the future combat air system, which it failed on the disagreement between the two nations and two companies on the specifications. So the real issue is, if you look at the world, you have two poles which are quite significant, the United States, China. You see Russia, which is wanna be the third pole. Where is Europe? Europe is still the strongest economy, I mean collectively, if you compound it. And yet, in trade, we could be at the table, but in power, we are not in table because we have no voice, we have no capability, and we have no resolve. And if you look at the Iranian deal before, when US pulled out of the JCP agreement, Europe was not able to force Iran to stick to it because we were not respected. So we want to have respect. First, we need to have unified foreign policy. At the moment, I see erosion of even what we already have, which is very distracting voice for me, because like military, I want to have one commander. I would to have one political master who tells me what my mission is, and I want to have one parliament or whoever is the controlling me, whether I do it properly. So this is the main obstacle. Unless we come together and sit together and realize what is the strategic interest of Europe, not talks about strategic autonomy. What is strategic interest of Europe, how it plays together with our transatlantic partners, and what we have to do and mutually agree on that. Otherwise, we will spend 7 billion. We will have a lot of toys, but we will have not army, as I said, no ability to, on our own, to defend ourselves, and that's the problem.
Absolutely, and I think it's been mentioned by two of our speakers today that really this is just a necessity for Europe to become relevant on the world stage. People always talk about the US, China, and Russia, but Europe also needs to be in the picture here. And since I know we're running low on time, this will be the final question to Ivan and also to David. So in the interest of time, if you could keep it a bit short, that's also fine. So the question is basically this. So in the case that we have a European army that becomes realized, how do you think from your experiences that this would affect Europe's relations with its neighbors, with other countries in terms of geopolitics?
Well, it will give us, eventually, finally, will give us a role. You know, look at what's happening in the Middle East, which is basically our backyard. I come from Italy, a big peninsula in the Mediterranean Sea, and we are zero. Our word doesn't weigh anything. The whole story is being negotiated by others, and the European Union is totally absent. And we have huge economic interests, not just political, and we're not there. So we either get to a federal form, because you cannot have such thing as a unique foreign policy or defense policy if you don't have a unique political authority to drive them all, or we will again be totally irrelevant. But let me say something as a politician in a political setting. It's up to us progressive people to carry out the federal agenda, because the rights in this continent, those who speak of the Europe, of the nations, plural nations, they are keeping us with small nations, and they're doing a favor to Russia and other hostile powers. If we don't go beyond the principle of unanimity. If only the Orban or the Ficos of this world are able to paralyze all of us, we will not get anywhere. So I think we should, and this is will be my last sentence, we have to take this very seriously and agree amongst us in the progressive front that the federal objective, the federal horizon is what we want to pursue. And again, as I said before, this is not just one possible objective. This is a matter of life or death, I believe, for our values and for our European Union.
Thank you, Ivan. David, perhaps you can close us off.
In my opinion, we as Europeans, before being able to address this question, we need to address another question, which is, what is it that we want to do with our military force? Because in order to train a military force, in order to equip a military force, that takes a very, very long time. It takes quite a bit of commitment, and it really has to be done along the lines of our goals, right, our objectives. So do we want to have a military capability, which is good to project power outside of Europe? I believe most Europeans might not be so interested in that. Or are we interested in territorial defense? Are we interested in peacekeeping missions outside of Europe? We need to make these decisions quite clearly, very quickly, and then based on that, we can act. And that is going to lead to the reaction of the outside world, right? They will see what we are up to, they will see what we want, and they will obviously react accordingly.
All right. So thank you, everyone, for your attention. I hope the idea of a European army, or what Volt is promoting or fighting towards, is a bit clearer to everyone now. And of course, with what is happening with Russia and Ukraine, this idea is becoming more and more urgent. And with the US, with Trump and J.D. Vance disintegrating the relationship that Europe and the US has built up over the past 80 years, that is also making things more and more real of an issue to every European, even if you're in the army, even if you're a politician, or you're just a normal person. So I think it's very important that we talk about this, that we have this session, and this becomes more of a present issue that we have in our daily lives. So I believe next we'll be taking some questions from the audience.
Okay.
Yes. So now we do get, okay, see there's already a lot of people for the questions. That's perfect. Robert is already on the way. Maybe he walks a bit faster. So please make your questions short and simple. As we said before, it's okay to do a very short statement, like one sentence to say, this and this is good or bad, so they can answer to it, and then we will give it to the stage. So yes, Robert has the microphone. Maybe start in the front row.
It's a very short question. So army, it's, as somebody mentioned, about steel and man-force, but it's also about intelligence. So my question would be whether it wouldn't give sense to also speak about European Intelligence Agency or European Secret Service or entity like this, which would kind of provide knowledge to the potential federal army.
The short answer is yes, we need that. Former Prime Minister of Finland, Niinisto is his name, wrote a recommendation similar to the Draghi report about our security and resilience, and this was one of his specific recommendations. It has not fully been picked up, but in the European Parliament, Volt is pushing to make it happen. Right now, the majorities are not there, but we're trying to get there.
If I may, very short answer is yes. If you look at NATO, it has NATO Intel Fusion Center. Every intelligence has roughly 5–10% of its own knowledge. The rest is shared with the others. If you have one coordination body called European Intelligence Agency, I would subscribe for that.
Okay, thank you a lot. So before we get to, yeah, you can have the applause. Before we get into the next question, as I said before, we have quite a male panel and it was great, but we also want to really encourage to see also the female point of view, so or female and non-male. So if you're non-male, please also have the courage to speak up. We are happy to listen to you, clap for you. So we have one more question statement, and then please, we are looking forward to every non-male speaking up as well. Thank you.
Hello. Quick question about, we all agree that we need a European army, but what are maybe, I don't know, the next 3 concrete milestones that will get us closer? And also, just what is your personal feeling about NATO right now? Like, do we still really have NATO with the recent threats from, the US to Greenland and JD Vance comments, how do you guys actually feel about it? Thank you.
So I've been to different NATO headquarters 6 times in the last 2 months. And interestingly enough, the political turmoil has 0 effect on the military cooperation. The military cooperation is still great. And the US people I meet there, it's like a breath of fresh air. Finally, some reasonable US citizens that we also want more of, and in the administration again. But the difficulty is the US administration can decide not to partake in that anymore. And that's why, even though the military cooperation in NATO is super important to me, it is not enough to build only on that. We really need to create our own independent European capabilities as well.
Ivan?
Yeah. Unfortunately, on the question of what we need, I'm afraid, I hope we don't need a crisis, because unfortunately, what happens is that Europe develops through crisis. When something crashes, we remember we are Europeans. Look at COVID, for example. We started financing ourselves on the markets altogether because of the pandemics, because before we couldn't do that. We were very afraid, and it was successful. Of course, we are a super economic power. And if you go to the market, it's easy to get financing at a very low rate because we're strong, but we don't show it. So I hope we don't need a crisis. But on NATO, does NATO exist? In my opinion, NATO is a huge article, the treaty organization. That treaty has one article, which is Article 5. Article 5 says that even one of the NATO countries asks for help, they will all go and help. The point is that Article 5 exists on the basis of its credibility, is a deterrence. So no one attacks one country because they fear Article 5. But if someone, I will not name Donald Trump, undermines the credibility of Article 5, someone could think, haha, you know what, let me test it. Let me see if it works. And you know, the Suwalki corridor, which is the border that goes from Kaliningrad to Belarus, would isolate the 3 Baltic countries in probably 2 hours if the troops from Belarus got from the north and the Russians from Kaliningrad. And I don't want to see whether Article 5 exists, but the best way is to make sure that someone else, I will not name Putin, thinks it exists.
I would pick up on that, and I would a little bit caution here. We should be careful, because NATO is not just relation among the heads of states. It's really well-integrated organization which is trained and ready to deliver. And by the way, we still have NATO response system. So if the missile flies right now, we will act. Make to be clear. So we will not wait until all the governments and Mr. Trump would come together and say yes. So we have some work already behind us, which is well-integrated militaries, which are not able even to fight alone. We are so integrated. Now, going back to how to strengthen NATO, I put it this way. Why we need to have European capabilities? It's because we want to strengthen NATO. Europe needs United States, but by the way, United States needs Europe for global challenges. Now, what we want to have is to be able to defend ourselves, to deter, that's clear. But you deter by presenting that you are able to fight from day one, from our 1 minute one. That means we need to have all necessary capabilities in Europe already now to show it, but also to be able to use it. And then we can have luxury of Americans coming across the ocean, because it's really unfair to have some critical capabilities borrowed from Americans and projected in Europe, while we are bigger economy, we are more people, and it's our security. So United States is addition to our security, but we have to invest to our security. So command structure, those capability gaps, and mental state that we are ready to defend regardless whether US comes or not.
Okay, thank you a lot. And then we try to, let's make 2 more questions or statements, but really if you answer, please make it really quick, so we guess to get in time for lunch. So please go ahead. Thanks for raising your hand.
My name is Manuela Magno. I come from Volt, Portugal. And as we all know, war is a very, very big business. My question is, are we doing all we can to make peace even a bigger business?
One sentence: if you want to have peace, be ready for war, because otherwise those who don't want to have peace will come to you.
And to be honest, peace is like tango. It takes 2 to dance it.
Okay, any more questions from women?
Okay.
One more question here. Please, 1 question, 1 sentence answer.
Last one.
Hi, thank you. Would actually the structures of the European army be in parallel to the NATO structures then? I didn't get that really. Could you explore on that a little?
I would say it should be separable, but not separate. So within NATO, but if it's necessary that it needs to operate without NATO, it should be able to function independently. And 1 sentence to the previous question, it is very good to also mention that it's a big business and that we should be wary of how money is spent, that it doesn't, this additional defense spending doesn't only profit the shareholders of massive defense companies, because there have been examples in the past where this went wrong. It is a failure of humankind that we need to spend all this money on defense instead of schools and healthcare and other stuff like nature. But unfortunately, it is necessary.
Very quick one. NATO is network. European army has to be network, but also plug-in network to the NATO. If NATO disappears, European network would work.
All right, and a closing one.
Should Europe organize a stronger nuclear capability together with the current nuclear capabilities of certain countries within the European Union to deter on a strategic geopolitical level?
The question is understood. Please only everyone say yes or no, and then the moderator can do the wrap up.
I don't have a clear yes or no answer to this. It depends on what baseline we're starting from.
I would say yes, but not as a first priority.
I agree with the general. The answer is yes, but it's the sluitsteen.
And we do have some nuclear capability, so that's good to remember.
Okay, so I will basically wrap this up by repeating the words that Ivan Skoffer also said, that defense is important because we're not just defending our land, but also our values and the freedoms that we enjoy here as Europeans. These freedom and values that are being taken from people, brothers and sisters suffering in Ukraine, children who are having their childhoods robbed by Russia. And we're defending this because what we have is so valuable, yet at the same time, that means it needs to be defended so much harder. So thank you here for coming and listening to our session.
David.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yo.
Welcome back to the live stream, back in the GA in Bratislava. We've now arrived to the member section, so for the foreseeable hour and 10 minutes, I believe, in the schedule. If we take a little bit more time. For the foreseeable hour and 10 minutes, you are with me as the host. We'll go through the videos. But first of all, we would like you to say thank you to a few of the donations. We sent a link during the last session to donate. We'd like to thank Christian, Serge, Tobias, Sonia, Alvin, Maria, Sandra, Nela, Richard, Michaela, Rika, Elena for already donating. We would really like to reach our goal of reaching 10,000 euros. We've only just started this thing, so we have 5 years, a very impressive start. It will stay open until Sunday evening, I believe, and we really hope that we can meet our goals. We can also maybe take a little bit of space of questions. You can ask questions intermittently, and you will go through. Then there are any more questions that I need to respond to. So now we'll go through the candidate videos first. Of course, this video will decide the future co-presidents, non-executive board members of the upcoming boards. We'll go through the videos of the female co-presidents, the male co-presidents, the treasurers, then the non-executive board members. Voting has not yet opened, but at least it gives you a little bit of an insight.
When you want.
Let's go first for the...
Fuck. No, stop. You don't have any microphone. It's not connected. So I just go with the video.
AI, climate, capital movement, housing. To tackle our common challenges, our continent needs a united voice. Volt was created to be that voice. But to federalize Europe, we need to lead by example. It is time to transition from a federalist party to a federal party. Hi. My name is Elektra Romdovci, and today I'm the co-president of Greek Volters. In Bratislava, I'm running for co-president of all Volters. As your co-president, I want us to set the standard, both internally and externally, to speak with one voice. I want us to implement digital tools that make Volt truly participatory. I want us to develop our chapters and have political impact across the continent, even where we do not exist yet. And I want us to lay the groundwork so that in 2029, Volt will be the leading political force of European federalism. It is time to re-electrify Volt and federalize. Elektra.
Volt Europa is at a turning point. We've grown fast and achieved something extraordinary. But now we're also starting to feel the challenges of what scaling truly means. The next 3 years will decide, were we just a great idea with potential, or do we become a true European political force? To get there, we need to act as one. Clear direction, stronger collaboration across chapters, and we need to coordinate our impact across Europe to deliver true societal change. This is exactly what I've been working on. At Volt, I lead our pan-European action team, where we bring together local teams, communities, and elected officials to turn our shared...
Hello, my name is Marina Rika. I'm the co-president of Volt, Albania. I have a bachelor in political science and a master in European studies as well. My work experience has always been related with human rights, education, women's rights, and democracy. As a co-president of Volt, Albania, I have seen the lack of interest that youth has in politics and the lack of trust. And I want to build a Europe, a system that works for youth, for women's rights, and for a better society. And that's why I'm...
Volt was built for this moment in Europe,
But being ready is not the same as winning. I'm Inês Bra Figueiredo, and I'm running to move Volt from potential to power. Across Europe, people are feeling the same pressures. Rising costs, housing we can't afford, and the sense that politics just isn't delivering. And we have to be honest. Without seats, we can't pass laws. Without power, we don't change lives. Being right is not enough. We need to win. My objective is 23 members of the European Parliament in at least 7 countries and a Volt political group. To get there, we need to focus. We need to elect where we can win. We need to deliver results that people actually feel. We need to build leaders that are ready to govern. And we need to speak in a way that people understand and trust. I've done this before. I've led national campaigns. I presided over Volt Portugal, and I delivered Volt's Moonshot program across 30 countries. I know how to turn ideas into results.
I was once part of a life-changing team when I was able to work on the COVID-19 vaccine during the pandemic. That was a high-speed and stressful project. Volt has the potential to be the next life-changing project as a political force in Europe. I'm Sabrina Hinz. In the last 2 years, I've spent candidating and running for Volt in 3 different campaigns. I was also deputy chair of Volt Rhineland-Palatinate, and I'm a quality lead of Volt Germany at the moment. If I was elected as co-president of Volt Europe, my first days I would spend with scheduling visits to all chapters to meet the board and you and challenge my ideas with your visions and needs, because only united we can reach our goal to be a political force and change Europe.
Hi, I'm Leon. I've been a Volt member since 2018. The last 5 years I lived in Vienna, where I was at the board of Hausgemacht, a cultural collective of over 60 people. Now that I'm back again in Munich, I want to use everything that I learned about bridge building and mediation to help lead Volt Europe. I'm running for co-president because I believe we need a bridge builder like me in this position. I haven't held a central role in Volt before, which means I can work with no bias and no personal agenda. I want to be the person who listens to our national chapters and make sure we are all pulling in the same direction. My goal is simple. We have the best vision for Europe. Now we need to work as a team to actually deliver it. Let's win some seats in national parliaments. I'm Leon, and I hope to get your vote. Thank you.
While wars rage, the climate is being destroyed and our energy prices skyrocket, Europe stands idly by.
Which is a huge mistake.
It sounds dire, but this is why we came to be. It's the urgency for a federal, progressive and powerful Europe. What Volt began nearly 10 years ago should not only be a possibility, it's a necessity. I'm Els, and that's why I'm running for re-election. I've built communities, led winning campaigns, and as your co-president been a part of growing Volt to 40,000 members and over 300 elected officials. And with Shine 29, we're ready to win even more.
It's not as if we don't know what to do.
Let's unite progressives across Europe, create a strong internal democracy,
We're engaging as many people as possible.
and develop talent so that we build that platform for the future leaders of Europe. Let's choose to make Volt win now, because Europe cannot wait.
Liebe Volter, dear Volters, chers membres de Volt. Europe is at a crossroads. From wars to human rights, the EU is silent. Volt is also at a crossroads. Because it is no longer enough to just say what we want, we must show how it can be done. This is why I'm running to be your next co-president, because Volt and Europe face the same challenge, political leadership. What do I want to do? I want Volt to become the platform for European political leadership. By becoming a blueprint of how the EU should function, by creating emotions where the Commission only creates laws, and by challenging the status quo. Mass filing ECIs to give our MEPs legal initiative, influencing the choice of commissioners, and organizing a primary to let citizens pick the next Commission president. I want Volt Europa to boost your national campaign and convince elected officials to join us to reach the Euro Party goal. I will start by doing a political transnational campaign and filing a member motion to close the Bratislava GA with a strong political declaration. For me, Volt is ready to take the next step.
Hi, I'm Andrzej. I'm the former treasurer and later co-president of Volt France. I joined Volt in 2019 during the climate protest, looking for a grassroots movement acting at the European scale. At the last European election, I fully committed to managing the campaign by quitting my engineering job. I also successfully led the snap election that followed with only 5 days to organize collectively and raise funds. What I learned is simple. Preparation, structure, and financial anticipation are key, but clear communication and processes are what make a community truly powerful. That's why I want to boost member participation in Volt Europa by improving transparency, using tools like gamification, and making sure our GA really empower members to shape main decisions. I'm running for treasurer because I have the administrative skill to do it, and because as we scale up, I believe we must lead by example for a more citizen-driven Europe. Please check my website and vote for me.
I'm Christophe, currently the Treasurer of Volt Europe. Behind me, you can see me presenting the 2025 forecast at our last General Assembly in Frankfurt. Today, I'm announcing my candidacy for re-election as full-time Treasurer at the GA in Bratislava. When I took on this role in 2024, we were in a crisis. A major donor just pulled 250,000 euros. We restructured, we stabilized, and still we flourished in the 2024 election, gaining 5 MEPs. Today, Volt Europe has a budget of over 1 million. We have over 6 months of financial runway, and we have one winning team with employees in Europe level, Netherlands, Germany, and Italy. But my work isn't finished. In the next mandate, we need to finish the Europe Party setup. We need to continue investing in talent and policy and building the financial foundation and the narrative for a winning 2029 campaign. I ask for your vote, and if you believe in what we are building together, I ask for your active support too.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mihaela Sirițanu. I come from Romania, and I'm very excited to be one of the candidates for the next European board elections. For those that don't know me, I'm one of the oldest members of Volt, having served in the first 2 board terms as treasurer in Volt Europa, and then moving to the national level to build Volt Romania from the ground up. Dare I say, over the past years, we've become one of the most successful and biggest chapters, not just in Eastern Europe, but across Volt, because in 2024, we elected 9 local councillors in the most rural areas of Romania, proving yet again that our message works not just for young people, not just in cities, but everywhere. Now, I'm running for the board as non-executive board member and treasurer because I believe more can be done when it comes to our political positioning, our campaign preparedness, and the internal governance structure. In addition to that, I have a very particular set of skills as a political economist.
I truly felt European during my Erasmus in Slovenia, the same place where my grandpa fought World War II. That experience changed me. I'm Alberto Spatola, co-founder of Volt in Italy in 2018. Now I'm running to be your next treasurer. Picture a treasurer. Many things of someone drowning in receipts and Excel sheet. I see things differently. A treasurer who supports chapters, support campaigns and sustainable growth across Europe. From managing NGOs to running campaigns, I know how to get things done. The incoming Europe Party is a huge opportunity, and I want to use it to grow small donors, secure grants, and build professionalization and stability for Volt. Let's meet across Europe at the GA in Bratislava for the election in Cyprus. I'm already on the move. Let's build this together. In Milan, in Torino, in Ghent, in Mechelen, Hede, Berlin, Paris, Lucca, Genova.
Hello and welcome back to the live stream. We had a little bit of audio issues. My apologies for that, but I am joined with Municipal Councillor of Gelderland for a small interview. Provincial yes. Elected official for Gelderland. How are you enjoying Bratislava so far?
Well, I haven't seen too much of Bratislava, okay. But I have been on the GA, of course. Is it still?
No, the camera's on. Sorry.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So yeah, I love the GAs. I'm always there when there's a European Congress because it's always nice to meet all the new members and everyone that we see every year. So it's really nice. And also yesterday we had the elected officials day. So we came together with all the elected officials from all over Europe to really exchange what we're doing, how we can do it better. And this time we finally discussed also a lot about how we can make this connection between the European Parliament and the local politics. So I think that was really nice.
How would you say the Volt Europa is coming into your daily work in Gelderland?
Yeah.
Like people may not see the connection between Europe and then the state and then you have the provincial level.
Yeah.
How would you say that Europe comes into your elected official work?
Well, it's actually really funny because we thought we're going to be this European party, so we're the ones that are going to put Europe into our provincial council. But then in the first few weeks already of my work inside of the provincial council, all the other parties were talking about Europe. So I think they were a bit scared of us and they wanted to show that they also care about Europe. So I think that's already one of the ways that we made it more visible by just being there and making the other parties also have to think about it. And also the province uses a lot of European subsidies. So a lot of the what's being done with the subsidies is happening in the province. Yeah.
And for people watching online, you can actually post some questions if you have any questions, and we can answer them if you have any questions. And what would you say during your time as a provincial elected official is the best memory that you have so far?
So, well, one of the things that I'm really proud of is that we really put the future perspective into the province, because the other parties are really focused on the next year or maybe the next 4 years, but we are really pushing to look further than that. So, for example, we were talking about the plans for the future, and they were making them until 2050. And we asked, okay, but can you also make already some kind of insight into 2100? So we actually made the visions for a province a lot more future-proof. So I think that's one of the things that I'm really proud of.
That's good. That's good. And I guess for the lay voter that may be watching at home, what really pushed you to attend GAs in person and not just watch them online?
Well, I think there is a lot of nice content that you can watch online, but you have to be here to feel the energy from all of Volt and to really know that what it means to be a European party. Because when you come here, you meet people from all over Europe, and that's the idea that we work towards the same goal together. And I think for me, these GAs always really help to get energized again for the next year, to really put all these nice ideas into practice. So I think to really feel this European party spirit, you have to be here personally.
Yeah. And we have a question from Bastian that says, when you're making an election campaign, how do you bring together Volt's general principles and local issues?
Yeah, so one of the things for me to join Volt is because we're looking across borders and to working together. And we can do that European-wide, but we can also do that locally. So we can work together with, for example, the Germans on the other side of the border. But we can also think about dividing the money in the Netherlands, for example, because all the other parties in my province, they're like, okay, how can we get as much money as possible from the national government? And then we're like, okay, but we need to split it between all the provinces. So why should we get everything? Like, we should look at this from a broader perspective. So I think that perspective is really how we try to put that Volt ID into our local movement.
And as an elected official, what would you say are your achievements so far?
Yeah, so I already told about the future-proof part of within our province, but also one of the things we really put on the agenda was digitalization. Because it was not something that was talked about in our province. It's really something that was deemed technical instead of political. And I think in the last 3 years, we really showed that it's not only technical, but that there's really political choices beneath it. And it took us like 2.5 years to really get it on the agenda. And then also Trump helped us a little bit by showing why it actually matters a lot. But now it's, I think most of the parties really share that it's really important to talk about this. And we're hoping to get really towards the digital agenda in the coming year.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Oh yeah, okay. We need to continue. We got to continue. If you have any more questions, you can also put them here, and we will ask them. Let me open up the question thing. You can use the chat. You can use the questions tab.
Is there maybe something I can ask from the members that are
Yes,
watching?
you can ask.
Because we are here in the GA meeting with all the other European voters, but we also have the Halo platform, or the Hilo, doesn't matter how you say it. And I think that's also one way that you can really discuss with voters all over Europe instead of in your own national bubble. So please, if you are not on Hilo yet, look out how you can get there, because that's where really the European collaboration happens.
Thank you. And yeah, I mean, it makes sense that things on Halo, the transition from Workplace to Halo, is still work in progress.
Yes.
And it would help if all general members are also part of the discussion,
Yes.
rather than the more activist members.
Exactly. Yeah.
We have another question here. How do you connect with the principles of Volt more to the region than the other provinces? I don't know exactly how the question is phrased, but I think it's how do you connect with the Volt principles in your provincial position, in your provincial.
Yeah, I think it might also be the question, how do we connect within our province? Because we now have 5 more elected officials within our province in municipalities.
Mm-hmm.
And we're also really looking how we can work better together. But I think these 5 places where we now have local councillors, they first need to build up their own teams and really get started. And then maybe after half a year or so, we can come together and see how we can really empower each other and really work together. But I really noticed from the time that we really started, you need some time to get a bit used to everything that's going on now, all the coalition talks and everything. So that's something that we really want to do in a few after some time. Yeah.
And how does Volt help you when it comes to like coalition talks or whatever in the provincial? Does Volt help you in trying to navigate all of this, or are you kind of left to your own devices once you're elected?
I think it's getting better and better because when we started like 4 years ago with our campaigning and everything, there was not that much help yet because most of the help was really focused on the national level, which was of course also important because that's how we are most visible within the Netherlands. But it's getting more structured. We can also help us local officials, and also within the province we have a lot of connections with the other provincial elected officials. So we also help each other a lot within Volt.
Nice. And how would you say is the relationship between in the Netherlands? For like, there are many people watching from further, and then they probably see Volt Netherlands being very, very big and very, very wide. How would you say is the relationship between the parliamentary party of Volt Netherlands, the provincial party of Volt Netherlands, and then the local parties of Volt Netherlands? How would you?
Yeah. I think we really started out in our own bubbles.
Okay.
But also there we're improving a lot. And I think also the national board is helping a lot in that we are getting more and more opportunities to meet and to also have great workshops to work together. So that we really meet each other and then know how to find each other when it's really helpful. So yeah, it's also a work in progress, but I think it's really getting a lot improved at the moment.
And talking about the GA today, have you been able to have any interesting discussions raised at any of the breakout rooms? Because not everybody
Welcome, beautiful people, live backstage from the GA. I hope you're enjoying it so far, way back home. We're gonna do a quick SWIR interview, so let's talk to some people. I see some representatives here. Hi! Hi! How has the GA been treating you so far?
Very good, thank you.
Yeah, have you had some fun? Have you had some nice talks?
It's been a lot of fun seeing everybody again from all over Europe, and also the ecstatic dance that's going on is a very nice addition.
There's an ecstatic dance going on?
Ecstatic dance going on in the main hall, yes.
Okay, we have to check that out later. Okay, because you're a representative in The Hague, right?
Yes, I am.
What's the newest thing you're doing right now where we make an impact?
So we've actually just been elected in The Hague, so it's the very first time that Volt has is a part of the city council there. So right now I'm learning a lot, but I've already had one sort of success, which is that the city collation.
The city councils?
Yeah, they're gonna look into giving nightclubs the status of cultural cultural. Damn it, I can't find the English word. Culturele instelling.
So cultural associations and
Yeah.
institutions can.
Yes, exactly, like they do in Berlin, so they're better protected.
Okay, that's very cool. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, we're gonna continue. Let's see how it's inside. You're gonna join me? Yeah. Follow me. Come along. Hiya. Okay, so this is our big arena, the big tennis court. On the line, we're actually inside this amazing big stadium. International festivals. Oh. Okay, we're back. I was just talking about the arena. I think you had a quick view. I think a lot of international tennis players have been here. Personally, I find it very cool. I'm a big Federer fan. Let's have a look around and chat to some people. Let's see. We're gonna talk to these people. Let's see how. Hi guys. Can I ask you a quick question? How are you enjoying the GA? Okay, that's okay. No worries. We're gonna continue then. You can see a lot of people chatting around. Very nice mixing of all kind of people. I see some Saudi people. Hi guys. Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, sure.
Yeah. How have you been enjoying the GA so far?
Oh, very nice. So I started to sell some merch on the merch stand as a volunteer.
Okay.
Then I listened to the, what is it? The speech, however, workshop.
That's very nice. How did you find it?
It was nice. And so the two parliamentary employees from the MEPs teach us how to write a speech, how to give a speech. It was very nice. So I want to use some of the input as a candidate for local elections back in Germany.
That's very cool, because you're a candidate for local elections, or are you ambitious candidate?
Yes, I am. I'm ambitious candidate. So the election will be in September.
Okay.
So the 13th of September, everybody in Lower Saxony can vote for the local parliaments.
That's very nice.
And I'm candidate for Braunschweig.
Okay, where can people check you out? Tell me your name.
I'm Timothy Ratjen.
People from the GA, please check him out. Support our local candidates. Let's go on. Continue. Thanks, man. Cheers. Have a good day. Hi. Hi, guys. Can I ask you a quick question? Have you been enjoying the... Sorry? Yeah. Have you been enjoying the GA?
Well, so far it's a pretty cool atmosphere and liking that. It's my first one.
It's your first GA,
yes,
okay.
And I'm just a new member. I only joined 2 months ago, so it's...
Welcome, hi.
Thanks so much. Right,
so what was your first impression? Did you expect this?
Did you expect it?
It's a great experience, I would say. Like, we have great speakers here, politicians from across Europe with a lot of insights on the European army and also on data and AI. So, great experience.
Have you met some new interesting people today?
Well, I guess so. Yes, definitely in the close talks that we have here on the margins of the assembly, but then also in the kind of indirect meeting, right? I mean, seeing the people on the stage and probably catching up with them after the meeting when we are on the march. I hope that I can exchange with a few of those guys then directly as well.
That's very cool, because we're gonna be marching in a few hours and have a great public action inside Bratislava, so that's really cool. We're hyped about that. Thank you so much, guys. We're gonna continue. Cheers, have a good day. Okay, let's see. Ooh, we've got some nice stands over here, because we have a lot of local communities and that are part of Volt. I'm not sure if you can hear me good, right? Okay, so we're gonna check out some of stands. Hi, can I interrupt you guys real quickly? Is that okay? Hi, can I ask you a question? Yeah? How have you been enjoying the GA so far?
Really nice. I've just talked to people. I haven't been taking the time to listen to any main stage assembly.
You've just been talking to a lot of people. What was the most interesting person you met today?
I don't know.
Fair.
Can I talk about the ID that is
go,
presented here?
go,
Because we talked a lot about the direct democracy ID that is presented by Dreamcom. So I think
Oh, very cool.
you should ask her to.
I'm gonna ask you then. Hi. So what are you guys fighting for? What are you talking about?
Oh, basically, we think that the EU needs to become much more democratic, and for that, we need the people to participate much more. So we're actually working on a new system to provide more democracy for Europe and more possibilities to participate directly.
Okay, and how can people interact with you guys? Where can we find you? You're here at the GA, but can we also find you online somewhere?
So there's right now, I mean, we are the Dreamcom, which is like the community for, developing new democratic ideas for the year. So we have plenty of experiments out there right now of what's working on local level and different small assemblies in different cities all over Europe. So we're right now working on understanding what works best.
So if people search Dreamcom and Volt, they will find the place where to find you guys.
Oh yes, they definitely will, and they're very welcome to participate.
Amazing. Okay, let's continue. I'm checking if the stream's still okay. Are we stable? Yeah, we're stable. I got a great nod. Hi. We're gonna jump to this place because I see a big merch stand and also Queer Volt. Hi, how are you, man?
I'm great. How are you?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
So tell me about your stand.
So we are here to promote our queer merchandise and Queer Volt in general. We are a community for a European community that comes up for queer rights and queer people, and we try to make a safe space, but we also try to shape policy in Europe and to make sure that the queer people in Europe have a safe place to go and have their rights and their liberties protected and even expanded.
Wow.
In Europe it's very much necessary. In 2 weeks I'm going to Budapest Pride, and
very cool, man.
Very much necessary there. Even with the new government, we need to keep standing up for queer rights, and we need to stand up for everybody to be able to be themselves and to love whoever they want to be loved.
Amazing, man. Thank you so much. Okay, have fun at the GA. See you soon. Okay, guys, we're gonna continue towards the stage. I think we have someone here that's enjoying their lunch, but probably would like to say something. I think so. Hiya. You're still eating your lunch. I'll talk a bit more, but can I ask you a question, man?
Sure.
You got a great hat. Let me tell you that first. How has the GA been treating you so far? Oh, that's amazing. That's a great outfit. Also the small purple details.
Yeah.
And the purple drink.
I like wearing purple. It's an amazing GA. It's actually my first time I actually get to see something of Bratislava as well.
Wow.
So before yesterday, I've only ever seen the airport from the inside, I guess, and path between Vienna and Bratislava. And it's actually a really, really nice city. And it's always so nice going to a General Assembly of Volt Europe. I don't know how many General Assemblies I've had so far, at least 6, maybe 7.
Wow.
And
you've been here a long time then.
Oh yeah, I'm one of the old ones. Seeing so many people being enthusiastic about the united Europe, about a progressive Europe, about a democratic Europe, it's so amazing. It's so different than the usual thing we have to deal with on the local level, where we have debates with people from the far right and far left and people who oppose the united Europe, and it's just so refreshing here.
Very cool, man. And do you have any takeaways yet from today or the GA in general?
Well, my main takeaway from the last session before the lunch break was that there's many different paths towards the possible united Europe armed forces. We had lots of questions from the audience regarding the matter. We had the general talking there in the panel as well, and of course one of our MEPs and 3 other guests. And it's really interesting because it also challenges my own views on the matter. How can we approach the situation? How can we have a united Europe Defense Force? And sometimes you leave GI more questions than answers, and that's also totally fine.
Okay, wow. So the GA is also a place where we can get new inspiration for new ideas and also get some more questions for what we can do to build Europe together.
Exactly. I think it's a main hub for inspiration for any Volt member.
All right. So, would you have a big pitch for people that would love to come to the next GA? What's your best reason why?
Okay, guys. So if you ever contemplate about coming to a Volt GA, consider this. You have the possibility of meeting hundreds, maybe thousands of people, like-minded people from all across the continent, to talk to them, to socialize with them, and the best way really is to become friends with them and to shape a united Europe together.
Amazing. Thank you so much, man. Have a good day. See ya. Okay, let's continue. I'm gonna check some place. I think these people are pretty interesting. Let's check them out. Maybe sit next to them. Hi guys, how you doing? do you want to ask them some questions about GA? Hiya. Yeah, how has the GA been treating you so far?
Well, the weather is bad outside, so it's good to be inside.
Great.
And it's also nice to meet all the European Volters and just catching up with each other again.
That's very nice. Because where are you from?
The Netherlands.
Nice. And where from the Netherlands?
Yeah, the province of Gelderland.
Okay, that's a cool province. And what's a local topic that's connected to Europe in your province?
Well, I guess every topic is European. We only need to find the ways to actually make all the issues European. But for instance, water quality and mobility and things like that are, well, in essence European, because you actually want to move to somewhere. And well, we're not doing that at this point enough, I think. So it's good to be a member of Volt.
Nice, man. Thank you so much. Okay, let's check out some more people. I'm looking at the time. How long do we have? Can we still chat to some people? Like 5 minutes? Okay. I see some cool people here interacting. You guys have some amazing lollies over here.
Yes.
Hi guys, how you doing? Say hi to the stream.
Pretty good. We just convinced her to join Volt because she got the lollipop, so that's what the lollipops are already good for.
Amazing, so you're a new member.
She doesn't know it yet.
Almost. So cool that you came out here with us. That's very nice. What convinced you to check out Volt?
Well, geographically it's quite close. I'm from Bratislava, but I looked at the topics of the talks and the speakers, and it seemed interesting and inspirational, and that's something I needed in my life at the moment. And I think Bratislava in general misses this kind of vibe of events. So yeah, I'm glad to be here.
Okay, so we're bringing also some new energy to Bratislava. That's great to hear. I didn't realize that. Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Okay, let's continue. Okay, the time is up. I think we're gonna wrap up. Thank you so much for coming with us. My name's Jesse, by the way.
I'm not upstairs. Hey.
So welcome back to the live stream. I'm joined with two different faces this time. We've always had one person involved so far, so now it's going to be two. We are joined with, you can introduce yourselves actually.
Hi, my name is Roland Müller. I am the co-president of Volt Switzerland.
Hi, my name is Elena. I'm the co-president of Switzerland Messe.
And I mean, we might have guessed Switzerland is not part of the European Union, and want to show that Volta is much more than just EU member parties. Switzerland being an emerging chapter, you know, similar to Volt UK as well, we're not formally part of the European Union, but how does Volt Switzerland navigate this EU pushing European integration in a non-EU country?
Yes, so in Switzerland, the topic of the EU is very harsh. Like, a lot of people are against the EU because they think that we will lose our wealth. but still do have this small fraction of people that are very pro-EU, back from the days in the 90s where Switzerland actually wanted to join the EU before the populists basically took over. And what we're trying to do is really take a stance that we are completely pro-European, and we are the only ones actually doing that. Even the leftist parties are not that pro-European. We're trying to basically gather that minority and try to show the Swiss people that Europe is the driver of our economy. We are in the heart of Europe. It's so important that we have these relations, and we just try to show people what an amazing achievement the EU is.
This is just a reminder that people watching online, you can post questions as well. You can use the chat or the questions tab. We are reverting between the two. Another question for you guys. Tomorrow, I believe there is a very important referendum that you wanted to raise.
It's going to be a very, very important day for us tomorrow. On the 14th of June, as it was cycle, Switzerland is going to decide if they want to cap the population at 10 million people until the 2024. And we have been very eager in order to make a claim in a pro-European stance within our community and also out there to tell people the importance that we must be united across the European idea. It is not only about losing wealth or deciding on a migration matter. This really comes back to the question, what do we want to be as a society, holding up values that are dear to our hearts? And we're trying really to push this agenda out there and making advertisement wherever we can, so that tomorrow we're not gonna have a backlash like what we had in 2014 when we decided to actually also cap the influx of foreign forces into the work market in Switzerland.
And how would you say your time in Bratislava has been? It's been, I know, only about very early in the start of the GA. We still have a whole afternoon session and then the whole day tomorrow. What have been your best experiences so far?
Well, as the presidents, we arrived yesterday already, and went the whole day in country council meeting with other presidents of other chapters, and especially coming from a smaller chapter that has to fight hard for the European project. It's so refreshing to join with all the other voters, have this positive spirit and this positive outlook on the future. It really replenishes our energy reserves. So this is, for me, the GA is about the people. I like the whole thing with the program. We've done that. But for me, it's really about meeting people and exchanging ideas. I love it.
I really want to add on that because it was my first General Assembly and also my first instance to actually meet the voters from everywhere and to come into the country council and not knowing what actually to expect. I was kind of shy at the very beginning, and then there was a very, very nice atmosphere, the will to cooperate, to embrace the new faces as well. And I really when you see what we mean, living Europe as a body, and you see it really as an experience in the country council. It really was like a puzzle that was pieced together. And yeah, it was a very, very valuable experience that I take back home.
And how would you say the discussions in the General Assembly? Of course, the people watching online will see the actual discussions. Have you been able to have any discussions with people that you didn't expect to meet today, or?
I must say no.
Okay.
So I think because that's actually the nice part of getting ready for the GA. You get your topics right, you scan the agenda, you mark your calendars, what is most interesting to you, what information you can take back to your national chapter, and maybe also the best practices that you might be adapting or maybe repeat in a similar kind of context with a similar kind of panel, in your home country.
And what would you say are the experiences that you'll take back to Switzerland on your flights back tomorrow, or train if you take or fixed bus? I don't know. However you go back. What is the experiences that you'll take back from today?
I think it was very impressive in the opening speech where Lucia and Rick talked about what Europe meant for them, because they had a very different experience growing up compared to what we've experienced. I mean, when we grew up, Europe was a thing already, and for us in Switzerland, this integration and crossing the border has always been a no-brainer, and it's really shown me how much of a privilege we have in Central Europe as well, and that a lot of people still don't take that for granted. I want to bring this thankfulness for the back to Switzerland because for me, I've never had to show my passport at a
The Schengen border.
yeah, thanks to Schengen. And with Schengen's birthday tomorrow, yeah, I really want to bring more appreciation for that whole project back to Switzerland.
And how would you motivate members watching online to come to the GA next time? I mean, the location for the next GA hasn't been reached. Maybe it could be in Switzerland. You never know, but
We would love to see it. Like my hometown is it's the perfect area, bordering Switzerland, Germany, and France. If that could be a reality, like you could sign me up immediately. I am sold.
what would you say is the sorry? What would you say is the kind of
So to motivate people, you said.
yeah, the motivate PS.
To me, so people are on the live stream and you have signed up to be a party member. There was an initial thought that you had why you actually joined the party. And to me, it was about like bringing diversity on the European stage and also into Switzerland, a topic that is very dear to my heart. And the second question was, how can we disentangle the migration discourse from a racist narrative? And those were the two things that I was really truly interested in, and I was looking for a party that dealt with it in a non-judgmental, open, progressive kind of way, in a liberal way as well. And I think that is what keeps me going and motivates me every day as a co-president in Switzerland. And maybe that's also like a learning or best practice that I would like to give to the people on the live stream. So something that you had in your head, maybe reignite that thought and put it out there. Think about a project, an event, like a corporation with a partner, maybe a different country chapter you would like to get in touch with us. So that's what I would like to see being fostered in the future.
If you have, if people watching online, you have any questions, we will shortly be closing this part of the questions to the Volt Switzerland co-presidents. If there are any more questions, thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you around in the hall.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Yep. We can close it. What? We can close. Sorry, we are dealing with. Didn't know there was magnetic. Okay. After a small interruption and a switch of personalities, we are joined now by George, General Secretary of VODS. Welcome, George.
Thanks for having me.
Under your responsibilities as General Secretary, it's your role to organize the General Assembly. I'm sure that people online want to know, what is it like organizing a General Assembly?
I mean, so the first thing I'd say is it's such a massive privilege to be doing it, because for Volt and Volt members, it's a moment that everyone plans for in the year. So the hardcore Volters want to actually come and organize and attend an event like this. So there's a big responsibility, but it's also a real honor to see so many people with happy faces, and that makes it all worthwhile.
This is a point where I would like to remind people watching online again, you can post questions and we will read them out to George or future victims, I would like to say, of the hot seats, the interview hot seats. And how would you say this General Assembly differs from the others that you've organized?
I mean, I think with everything in event planning, there's always different challenges. I think what's been really amazing about this one is that the Slovak team has really discovered loads of new leaders, and I think that as a result of the General Assembly, we'll probably leave Volt Slovakia in a much better place than where we found it. So that's a really positive thing. So for me, that I think is a huge difference in terms of that build. But different. I mean, there's always different challenges. It's part of the job. It's good though. Yeah.
And how would you say that Volt Slovakia will improve as a result of this? Because I think that for members that are not in Slovakia or that don't have a relation to Slovakia, don't really go to Slovakia on a regular basis, they don't see the on-the-ground improvements after General Assembly. In your experience, how do you see that these...
So concretely, I mean, where we organize this GA, and I encourage any chapter that's thinking about it to really consider it. We approach it by giving local members an area of responsibility to focus on. And in many instances, that could be their first moments of organizing something big like this. And so that really helps, whether it's about volunteer coordination, whether that's about technical setup, whether that's about logistics. These are all really useful skills that you get within the team. And I think in general, we've seen with previous General Assemblies as well that this is one of those big benefits. Is that it's getting a cool group of 5 or 6 people with a good skill set to be able to organize it.
And on a very basic setting, how many times did you go to Bratislava before?
Only once. So that makes it because we're obviously on Volt Europa doesn't make a cent from these events. We make a loss. So we're running always on a limited budget. So one of the biggest challenges is perhaps doing this remotely because we have to rely on information, on photographs and everything else. But I think in general we were there once before to scope out the venue and to figure things out. And yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
And for the people watching online, if you have questions that you'd like answered, I don't quite get your question, Nikolai, but I hope that we answered it in the discussion.
I get it. So Nikolai's question, yeah, I mean, Nikolai's completely right. When you have these events, a lot gets postponed. And yeah, I'm actually excited to be working on something different from the GA for sure. So there's going to be some bits and pieces that Nikolai definitely is owed. Yeah, that's the way it is.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll see someone else in the hot seat next time.
Yeah,
you can keep on commenting. If you want to see someone in particular, you can name drop people, and we'll see if they can come to the screen. But thank you very much, George, for your help.
Cheers.
Okay. Just stop.
So this is our last song. Thank you very much, everyone who participated, as well as everyone who just listened and participated in this way. We brought some music into this space. And thank you, Lucia, for inviting us.
Thank you, my dears. Huge thanks to my duo and Zuzana, who's the founder of the ecstatic dance community in Slovakia. If you feel like experiencing more of this, go to Ancient Future Gathering, which is a beautiful festival that Zuzana and team are organizing end of summer in Budapest region. So if you want to continue in this energy, then go to Ancient Future Gathering. Is it?
Yes, yes, we're combining the like disciplines, entrepreneurs, politicians, scientists, wellness people, interdisciplinary people who want to shape the future, and ancient because we want to also connect to the natural ways and cycles, and at the same time shape the future and live the future that we feel is important for us. So we gather together to create collaborations, initiatives, and interconnect, so we can actually create some tangible results together. And Lucia is going to have a talk there as well.
Yes, I will. And I hope we will experience this beauty at our upcoming GAs too, because I really believe there's a potential if we tap more into our bodies to also have courage to be the voice for what we stand for. And now we hand over for this super important agenda item that's awaiting us for the afternoon. Thank you. Że bathing in it.
Oh, no.
That's this one.
Hello and welcome everybody. Welcome back to the General Assembly. We have one last interview before the main event is taking place on the main stage. We're joined with the co-president of Vote France. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. So my name is Anne. I'm co-president of Vote France. It's very few months now, since March this year. And previously, I was elected at the Vote France board in our last General Assembly in September. And I've been with Vote since a few times now. I don't remember how many years this has been. And I've been participating to general assemblies like this one, and I really love these assemblies because you have it's the opportunity to know other people from other European countries, and that's very, very rich exchanges and rich discussions. So I like it very much. So I'm doing my best to come to any of these GAs. And for this one, so I'm really happy to be in Slovakia. I've never been to Slovakia before, so that's a nice opportunity to discover Slovakia. I will spend a few days later to do some tourism after the GA. And I would like to maybe say a few words about Vote France.
Certainly. Yeah.
So Vote France is France is a big country, big European country, but Vote France is not that big compared to the size of the country. We could have more members, but we're still a little bit small. And for the time being, we're kind of struggling to get more and more women involved in our Vote chapter, Vote France chapter. And we're working on this. And well, some of us, I'm not going to take the light for this. I mean, I didn't do this, but we have two members who organized a series of events, four webinars, dealing with how can we better include women into our processes, into our meetings, what we can do. So we had already two of these webinars, two more will come next. And the first one was talking about, with the help of an external intervention, was talking about how when we are all meeting, what's happening between men and women, comparing their way of taking the floor to give their ideas. And we came up to an understanding how a group is talking, and that we should maybe at the first of the beginning, because I mean, we have new members coming in Vote France, as in many other chapters, I assume. And maybe we don't take the time just to set the rules for these meetings. So maybe some of the men coming into these meetings think they know better than the women and want to talk more about the women. So the first thing we just, by discussing on how we can handle meetings with both men and women talking about different topics, maybe we should set the rules at the beginning that everybody will be given the floor when asked for it. And then we may have to stop some who is just taking the floor for a long, long time and give the floor to other people, because I mean, as these meetings are not for one people in particular to express his view, we need to share the floor with many different people and allow an equilibrium, which is difficult, between men's speech and women's speech, because we have, as imagine in many other chapters, we have less women than men. We don't have a 50% share of men and women. We're more than we'll improve, but
I mean, it's a work in progress, as you say.
But the women that are coming to Vote France, we try to encourage them to feel as any member. I mean, there shouldn't be any difference between a man and a woman member, except for the fact that maybe in some cases there are differences in terms of, for instance, if I take my personal life, I'm 60 years old, and because I had kids, because I didn't have an entire career, I have gaps in my career. So I'm divorced, but my ex-husband is now retiring because he's got all what he needs to retire. But I'm not able to do this because I didn't work enough. I took care of the kids, and so I will have to work longer. That's not a big difference. You need to take into account this because as women with a family duties, we've got plenty of things to do, and for the time being, family duties. I'm 60 years old once again, and I've seen a little evolution, but it's coming. But it's not 50-50%.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Right now. So we need to improve, and we're counting on this webinars just to highlight the problems and to talk within our groups and to get to a more equilibrium between men and women's speech during our meetings.
And I think that they're almost starting with the vote candidates, but if the members want to ask a few questions, feel free. You can use the chat, you can use the questions tab. We don't want to take, when the candidates move onto the stage, that's when we have to stop. So if we stop abruptly, that's the reason. I think we can start to take a few questions. So what is your most memorable conversation that you've had so far, a conversation that you'll take back to France at the end of this GA?
Yes, because this morning I attended a few workshops, and the one with AI, AI is, it's a huge problem, and we need to face it with a political point of view, because what was discussed this morning was more of a technical point of view. Where should the data center be built? How should it be built? What energy should they use? And to me, there's a bigger question, which would be European sovereignty about our data. And that's only one problem. And the second problem I see with this AI coming all over is that when I see the young ones just addict to these applications, it's going to be really difficult to disconnect them. And I'm just afraid all this stuff from AI we're seeing for the young ones are just kind of leading to a brainwashing system. So we need to be very conscious of that, and maybe which one? Australia, New Zealand? That forbids the use of, for the two young ones, not just to have their brain integrity, and we need to be cautious of that. It's not really a question of only building data centers. It's a question of using data, of using AI for good purposes, not to destroy our young's brains.
Yeah, that I can very much imagine is the case. I think we can probably still take one more question. Sorry, we're dealing with the live event. Change of program. We have a new person coming in, so we'll cut out for a couple of seconds, change the microphones, and then we'll be back with you in about 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, and after a small interruption, where normally you'll probably have an ad break on your TV, but we have to make do with other things. I'm here with a member of the board, Lucia.
Lucia Nas. Nice
Do you want to welcome everybody online?
Yeah, definitely. Hi, everyone online. Exciting, because we're starting the board election soon. So I really look forward to that. It'll be the end of my term, but it's also good to get new blood into the organization.
And what would you say over your time in the board? How many years did you spend on the board?
So I did 2 terms. So the first term was 2 years and the second 2.5. So I've been board member, non-executive. for 4.5 years. And things have really changed over time, actually. So in my first term, I was still very much engaged in the organization and doing a lot of the work myself, but we've grown so much. We have more resources, and that's why we have more staff. And the role of the non-executive board members has gradually shifted from, doing work in the organization to rather supervising the executive team. So the co-presidents and the treasurer. Yeah.
And why is it important that people online vote?
It's super important because, you want to, when we come to vote, we have so many different ideas and ambitions, right? So it's important that you listen to the ambitions and that match with yours, and that you vote for the candidates who you feel like, yeah, that's also how I feel about something, right? So that's super important because then you will feel at home and welcome in Volt. And so pick the person that you really feel understands your ideas and shares your ambitions, and then all be good. They're all good candidates, right? So you can't go wrong.
I'm just looking over my shoulder always, just for everybody online, because the stage is just behind us. So the moment that the candidates do get on the stage, we want to give a fair point to everybody on the stage. We'll have to cut the interview short the moment that a candidate walks along the stage. But if you have any questions, please do ask them on the chat. You can also, I guess, choose the audio that you want to listen to. So if you want to listen to what's happening on the stage directly, you can do that. We can stay still here with a few questions. And what would you say is, very shortly, the most significant achievement that you'll take out of?
One of the things that I think we achieved with this board is that we have an integrity system. We want to keep you safe. We want to make sure that people are held to account. So if you have a complaint, there are people you can talk to, you can speak with. What do I do? Who do I talk to? And if things really have gotten out of hand, we have ways to investigate and correct it. So I think that's really important for us going forward, because we are growing, and we want to protect our values going forward. So this is one of the things I'm most proud of.
Thank you very much. I think that the perfect timing. We now need to cut and back to the election.
Yeah, welcome.
First of all, of course, it's going to be the co-presidents, the treasurers, and the non-executive board members. If you use the links provided on the Tasker platform, when you enter the form for the vote, your voting token will already be pre-filled. The voting token is going to be a random string of numbers and letters. And I want to very strongly advise you against changing that string, as changing it would most likely invalidate your vote. With that being said, I will now read some of the mechanics of this vote. Right. So first of all, after the voting token, on the ballot itself, you will have the names of all the candidates for the same position in a randomized order. You will be able to drag and drop it, or just double click the name to add each of your preferences to the list. Each one of you has to submit a simple ranking of the candidates standing for the respective position, from your most preferred at the top of the list to the least preferred at the bottom of the list. But you do not need to rank all of the different people, only your preferences. An unranked candidate implies a vote against said person, so you reduce their chance to get elected. And finally, I want to really ask you to please elect at least enough candidates to build a full board. So please at least rank 2 co-presidents, 1 treasurer, and 6 non-executive directors. Thank you very much. With that being said, I give the microphone back to the chairing committee.
Yeah, thank you. We'll use that microphone. So thanks for the explanation. So don't worry, we'll also do another explanation at the end of all the introduction. There's already also on Halo an information, a guideline on how to vote. So if you have any questions regarding that, please consult that sheet. If you have problems, you can also reach out to the electoral committee via mail. If you have technical issues, again, it's gonna be the help desk. And yeah, so make sure you all can vote. It's not open yet, so don't wonder. We will do that after the session. And now I am looking towards Chris, who will be our moderator for this session. And if he's ready, I will welcome him on stage and give the power over to him.
I'll figure out the rest.
Good afternoon, Volt. And welcome to the session that we've all been waiting for, in which we present our candidates for a new European board. My name is Chris Lutt. I'm a Volt member from Rotterdam, and it's my pleasure and privilege to host this session with you today. We have a tightly packed program until about 4 o'clock. And I very much look forward to doing that with you here. What are we actually looking for in our new board members? Some might argue that they need to excel at gathering and presenting great ideas convincingly, while others might say that they need to inspire effective collaboration. Our candidates will therefore not only pitch and debate their vision for Volt, they will also demonstrate their ability to collaborate effectively in challenging scenarios under public scrutiny and within limited time, just like board members do on a daily basis. Today forms the pinnacle of a campaign period that started for most of us on May 8th, when we received an email from the Electoral Commission with sharing detailed candidate profiles and inviting us to join candidates in live, online, interactive sessions. Candidates have also engaged themselves with us on social media, such as WhatsApp, LinkedIn, and on dedicated websites. And some candidates have even traveled through Europe to meet and discuss with members in person. Almost all candidates join us here today in Bratislava, in this spectacular stadium that was so deftly organized by our European, Slovak, and Bratislava teams. Can I have my first slide, please? Or shall I click? Oh, we're missing out a few slides. Wow, way too far. Oh, something. Can somebody go to our very first slide? Because this is not what was meant. Meanwhile, we have a moment to ourselves. Who in this audience has ever been a candidate for Volt themselves? Wow, that's a lot. Do you remember what it feels like? So that's what it feels like for our candidates now behind the stage. Will you give me a signal when it's done? Thank you. What shall we talk about, Krista? Democracy. I'm ready. Thank you very much, people behind the scene. Thank you. We're back. That's not right. Okay, almost there. Shall we just smile at each other for a moment? Somebody wants to whisper something in my ear. No idea who it is. Kai and Lara got engaged yesterday to marry. And they met through Volt. So maybe a new generation of Volters will be born soon. Thank you for the tech team. We're back on track. Which positions are we actually going to vote for? Now, we are going to elect, as you might know, 2 co-presidents out of 8 candidates for co-presidency, of whom 7 are here in this room with us today. We're going to elect 1 treasurer out of 4 candidates, 3 of whom are here with us in person. And we're going to elect 6 non-executive board members out of 18 candidates, 13 of whom are with us here today. In total, we're thus going to elect 9 new board members out of 30 candidates, 23 of whom are here today. And these are our candidates for the new European board. Now, a very subtle applause here in the front. Sure. Our candidates who have been working very hard together with probably many of you for this moment. Now, the astute observer might notice that there are actually 28 candidates here, while I spoke about 30 candidates on the previous slides. What could explain that difference? Now, indeed, as you might guess, some people are candidates for more than 1 board position. We have a program structured by candidate type, in which we have allocated most speaking time for the candidates types that arguably may have most impact on Volt, meaning that the co-presidents will per person have the most speaking time, the treasurers slightly less per person, and the non-executives slightly less per person. So that's the structure. Shall we start with the co-presidents? Shall we invite them to the stage? Give a warm welcome to our co-presidential candidates. Great to have you with us. Here you can see which slide I'm talking about, so you know, you don't have to turn around. I will show you the program that consists of 3 rounds of 25 minutes each. Now, our candidates know and have prepared for a 1-minute pitch on the long-term vision for Volt Europa. After that, they will interact with each other in a way that I will explain in a moment. In the second round, they will have a 1-minute pitch on their 3-year strategy for the European board. And again, after that, an interaction format, which I will explain in a moment. Finally, they will respond to a crisis scenario. So only in the first 2 rounds, there are pitches from candidates in which they step a little bit forward, and they will check the speaking time, which is monitored here, so you know. And they know how much time they have. And the final scenario, there is no pitches, only enacting a board meeting as if they're already a board member, or some of them are, actually. All right, let's go to the first part, which is the long-term vision. They've prepared a pitch for this, 1 by 1, on alphabetical order of their first name. They will step forward, do a pitch, check the time, step backward again, and they will actually listen carefully to each other, because afterwards we're going to do something very novel, we might say innovative, because they will have a debate about their visions for Volt, but they will also not just position themselves in terms of content, but they will also spatially position themselves on stage according to with whom they agree most. So if they really agree with another candidate, they will stand close to them. And if they maybe disagree with another candidate, they will stand a little bit further away from them, making it easier for us in the audience to understand where they are positioned vis-à-vis each other. I have instructed them about an hour ago. They were slightly puzzled, but I think they can make it work. So in a moment, the image of the first speaker will be on stage, on the screen, and the first person can step forward and give their pitch in 1 minute. Are you all ready?
Thank you. What is Volt? Volt is a movement, Volt is a community, or Volt is a political party? Think about it. I say Volt is first and foremost a political party that runs in elections to change the lives of Europeans. That's why we need to imagine 2040 and how Volt is going to get there and what we're going to do. Volt there needs to be having impact on the ground. And how do we get there? By speaking to emotions and speaking to the minds of people with simple core messages. That's why we need to be simple and on the ground. For you, elect Electra. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Continue. Oh. Pause the time, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Volt is the only party in the world that is fighting for the same progressive values in over 30 countries simultaneously. That is extraordinary. But we have not even come close to unleashing our full potential. So how do we do that? By uniting Volt to show Europe how to unite as a perfect proof of concept. By turning Volt into an election-winning machine with the passion and soul of a grassroots movement. I want us to win elections. Local, national, let us paint the European Parliament purple, but not just for the sake of it, but because I want peace and security, a livable planet, economies for everyone, democracies worth defending. My long-term vision for Volt? Hard work, community, the fight of our lives. Let us build the Volt that Europe needs and the Europe the world deserves. Thank you.
We stand for a federal Europe. But why do we stand for a federal Europe? Have you asked yourselves that? Some people in Brussels and some people across Europe think it's because we like bureaucracy and because we have a certain specific love for a blue flag. It's not that. We want a federal Europe because we believe that it's through us working together that we are going to feel safe in case of a war. We want a federal Europe because we know that only through joint economies do we have more prosperous lives. And we want a federal Europe because we believe that only through democracy can we live free lives. I want to make sure that Volt can live up to this potential, that our ideas that are great don't stay on paper, that they actually get implemented. I want to make sure that we elect our members so that we can do this. And I want to elect 23 MEPs from 7 different countries ahead of these European elections in 2029. Thank you.
So next candidate sent in a video because they cannot be here in person. So let's see if we can make the video start. I'll click slide. No audio.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Yes. Okay. People, everyone in this room knows one thing, and that's when 450 million Europeans unite, there's nothing we cannot do. Today, our leaders divide us. While Trump, Putin, and Xi carve up the world, where's Europe? While American tech bros decide what we see, what we think, what we feel, where's Europe? While energy prices skyrocket on the whims of autocrats, where is Europe? I say this cannot be. Our leaders seem to be content to sit back and watch and decide our future by someone else. But I say not, and you say not, because by being here, you opt for a different future, a European one. So I say, let's not look inside, but outside. Let us unite progressives across Europe and color Europe purple.
Everyone. I represent a country where it's so difficult to find and build trust. I represent a reality where it's so difficult to find opportunities for young people. I represent a country who is fighting to destroy an old system and build everything from the beginning. But let's think about how many young people and countries around Europe are in that situation. So that's why my vision for Volt is simple and realistic. Be a movement that is close to people. Be a movement that is close to young people. Be a movement that gives opportunity to all everywhere in Europe. And make a movement who is everywhere for everyone. Thank you very much.
May 2079. All across Europe, people are celebrating Europe Day as a bank holiday. The European Parliament is a real parliament. Volt Europa is a political European party. I want to make a long-term picture for us. Imagine to achieve that, we need a foundation of an active member base. Because in every election, the work is done on the ground. I want to focus for us on trust and unite us with trust and European identity. Thank you.
Hello? Perfect.
I want you to imagine Europe, what we could achieve concretely if we think long term. So for me, I'll share 3 things what I would like us to achieve. Number 1 is we need to be influential. We need to be able to talk to heads of state, to place our ideas, to civil society leaders, to make them believe what we want to achieve and to share our message. Number 2 is we need to have media visibility and be the reference for the European project. That helps our chapters by driving attention and growth and actually enables us to elect local, national deputies into parliaments. And number 3, the most important, I think, is we need to tell European stories. We need to make people believe again in the European project, because a lot of people have lost hope. And it's, if not us, who then can create a new European momentum and feeling that this is the right way we have to take as a society. And I always say, if we manage to get Europe into people's hearts, we will also arrive on the ballots of those people. And this is, for me, the main objective in the long-term future. Thank you.
Thank you for your pitches. Have you carefully listened to each other? Now, the first interactive assignment is a debate. And for a debate to be possible, to be able to persuade each other, it's first important to listen and understand each other, based on what you all just said now, but also based on your electoral programs that you probably have read from each other. So what we want our candidates to do in the next more or less 15 minutes is to figure out the differences and similarities between them through a debate and position themselves spatially according to who agrees with each other most. Is that clear? Then they have about 2 minutes speaking time per person, and they can use it however they want, in one go of 2 minutes, or 10 times 20 seconds or whatever, and it will be shown in front, so they know, so they all have equal speaking time. So this is a bit innovative, novel, and let's see how they do. So the time is yours. Please go. You can start to talk about the vision of long-term vision of Volt Europa and debate your visions with each other.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think we've had an amazing run in Cyprus. We did something unique. We had 4 people on that island. We had a movement and a party. With those 4 people on that island, we managed to connect, build trust, and create electability. Out of that trust building came Volt Cyprus. Those 3 entities formed into one Volt Cyprus, and they ran for the national elections just now, getting 3.1%. This is our way forward. Yeah, I see you in the back. Shout it out. This is our way forward. In this way, we can get the capacity to get elected on the national level. Because yes, we are a movement and we are elected on the local and regional level, but the next thing is the national level. Because then, only then, we can enact our real political promise. Influence on economy, influence on defense, influence on climate. If we do not do that, we will never have that opportunity.
Hello, hello. Perfect. So I think we have to make a fundamental decision here, which direction we want Volt Europa to take. For me, in the last 8 years, Volt Europa has been primarily an administrative organization, and I would like to become a political organization, because our biggest advantage as Volt is that we are pan-European. And in our founding documents, we always wanted to be a real pan-European political party, so not the technical thing, but something people understand, hey, they're doing politics on a European level. And for me, this could be our greatest advantage, because we are more or less the only one on the political spectrum and stage who could do this. So I think the key point is, do we want to continue focusing on administrative objectives and goals, or do we want to go towards a political direction and actually make people understand what Volt is about and what we want to achieve. Thank you.
So as I've understood, this is meant to be also a debate based on what we've heard just now. And I know these were just 60-second pitches, but we spent a lot of time in many calls listening to each other's programs over and over again. And there's so much that I agree with. There's so many incredible ideas I have heard. First of all, I'd like to point out we have 3 co-presidents here of smaller chapters that are bringing in so much force behind. This is something we need to focus on so much to actually develop out those chapters. But we can only do this if we really understand local realities. We need completely, yes, transparent, but collaborative decision making before it's too late. And then crystal clear information that connects instead of overwhelming. I have heard so much, hearing from Sven about your ideas with the ECIs, about involving more citizens. I love that. I think there's so much that we can do around that. We have heard so much about the UPP, which I know is a very controversial topic, but this is, I think, the end goal we agree on. In terms of how we get there, yes, this is a very deliberate, careful process where we need to make sure that everyone here feels involved, that yes, we want to unite across Europe, but we want to make sure that our values are crystal clear and aligned. There are some decisions that a leadership has to take quickly because sometimes the cost of an action is higher than a cost of an imperfect perfection. This is not one of those decisions. This is one where we have to be extremely deliberate because it is not necessarily as reversible. Thank you. Oh, sorry, just quickly, Sabrina, everything you say about how connecting to people, your story, your background, I find it deeply inspiring, and you're bringing such a human element of how we need to connect to people locally and understand that. So just huge, huge thank you to you as well.
Yeah, so I found it hard to position myself close to someone else because I have the feeling I'm sitting in the middle between everything. I want us to have a symbiotic relationship between the movement and the party because I believe we need both to really have an impact. The movement can sometimes have an easier impact, but the long-lasting impact is done on political debates in parliaments. So I believe we need to connect both. And I believe we are able to do that if we trust each other and if we stay connected to our human beings and to a European identity, which I believe we all share because we were all born in Europe.
Can I just say for a moment that what Sabrina said about trusting each other is very, very much important. And Grit also mentioned the UPP. Let's talk about this a little bit, because, I mean, most of us here have worked in some way or another about the UPP. And I think that this is what we need to change, how we see our members and how we involve our members. I am not at all convinced that just sitting in an office and contacting one or other small people who can have an impact can change the direction of the movement. We need to be involving people more. We need to have a triple structure where we discuss, where we decide, but where we also inform. And some things would have been solved if information was out there. I trust Ines. I trust Mels. I trust Sven, Grit. I trust everybody who worked on the UPP. Why? Because I worked with them. But for the rest of the movement, I think this was not the case because it didn't work with those people. Now, if we had been informed a little bit before, I think that would have solved so much of the trust issues and so much of how we go forward. So what I want to say with this is that me as a co-president, I will never, ever try and withhold information that can go our movement further.
I agree with all mostly, but From my experience, that I'm new involved and I'm leading a new chapter for more than a year. Maybe we can talk about also new chapters, okay? Because if we are thinking to grow Volt in every corner of Europe, how we are supposed to do that? We have to do that by strengthening our structures in every levels, by also training and also putting more attention in young leadership. How we are going to work with same values and same principles when we don't have young leadership, when we don't have strong leadership, when we don't have young people who trust in Volt and trust in our goals. So that's also have to be our two strong points when we have always to focus on. I also totally agree with Mel that we need also to strengthen our structures, but also to be more close to people around the Europe about every issue that is happening right now, but it's all because everything is about us. Everything is about us, as about people in Europe that lives in any country, not important if they are in EU or not in EU. Everything that happens affects every one of us. So thank you very much.
Look, I'm going to be very, very honest with you guys. I think all here on stage are people who talk very well, but I don't think talking will be enough for us to succeed. And I think that if we do not move forward, it's going to be extremely complicated for us. So I want to make sure that we do while we have the political headwinds. Where we have the political winds blowing in our favor. Because right now, not headwinds, because headwinds is when you're like cycling against you. No, but so I want to make sure that we use this opportunity, right? We now have a geopolitical time where our ideas are more relevant than they've ever been. This is the moment where we can shine. We need to take this opportunity for 29. But I know, and I've seen in your faces, because a lot of you put so much effort into this movement. I saw you do so much. And sometimes it feels like we're not progressing towards the objective. But I want to tell you, not with toxic positivity, but with honest words, this is possible. But it's possible because we have people with brilliant political minds in our party, and we have people who understand the realities. They understand what is going on in their countries, in their cities, in their continent. And I want to make sure that we match these people so we can create the best strategies so we can actually elect our 23 MEPs from 7 different countries. And this cannot be done just by Dutch and Germans. I'm sorry, we need everyone on board. So, consider voting for someone who's led a national chapter. Consider voting for someone who's been working in Volt for 5 years. I organized our Moonshot program. I coordinated almost 2,000 Volters in creating this amazing program that we all stood for in 24. I can lead us there. Thank you.
I would like to add to what Marina said about new chapters. I believe it's not only new chapters, but also new teams in an already existing chapter who need the basic structures to start. And even in Germany, which is considered a big chapter, we have rural areas. I've been running tries in a rural area where basically was my team. I was the one running as candidate. I was putting up the posters. I was doing the flyering, and I was doing the social media. So everybody, every chapter and every team needs an active team on the ground to support us if we really want to grow. It doesn't matter if it's a new chapter, a small chapter, or a big chapter. We need to unite and challenge these ground principles now.
Okay, I want to rebound on a few things. So I believe it's very important. I always say we need to show how united in diversity actually works. We need to be a space where we can have nuanced debates, where we can have hard debates, but where we can also accept different opinions to exist. And I think this is one thing where we can also show and give an example to society in general. So I agree with Electra, we need to be transparent and we need to build the spaces where we can have actual debates within Volt. I also agree a lot with Marina, because I've just started Volt in Slovenia with our team. And I heard it a lot on my tour from small teams. They're more or less in the same situation, and we can provide the structures Volt Europa to take the next step. And so I believe it's super important. We should make leaps forward in Germany and the Netherlands, but we have so much potential in the small chapters to take them from a seed stage to really becoming political parties and have an effect. And I want to focus also on this. We need to be a political power in 27 countries. Let's work on that.
There's one word I have not heard here before. That's probably because it sounds overused, but professionalization. It does not cancel our grassroots movement. If anything, this enables you. This prevents burnout. If we give you the right structures and what you need, this will help. Thank you.
So I heard before that we need to do something about new chapters. Let's use political opportunities in countries such as Iceland, that is going to have a referendum about joining the EU soon, and create those new chapters actively. Who has time?
Well, yes. Well, let me then come back to some of these things. Because what we did in the last term was decide, okay, we have not finite amount of resources. So we chose to focus. We chose to focus on some countries and decide, okay, we're going to fundraise for them, we're going to support them, and we're going to build that electability. That is how you do it. And that's also why the EUPP is so good. Now, for that, it is also important that we all get a say in that. This is also why in the last term, we revamped and take a look at our statutes. And we democratized the European level. Because one thing is clear. Europe is built on national laws, which makes it very difficult for us to unite. So let's continue that fight. Let's democratize further. And that is what I will do.
Yeah, so I want to add something at the end because we're always coming to the end. I think the new board needs to be our navigation system. All of you have different directions. All of you are setting the directions, and we need the board to be the navigation system that prioritizes these directions and set us on a united path to success. Thank you.
If you want, you can speak more, Marina.
Well, I didn't hear anything about the decision-making process. And if we're talking about a new chapter, again, we need also to give the opportunity to be represented in the decision-making, because this is the way how they will feel represented and how they will be feeling part of it, how they will be feeling part of the Europe, how they will contribute with their experience, with their strugglings, with their way of doing politics in Europe, because it's the change between countries and the way they do politics is not about people and how much they experience and background they have. It's just about their old system. And with Volt, we have to destroy the old system. Yeah, if you're done, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay. Thank you very much for this first round. And let's see, has anybody moved position?
We got closer together.
You got closer together. Heartwarming, heartwarming. Let's see what happens in the next round. So, to this next 25 minutes, we will speak about their candidates' ideas for a 3-year strategy for for the Volt board. So the 3-year strategy for the Volt board. And we will again have 1-minute pitches on alphabetical order by the first name of the candidates. And then we will form coalitions. I will explain more about that later. But again, it's important to listen to each other's pitches, and then they will group themselves into 1 or 7 or somewhere in between amount of groups, and gave statements about the synergy of their coalitions. But we'll see that later. Are you ready for the first speaker? Okay.
What are we? We are federalists, and we say that we lead by example. So let's lead by example and be the Europe that we want, both internally and externally. So internally, let's work more like that Europe that we want, with a unified voice, and the structures that we have internally should reflect that. Externally, we should work for that federalist group in the European Parliament that requires the 23 MEPs from 7 different countries, but we need to go there in a realistic way. How we do that? I've run the numbers. We can double our MEPs come 2029, and with the right alliances and synergies with other federalist forces, we can really create a group that will shake up Europe in 2029.
Three years, 3 priorities. First, our people. We're burning out the volunteers who have built this movement. As a psychologist and a communications leader, I know how to stop this. Information that connects instead of overwhelming, building belonging, recognition. Second, connect what is fragmented. Incredible work is happening across Volt in complete isolation. My team is already working on this, connecting local teams to elected officials, to MEPs, to policy, to communities, to each other. We are better together. Third, win elections. 2029 is our European North Star. We win by understanding local realities on the ground and connecting them to the bigger European picture. By 2029, we should do more than win. We should deliver the change that we set out to create. We have proven we can exist. Now we need to prove we can lead.
I was actually really looking forward to this part of the presentations because before we were talking about the long-term vision of Volt, and I told you how I want to make sure that we put our ideas into practice, that we change people's lives. Now I want to tell you how we can do it in the next 3 years. We already talked about the European group in the European Parliament, 23 MEPs. To do that, the countries need strategies. This is what we're lacking because we have the manpower, we have the flyers, we have the posters, we have the money. We need the people to have the best strategies so that we know confidently when we go on the streets that what we're talking about is the things that are going to turn the votes to us, okay? The second thing is that these people who are representing us, they need preparation. I want to create an academy that is more than just leadership, that's candidate preparation, so we know how to campaign and we know when we're in office how to create change. And finally, I want to make sure that all of the teams in Volt are working together and that the effort of our volunteers is seen. Thank you.
One more video. Without sound. Mels.
It's on. Okay, I told you about the EPP, and I actually want to come back to that. Surprise, surprise. Because last year we were in a rush. We were forced to move quickly. This year, we will have more time. Because with Cyprus not happening, we will have the whole year towards next year to take a look at all the details. Look at different strategies. Look at membership participation. Look at the different ways we want to shape this all together. Because coming back to that challenge that we face, structuring something European in a Europe made of nation states is a challenge we can only fix together. So I want to talk to the people who are doubtful of this project. This is our European future. This is our European political opportunity. Next year and this year, we can take the time to go over every detail. And I am committed to that, doing that together with you.
Okay. We are talking about the long-term vision for 2029 and etc. But we cannot go outside and board new members, but on the other side, we lost members, our members. So sometimes we also need to focus and strengthen our structure that has to be with the trust with our members that work every day, in every chapter, in every level. So let's strong this trust, first of all, with our structures. And also focusing on new leadership, as I said before, because it's very important, because young people need to be and to feel involved every time in all levels. And needs to be valued for what they do and for what they contribute involved. And secondly, expand more by progressive parts, by partnerships, and by being everywhere, in every chapter, in every corner, when it's about caring and thinking solution and real actions. So thank you.
My 3-year vision is build, fund, elect. So first, I want to focus on building an active membership base and give everyone the starting kit we need to kick off new teams, to enable our teams to be active on the ground. I want to do objective key results with every chapter to have a clear vision what they can do. I want this to be visible for all members. And also I want to have as a visibility and transparency on all information that are currently going on. Second, I want us to focus on fundraising. We need to fund as much fundraising as possible, because at the moment we are always behind on fundraising because the other parties always have a lot more, and we need to close that back. And third, I want us to get elected at as most possible elections. I want us to be active in every election and always aim to win. Thank you.
So my 3-year vision has 2 aspects, internal and external. Internal is the feedback which I got on my tour through 31 countries. We need to connect more. People don't know other people. Teams don't know other teams. We need to share information up and down so everybody knows what everybody is doing and can use it as an advantage. And we need to build a structure to scale, because for me, Volt is in the seed stage. And if we want to grow in its growth phase, we actually need to structures to handle not 40, but maybe 50 or 60,000 members. The outward focusing part, I only talk about my main project. You already mentioned it, Grit. I would like us to mobilize 1 million citizens on a mailing list to mass file European citizen initiatives, because it will give our MEPs legal initiative. It will allow us to file our Moonshot program, which went a lot of work of volunteers in, and it will give us 2 years to mobilize our voter base. If we cannot mobilize 1 million people, it will be difficult in 2029. If we can also mobilize 2, 3, or 4 million and go with momentum in the European elections. Thank you.
Thank you for your pitches. Now another experiment, another novelty in terms of format. Our candidates have listened to each other's pitches for strategy, and they will get a couple of minutes now to form coalitions with the people they agree with most. So let's see if they will emerge as one single coalition or multiple coalitions. And once they have coalitions, they get about 1 minute speaking time to explain the synergies between them, but also the trade-offs they have to make to join this coalition. So if you're ready, then you can start forming coalitions.
Well, Electra, come here.
Sorry, do we talk to each other during
You,
this?
you
or-
can lower the microphone if you want during the coalition forming, and once you have it, you can use it again. Yeah, can you turn all the sound of all speakers off for a moment, please?
Okay. We have a problem.
Collision with you because
1 minute
we are
speaking
quite
time per
opposite.
person.
No, yeah, okay. We agree. We just said we really like the ECI idea. I have to say though, the first thing that you learn as a board member is that resources are not something you have in abundance. So mass filing, I think, is a challenge, but I think it's a good idea to start and see how we can build that out. On the EUPP, we agree as well. But I think there is also a little bit of a difference here. For me, that urgency is super, super high. I did not hear that, to be honest, with every one of you. We do not have finite amount of time. 2029 is around the corner. And in 2029, we need to have to make the first steps. And here I agree again, because we spoke about it. From 5 to 10, I want to double our number in the European Parliament. I know that's not ambitious enough for some of us, because they want to jump to 23 in one go.
Do we have more time?
1 minute per person.
1 minute. All right, let's talk about the things we agree with and the things we disagree with. Yes, I'm on the club, the ones that are much more ambitious. I think it's possible to get 23 MEPs from Volt, okay? And I want to work for that. Now, the things that we agree with, I got to say, Electra and I have very similar programs on how we're going to get there. And I want to say we need to pick up momentum from real political wins across Europe. This is what we're missing, but many people here talked about that. So this is because Volt has finally realized what we have been missing, and it's this, okay? So I'm gonna save my last seconds to say thank you for all of you, because it's an honor to be here in front of you, talking about these ideas, making sure that everybody understands that the party is about to change. We're about to take a real leap towards the future. So again, thank you all for your time, and don't forget to vote. Thank you.
Yeah, so first, I'm sorry because we kind of missed the assignment, I guess. I understood we should form groups. So I'm just going to tell you what my intention was. I wanted to form a group with Ines because I believe we have on some things quite the opposite opinion. Like she says, we have the people. I don't think we have the people. And I think if we would be forced to work together, we would force to find the best content to move us forward. And that's what I would see as a big synergy. And the trade-off, if you have on the opposite, it might take a long time to find a consent, and that could be time-consuming. So luckily, there would be always more members than just 2 on the board to find a faster way to a consent. Thank you.
I know something for sure, that after the election, whoever wins or something, we know that we all share the same vision, because if you listen to us, we have shared the same vision for Volt Europa, because we have checked the same struggles, the same difficulties, and the same necessities that Volt has. So with the structure, young leadership, 2029, the election and the future. So thank you very much. And I'm very happy that I'm sharing this campaign with you all. Thank you.
So one thing that we just apparently agreed on is internal organization. And I get asked a lot, like political leadership or organizational leadership. Well, I think actually creating the organization, becoming who we are, a real pan-European party, is inherently political. Before writing a single word of my electoral program, I had over 50 conversations with you across chapters. What I consistently hear is, great work, I have a great local team, but we're not actually connected to the European identity. Yes, sometimes we try to make our campaign European, but it's more about adding the word in. But in the end, it's just we don't have the right resources, and so we actually just do it ourselves. It's easier to do it from scratch. This should not be the case. Our identity of a progressive pan-European party is our unique selling point. This is how we get voters. This is how we win. This is how we don't stagnate. We show them that we can actually do this. So for that, we need to build the right structures, connections. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. The internal side is super important, but I always say an organization is a living thing almost. It will grow, and there will always be a need to organize. So we cannot not do it, but we also need to focus externally. So I'm also in the camp ambitious. For me, it's also important if we have a strategy and a way to get our group in the European Parliament. I will not advocate for this because no elector cares. But what I want to say, and this is also part of my program, I would like to do a primary for the European presidential, for the European presidents, because I think we did a first step with our symbolic internal election, but we need to get citizens interested in who becomes the follow-up of Ursula von der Leyen. And by doing a primary, ideally with political celebrities, for example, Thomas Albert Ilves from Estonia, who could pull a list in Estonia to get us a few MEPs, finding other people where you need a network for, and actually competing in as many countries as possible, we can achieve this goal. Thank you.
Let me just say that we have amazing people that can work across countries, and we need to be supporting the chapters that we have. The board should be there to proactively support the chapters in growing, in building electability, and building the connections they require on the ground. So this means that across our chapters, we need to be going there as the board, and we need to be supporting with our networks that we build on the European level so that we can have tangible outcome on the ground. So this is what I would like to see more from the new co-presidents, and that's why I'm running.
Thank you for this coalition round. And I see some subtle movements here and maybe some color coordination going on. With that, we go to our final round. Now, this is a crisis scenario which I will present to our candidates in a few moments. And after that, they will enact as if they are a board. You are all together board members in this scenario. And you will discuss live with us watching what the board should do and divide roles for next steps. Any questions? Let's go to the scenario. There are 3 slides. This is the first slide, and take a moment to read it for yourselves.
Wow.
Wow.
Journalists frame this as revolt, pun intended, against European leadership, against you. Okay, next slide. Next. And finally, your task. This is the last slide. I will leave this on.
Okay.
So in this final section, we have not discussed about keeping time. We want you to organize yourselves in such a way that every voice is accurately heard. I will not intervene unless things escalate.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
The information at the beginning, is this all we received, or is there more and we just assume what's in there, or is this the scenario? That's all we got?
This is all you have to work with.
Got it. Thanks.
Fantastic.
Good. If there's any other question,
Can
please
we
let
get
me
some
know.
chairs because my feet hurt?
Oh, your microphones are on. Okay.
Sure. What do you want to say?
They're already starting. Go ahead.
Okay.
Timing.
Hello,
20 minutes is now.
Let's make a U.
Yeah, let's make a little half circle. Good day, everyone. We are here online in our very cozy Google Meet, like always. Sadly, American tech, but let's work on that in the future. We got an email, well, actually an official letter of 4 big chapters, representing 40% of our member base. They have a few issues with our leadership.
Previous slide.
Can we get the issues back on the screen? Volt Europa is becoming too centralized, too ideological, and insufficiently so. This is a tongue twister. Insufficiently responsive to national realities. So, I want to ask you all what you are reading here, because I'm reading here something very clearly.
So I can go ahead. I think it's, and I would focus like what do we communicate to the outside? I think it's important to say, in my opinion, united in diversity means we will not always agree. And there's also a constant, I'd say, tug of war between a European and a national level on competences, on information. And we would, in my opinion, should frame this as it's normal to happen that we have disagreements. Maybe it's not normal that they come to the outside, but we always discuss united in diversity means different opinions, and we need to find common ground. And this can also be not a smooth ride, but also a rocky ride. And so we should make the public understand it's normal, in my opinion.
I think. Yes, I agree with you, but also we need to be transparent and fair with the people who have sent this letter. So we need also to make investigation and checking why this happens for this chapter, why this happens, why are they thinking this way, what we did wrong or what we didn't do for that they're thinking in this way. And then we can go with this declaration saying that it's normal, it's absolutely normal. We will always will have complaints and everything, but also we need to check what we are doing wrong or what we are doing so we can fix for the future and be transparent also with this part of chapters who don't agree with what we are doing.
Yeah, I want to compliment on what you said, because now we have 2 urgencies. We need to speak with the people who signed this letter, but we also need to react to the media.
Yep.
And the question that I have for all of you is, how are we going to prioritize these 2 tasks? Because each time that we don't react publicly in the media is credibility that we are losing with our voters. But also, if we react without speaking with those that signed the letter, we are leaving people behind.
But I think there's a pragmatic way to do both at the same time. We can issue a statement that we are grateful that they brought up this issue and that we are setting up a meeting with the country council and especially with the chapters who started this issuing, because we always are open for criticism and we want to improve ourselves. So that is an easy first statement we can give out, and on the same line we can start the communication with the chapters to find out what are the core issues that have concerned them so much that they made an open letter.
Couldn't agree more, Sabrina. I think, Marina, what you said, absolutely. First, we need to genuinely understand the issue. I mean, we just got, okay, 4 words, what is really behind it? So I like your idea. I think immediately emergency meeting with the country council. 40%, that is extremely concerning. And I fully agree, we need to be careful with the media. Yes, we need to respond quickly, but not too quickly, because we can't respond if it's not a collaborative decision-making. We need to understand the context from the chapters. Let's really hear what they say. Then yes, respond publicly very carefully. But our main focus, of course, should be on how do we tackle this?
Can I just say that how we respond quickly should not be directly what brings the solution to it, but rather we can say that, hey, we have engaged already with the chapters and we're trying to handle this internally. This can go out very quickly and already like be on the forefront that, hey, we're responding to this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It should be the second part of a public statement where we say, okay, we are aware of the diversity of opinions and we started to listen to our chapters. For me, another aspect is, why was it escalated without first negotiating? Yeah. So we should also think, what could we have done wrong in communicating better? And should we have like a security system which flags those issues before? Like, for example, why was this not made a topic in the country council? So we should also think organizationally, where are there shortcomings which we need to address?
Okay, good. So if I summarize, I hear a few things. We're going to have a conversation with these countries. We will set up a task force among us for that. We will get together with our PR team to create a first response. But before all of that happens, I want to take us back a notch. I want to take a look at content-wise what their problem is. Because we have a charter, we have values, we have a basic of operation. And that means that we will have differences, but that we have to stick to the core, because we have a core identity that we need to protect throughout Europe. And that means sometimes that is difficult. That is, of course, here in this letter also a thing. So national realities. We have to cater to them because Europe is made up of national realities. It's made up of nation states, nation identities, but still we are a European party. So I ask you, as leadership, how do we protect that European identity at the same time while catering to national realities?
So a question on timing. If we have only 30 minutes left in our meeting, maybe we should first divide the tasks that we are going to do and then discuss further. So who gets in touch with the PR team, who gets in contact with the chapters?
I would still feel like we need to talk a bit more before we do that. But I understand, yes, we very much need to separate the tasks.
Let's go to 10 minutes. And
let's speak a bit more, because I feel like I'm not ready to do that step yet.
No. And I want to add one thing. This is 40%. I want to hear from that other 60% how they feel and how they look at these things. It's not only about this group, it's about the whole core identity and the collective that we are responsible here for.
But they are all in the country council, right?
Yes, but they're not a part of this initiative, and I want to know why.
So maybe emergency country council meeting first step.
Yes.
Does everybody know what a country council is? Can you raise your hands if you know what it is?
Perfect.
Wow, great. It's where all the co-presidents of the different chapters sit.
And where this should also probably have surfaced before it going public.
But maybe we need to understand why they didn't surface before as well.
Yes.
So I think from across the conversation, I'm also hearing a lot of the same. Can we first of all agree that we want to, as elector proposed, first create like an emergency communication, or should we also first talk to the country council about that? Not obviously with the solution, but as you mentioned that we are responding to this to get ahead of it? Or should we first assess the situation? What do you guys think?
Shooting in the dark looks like a bad idea for me. I want to assess it first, if I can take a position here. I would like to speak with the country council, and I want one-on-one talks to hear them out. And on the basis of that, the co-presidents can take a position and create a press release with our PR team. At the same time, I want to create a task force to talk with every one of those. So you are all responsible for your countries. Let's see who is going to do what conversation, but it always has to be that one of the co-presidents will join you in that conversation. Next to that, I also want to take a look at all the countries that are not in this initiative, so that within these 3 actions, we cover all of the above.
But I think first step 0 in all of this situation, let's all pick up our phones and call the co-presidents of these chapters because we have good relationships with them. We've been with them, so we can speak with them. Let's do this before we do the first emergency thing that we suggested, and then let's meet with the whole of the country council, and then let's create the task forces.
And I think it would be good if the country council would back a public statement, so we can also say, hey, even if 40% don't agree, 60% agree with a public statement. So we also have a bit of a backing from chapters that what we want to propose as a first communication is also sufficiently supported by chapters.
Do you guys think there is a way we can also reach members and understand the situation beyond the country council? What if our country council sits in the 60%? What if they're not the ones actually also understanding the situation? Maybe it came to them as a surprise, just like it did to us.
You mean the 60% who disagree with the statement?
Yes.
Yes.
So these 40% of members, like right now, we're fully relying on the country council to give us context to make this decision. And of course, they have a certain authority, but what if they're not the ones also signing this? How do we really understand what our members are thinking, the ones that actually signed it? Do you guys have any thoughts on how we could reach them? Is there some kind of a polling or some way we can really get realities from the teams as well, not just the country council?
But doesn't the scenario imply that the leadership of the country signed it? Can I see the scenario again, please? Scenario again, please? Just says chapters, inconclusive, okay.
But usually if a whole chapter jointly signed something, it comes through the leadership.
Yeah.
So they should be on the country council knowing where the issues comes from their members.
So should we define the roles, since we're under 10 minutes? What roles do we have?
Yeah.
All right, I'm start calling people right away.
I think it should be delicate. I think it should be delicate how we handle the chapters that have signed this.
Yes.
Yes.
And the people who have the best relations with them should call them, first of all, because they can get we can get a much understanding of what they think and how we can integrate it better inside.
And if we call them the same person, then nobody will speak to anyone. If everyone calls the same person, nobody speak with anyone because we are all just dialing.
Okay.
Agree. So maybe before we call people, we divide who we are calling. Sabrina, I think really good point. And potentially we can also first align on a narrative, right? If we are having these conversations, we're going in all different elections. Obviously, I think we all agree that we're taking this extremely seriously. Is there any other points that you think we should all be mentioning in these calls that we are taking?
That we appreciate the feedback.
Okay.
Okay, people, I think I want to bring us to an action plan. To also capture the audience a little bit in that sense. I think we need to do a few things. We need to have those conversations. I think we can allocate amongst ourselves who is going to speak with the countries. We have a PR team with us who can work with us, with the co-presidents on a first response. We will not have a content-based response because first we're going to have a conversation with those countries of this letter. Based on that, we will also have conversations with the other 60% and get a feel on where the problems are and where the problems lie.
Yeah.
What we're also going to do is check if it is in line with our values, our charters, and our principles, and our policies. Based on that, we have a way forward, and we can enact.
I wanted to say something regarding your narrative. I think in these calls, it's extremely important that we start by listening, because most of the problems are probably because we weren't listening to them before, I assume.
Fully agree.
And after we listen to them, I think it's important that we say, all of us, that we are open to discussing this further, and we are open to having a serious conversation about what is going on and how we can do this together. And I like here that our priority was, let's unite internally. Let's make sure that we solve the problem before we face the public, because then we can do it united.
Yes.
Okay.
And let's make sure we don't point fingers.
No.
Yes, exactly.
So people, it was a very pleasant meeting in that sense. Very nice to work together with you. Very nice that we have an action plan to take us forward. So thank you to the audience for being with us in this Google Meet. And I think we can close it.
Can I suggest we invest in some chairs for the next
Yes.
meeting?
My feet.
Thank you for being so fast in this board meeting in only 13 minutes for such a complex scenario. This is the end of the presentations of our candidates for co-presidency. This is also the longest round, so the next rounds will be a lot shorter. So we believe that co-presidents need a lot of stamina, and you have demonstrated that for us. So we thank you very much and wish you all the best in these elections. Thank you to our co-presidential candidates.
Yes, let's take a picture. Oh, photo. Woo! Memories.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our first round out of 3, and by far the longest, and the most diverse round. We will go to a much briefer round with much fewer candidates for treasurer. And let's see if they're ready. These are our candidates for the treasurer. And please welcome them to the stage, our treasurer candidates.
So
we need some microphones here, please. Thank you very much. We have 2 rounds, as you know, for the treasurers. First, they pitch their vision and strategy for Volt. And secondly, we have a brief crisis scenario. And we will go again on alphabetical order on your first name. Are you ready for your 1-minute pitch? Yeah. Try. Turn it on. Turn it on. On. Up.
And hello, I'm Adrien. I'm the former treasurer and then co-president of Volt France. And I want to take this few words to explain you why I'm running for treasurer. First of all, before consider anything, I take hours to talk with Mels and Christophe to really understand what the job is about. Then I collect my thought to make, from my 7 years of experience in Volt, a program that you can read on my website, adriencorpus.com. And what I realize is that this job is mainly about handling administrative things that I did in Volt France, of course, with more zero on the budget. But I also have a clear vision on how to improve Volt Europa on key issues, participation, internal communication, and burnout prevention. And we need to lead by example on this issue. So please vote for me.
Good day, Bratislava. So here on stage, hi everyone. So here on stage you have 3 candidates and we have many things in common. We all speak French, we are all tall and handsome, but let me tell you that we are even very grateful for all your membership fee because otherwise there will be no budget to run. So thank you for that. But thank you. I also have a plan. I have a plan. I'm Alberto Spata and I'm running to be your next treasurer because I believe that we need concrete scenario to build a Euro political party because we need to step up our game. Towards the European election of 2029, we cannot be just an experiment that failed. We need to move forward and to say that we are here to stay. That's why you're not voting just for a treasurer, you're voting also for a board member. And that's what I want to stand for. A treasurer that is also a team player because we need to win together.
Hi, I'm Christoph. I'm the current treasurer of Volt. And for the last 15 years, I built a career in transforming and building companies. And for the last 8 years, that's also what I've been doing at Volt. And I'm very proud of the results that we set up. We 6x our revenue. We grew the team to 60 members. And we are now having a runway, so the liquidity, the cash on the bank, for 12 months, which means that we are in pole position for the elections in 2029. And this upward trajectory is also what I want to bring to my next term. We want to continue building. We want to continue growing. We want to continue making Volt great in Windows 2029 elections. I think as treasurer, you have to be a good operator. You have to be strategic and you have to operate. You build the organizational muscle of our organization. You don't have to be political. For that, we have 2 co-presidents. But really understanding what makes our organization tick is what makes a good treasurer. And I think I've proven that in the past.
And we have a video for our next candidate.
Hi, everyone. I really wish I could be here with you today, but I am in Indonesia working on food security and financialization with various funders and indigenous communities. It's the kind of work that reminds me that real social change only happens when the right resources reach the right people. I am Yara Sritzanu. I'm one of the co-founders of Volt. I've already served 2 terms as Volt Europa treasurer, and now I'm running for a 3rd because I believe we could do it better. Indeed, Volt has made real progress, but that progress is not reaching the chapters, and that gap is the problem. Everyone talks about electability, but electability comes from governance, from the kind of policy priorities we choose, from how we allocate our resources, and how we make our decisions. In Romania, we have built Volt from scratch, and now we have 9 locally elected councillors. I know what it feels like to do this without enough support. So when you vote today, ask yourself a simple question. Is Volt on the right track? Because if it was, we would have more than 2 successful chapters. I'm asking for your vote in order to change that, because I believe every chapter deserves.
Time is time. Oh, excuse me. Well, thank you for your pitches, and we will move now to the crisis scenario. You have already seen a little bit how it works with the candidates for the co-presidency, and there will be a different scenario for you with the same format. So I will explain it, and then you will enact a board meeting in which you are all equal, discuss what to do next, and divide roles. You have 1 more slide than the previous session because your scenario is slightly more complex. Oh, this is the first of 2 scenario slides. Yes, Christoph? Any questions about the scenario so far?
You mentioned that there are no formal conditions, but there are also no informal conditions, just to clarify and double check.
Nothing explicit.
Nothing explicit, okay.
Okay, we can always go back to the slides during your board meeting. Your roles. All right. And finally, your task. So let's see, we have 10 minutes for this scenario. 15 minutes, pardon, but 15 minutes. Let's see how you do. Any questions before you start? Any questions before you start? Have a good board meeting.
Thanks. Thank you. So,
we have to mic ourselves.
You have to use your own mic, yes.
Yeah, okay.
For some secret deal.
So, to start, I think this is a nice offer because we need, obviously, the money. Unfortunately, I hear that there is controversy about this person. So I think that the best way to manage this is to communicate to the member and have an informal vote on how do we handle this situation, especially if there is another option with members that want to raise funds. That can be very interesting.
I think that's a fair point. But maybe before we already go to the decision, maybe we should, because it's not formal, there's no formal investigation, nothing done, right? So I think if we look at the donor, we have a good integrity team, we have an integrity commission. Why don't we have an ex ante research to see if the allegations are true?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe also that it can be a scenario that we can use also to not find ourselves in a similar situation in the future. So maybe let's have a little more time to listen to the members, but also to have a clear structure on conflict of interest, etc. Because maybe there is something more than just some weird or uncomfortable comments.
Thank you.
So we know how to act, because I believe that our chapter have very often the situation in which someone chip in.
Briefly interrupt. I was just mentioned by somebody in the audience that there's a lot of sound on that side of the room that it makes it very difficult to hear people. So could you please keep it a little bit down on that side of the room? Thank you very much. My apologies, please continue.
No problem.
So what's the next step? Do we gather a lot of members? What do we do? I think that with a newsletter that is big weekly, like I propose, we can inform members easier and make sure that everyone understand and have an overview of what's going on. And on this issue, what we have to communicate is the trade-off, saying, yes, there is this possibility, but if we don't agree, what is going to happen? And then I think in the next board meeting, we need, with other part of the board, we need to discuss about what will be the trade-off if we don't have this finance, so we can share it to the members.
Yes, still, I think that the newsletter is a little bit like a mid-path before we should do some other step, as I was mentioning, like collecting more information to see if there are other controversies. Also to have a clear timeline, because once it's out in the open, is in your newsletter, people want a solution.
Yeah, I think that's exactly true, because before we send out a newsletter, that means we already decide that we potentially want to take the donation. I think first we need to make the decision whether we want to make the donation and or not, and that we need to make with the whole board, not just with the executive team, but also the non-executives. And it's a shared responsibility. And before we need to make that decision, we need to have an informed process, and that means talking to the members. It means gathering information. And as I said, I think the integrity team needs to play a role in this and advise the board how they look at the member and how they look at the allegations that are made and the controversies that exist.
I have to disagree with you. I don't think that we need to take the decision before asking the member what they think. I think it should be, we need to have a discussion about the trade-off if we don't have the finance, to explain to the member what's going on if they say no. But the final decision should be the member. And it can be a newsletter, but we can have an informal online discussion and also a vote on it, and then we can decide. And maybe the vote is not a yes/no question, but a multiple choice question with maybe some do you agree, deeply agree, kind of disagree, or really disagree with the different proposition.
because my agenda is free for the day. Let's no, I'm joking. No, let's jump to one part that you were saying that is interesting, like presenting scenario. I have a different perspective on internal democracy. I think that you have to arrive with some scenario, and you were saying the same. So maybe let's work on what we present to the members more than the timeline and specifically what we put on the table. I don't know if you see in the same way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's always good to have those scenarios. I think we always think in scenarios. We always make the trade-off between risk and return. And I think that's also the good role of the treasurer. And then, of course, once we go through that process, it's also about documenting that agreement, right? And I think I also really feel that if the board decides to go with the donation and the members support it, that we then also have that contract, right? And we make it very explicitly what the donor can expect, but more importantly, what they cannot expect.
Yeah, so who starts maybe to draft like a letter of intention, letter of agreement between this board, this member, Vault member, and the board for the donation, and maybe also have more than one draft to consider. Maybe it can be like a recurrent donation, so we see how he acts, if he use the money to blackmail, or it can be like a lower amount of what he proposed, if it is affordable in the budget, of course. We would like to create like a working group on this.
Yeah, as treasurer, of course, we have to manage the finance and give the scenario. But I think this decision have to be made in the board. So I think we can propose this scenario to the other non-executive board members and ask if they agree with this vision.
Absolutely.
But maybe think about a few different scenarios first on what need to go if we don't have the finance. And so we can have an understanding with all the consequences. But it has to be a responsibility we share with board members and members. So if we take a decision, nobody is going to say, hey, you should have done this. Yeah, but we take a decision together.
Absolutely.
So you're ready to draft a
100%
agreement? Okay, thank you.
Wouldn't be my first.
Do we need more time?
Have you just subdivided tasks? Okay. Thank you very much for this public board meeting. And please give a warm hand to our candidates for the treasurer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So for our next round, we need our candidates for the non-executive office. And some of them have not presented themselves yet at the backstage. So please come to the stage now. We will need microphones we have 4 microphones, I believe. So not everyone will be hooked up. They will share microphones. And let's see how they're doing backstage.
Yeah. We have 4 microphones for all of you to share. Okay.
And we will have the last stretch of time for our non-executives. And we're running really well on time, so that's good about this setup. And let's wait a moment for them to prepare. I'd like to have a sign when they are ready to go on, if possible. Yeah. Okay. Here they are, our candidates for non-executive board member. I think we are still missing 1 or 2. We should have 13 candidates here in person. And Rodula is joining us now as well. Welcome. And some of the candidates are not present, as you understand, and some of them have sent in videos. So welcome to this final stretch of our election presentations. Let's go to the program overview. As you know, you will pitch for 1 minute about how you want and how you want to contribute to in Volt and the board. After that, we will have a round that you have seen before, which is forming coalitions and coming up with a statement on your synergy and the trade-offs, like you've seen with the co-presidential board members. You will pitch, as you know, for 1 minute in alphabetical order, based on first name. Are you ready for the first pitch? Yeah. Microphone.
1, 2. I'm Bill, and I'm co-leader of Volt France Communications, and my candidacy is all about the communication machine, the content management machine that we need to take all of our Volt content and make it available to all of us. It's really important, I think, that we speak with one voice, clearly united in all our languages. I know a bit about this because I've done it for big brands like IBM, in big agencies, and in small marketing companies before Google and Meta came to eat my lunch. As a board member, I would really like to use this skill to help us achieve our Shine 29 target. And in order to do that, we have to be sure that all of us can use all of our content in all of our languages. Now, this is not rocket science. It might cost some money, though. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And as you've seen, there is a timer there that will help you speak within 1 minute.
Hello, I'm Carlo Federico De Simon, and I'm what some might call a physicist, as well as a proponent of analytical and philosophical thought, and politics as an intensely human activity. If you care about Volt as a grassroots movement, I might be a candidate for you. As part of the German integrity team, I had insight into the internal trauma that the JDA and IRA definition had. I know how to communicate with de-escalation in mind and recognize friction before it becomes catastrophic. I'm able to offer a neutral and approachable ground, while also being able to express my stances directly and clearly. In the same way, I will not hold back on criticism, and I'm able to take it just as well, which I think is a key aspect for non-executive roles. On a personal note, take the next hours to ask us hard questions and listen to our answers critically.
Hey, I'm Chanuk Yoon. I joined Volt last year, and within 5 months, we built a local team and won 5.4%. On European level, I'm working in automotive since 30 years for American, European, Korean, and Chinese companies. Today, Europe is losing ground on what matters. I see an economy that stands up to the threat of America and China. I see a democracy that stands up against the chaos in social media. And I see an army that stands up to any threat. As a board member, I will contribute. Yes, I know. I will contribute a lot. Okay. I will contribute and I will make us more visible in Gangnam Style.
So is this the video of Mihaela? No, there is no video of Mihaela, just one. So we will not share the same video again, but she was candidate for treasurer and also for non-executive board member.
Hello. I'm here because for me, Europe is synonymous with democracy and human rights. These are things that I care deeply about, and these are things that are at risk today, as we've heard already. I'm here because I believe that Europe needs a progressive pan-European political movement, and I want that movement to be as inclusive as possible. We've got to make it as easy as possible for everyone to come to us, to share, to learn, to collaborate, coordinating effectively across large and small chapters. And I'm here because I feel I've got a lot to bring. I'm 49, I've worked my whole life in the voluntary sector, I'm a lifelong activist, but I've also been CEO of 5 organizations for 14 years. I know how organizations and movements work, and I make them work. In 6 months, I've led in the strategic development process for Volt UK. I wrote their manifesto, and I've organized a session on big tech and authoritarianism that's happening on the 30th of June, which I urge you all to sign up for. So please check me out, look at my page, look at my posts, and speak to me. It'd be my privilege to serve on the board.
And there's a video.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Götz Hübner, and I'm candidating for the non-executive board member role for Volt Europa. Now, I'm candidating because I believe that strong governance is essential to building the kind of Europe we want to see. Democratic, progressive, united, and resilient. Volt needs a board that is not only ambitious, but also responsible, transparent, and capable of making thoughtful decisions. If elected, I will provide independent oversight, constructive feedback, and support, and a strong commitment to accountability and integrity. I want to help strengthen cooperation across our movement, support smaller chapters, and ensure that Volt continues to grow with credibility and purpose. I'm ready to contribute the time, seriousness, and commitment this role deserves, and I would be honored to have your support. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello, Volt. Hello, Bratislava. My name is Julian. What more can you pitch after seeing our future co-presidents' pitches and strategies? Well, I'm here to do exactly that. My pitch is actually the basis needed for their programs to succeed and which actually solve a big problem involved, increasing our retention and creating strong political figures from within. And I have a 3 projects planned for that. First is entry-level training. Second is a very big mentorship program. And for our rising stars, cross-chapter exchanges. Thank you. This is all.
And there's a video.
Hello, everyone. This is Jeffrey. Unfortunately, due to a family situation, I haven't really been able to run a campaign, and I also can't be with you in Bratislava today. But I still want to be part of the next chapter of Volt Europa. So this is me. For the past 7 years, I've been city lead, I've been co-president in my regional chapter, I've been part of the German board, and I was governance commission colleague on the European level. In my day-to-day job, I'm a senior policy advisor on digitization of the energy distribution grids. So policy is what I do every day. And this is what I want to achieve as part of the board of Volt Europa. I want to fight for real democratization. I want to push ambitious, evidence-based positions. And I think we're only as strong as our weakest link. So I want to get everyone to the table on an eye-to-eye level, no shortcuts. All right, this is me. Thank you so much. Oh sorry. I got to take this. Hallo Boss? Ja, hallo Boss? Ja, ich bin im Homeoffice. Ja.
Hi. Volt is a great idea, and Shine 29 is a very good project. We have some risks, though. We are poor as a party, and we are still very small. So we need to grow. I've been working for not several years, for a lot of years, helping companies and organizations to grow. And what I've seen is that it needs basically 3 things. First of all, is inspirational leadership. We need that in the organization, not just for ourselves, but also for the outside world. Secondly, as we are European, we're also a little bit complicated. So we need to have a simple organization with simple messages. And sometimes I personally find it very difficult within Volt. So simplify would be very important. Lastly, we have to go out to the people, not just on a high level, but to all the people in the field, in our own organizations, and to the individuals who vote for us. Those three things will give us fame and success at elections. Thank you.
Laurent has a video. I think it's in this slide. Yeah.
Picture politicians standing in Berlin, Warsaw, or Lisbon, and who don't change their values because of the country they're in. People whose agenda is genuinely European. These are the people Volt is trying to get elected for federal Europe. I've been working toward that goal since '99, when I ran for the European Parliament. Today, I speak 7 European languages because I don't think in national terms, just like Volt.
Nine years ago, I was pregnant with my oldest son. I thought it was a good time to have a child. Then Brexit happened. Trump round 1 happened, and I got active in Volt. When our middle daughter was born, I presented the Amsterdam Declaration together with a brilliant team who literally carried my daughter around in the room while I was presenting. And when my youngest daughter was born, I was a member in the Dutch Parliament for Volt. And I want to... Thanks. I want to bring that experience of being in the trenches as an active volunteer and being in the trenches as a politician for Volt. I want to bring that to the board. Because I know I've seen what we can do. I've been inspired by each and every one of you. And I know that we can be the strong political force that Europe urgently needs today. So we can't do everything. We have to prioritize and we have to work towards our goals in a strategic fashion. But I know that everything we can do will provide Europe with a political party it really deserves.
And what you don't know is that when you applaud, the timer actually stops. So don't worry about applauding during somebody's speech, because the pause will run.
It's me again. I joined Volt 2 years ago when I just had finished my studies abroad, and I came back in Albania with a lot of dreams to contribute in my country. I love politics, but I refuse to be part of forces who will tell me what to do and how to do it. Because in this way, I will disrespect myself, I would disrespect my struggles, I would disrespect my journey, I would disrespect all my generation who has to struggle to find new opportunities or even to find a job or even to involve in politics. And that's why I'm running for 2 roles. Not because of the role, I'm just running to have the opportunity to represent all the voices of young people, of the countries who are underrepresented and the countries who are struggling towards European Union and for new opportunities. Thank you very much.
No more video.
Oh, no, okay.
But Nathan has a video.
Hi everyone, I'm Nathan. I'm from Haarlem in the Netherlands, but I'm only really active for Volt in Albania. Currently quickly recording a video here in between some work for the protests going on in Albania. As candidates representing a small chapter, I know firsthand how hard it is to build a chapter from the ground up. You need a lot of documents, you need to keep people motivated, and you need to handle things like negotiations. Not always everything will go smoothly, and I think Volt Europa can have a larger hand in supporting the growth of these new chapters like ours. I want to make sure that we can make those small chapters launch, get their first representatives, as well as professionalize Volt in general further. And of course, make sure that our large chapters are set up for electoral success. Thanks everyone, enjoy the GA, I'm very sorry I couldn't attend. And lastly, hands off Albania, Jared Kushner. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Voters are European, but I don't think it's just that. I think, above all, voters are curious. Curious about others' experiences, curious about how the world really works, and curious about cultures outside our own. Can't we make this the core of our party? We create a network within Volt that makes it so that what one local chapter knows, all of Volt knows. We make Volt more European by making it easier for Volters across Europe to find each other. And we make Volt more diverse by giving more prominence to our smaller chapters and our diversity groups. Through this, perhaps we could become the European Party of Curiosity, a party that chases a vision of an ideal European society by purely looking at reality as it is. A party that does not already know what's right, but a party that's constantly looking, listening, learning. Do you feel curious as well? Then let's make it happen together.
I have a dream, not to become a politician. I have a dream to collaborate with all the people of Europe in building our common future. Political parties are the foundation of our democracy, but they lack people's trust. We are also not trusted when we only offer traditional representative politics on a European scale. We have to innovate ourselves, change how political parties work, giving people control of their future. I want to develop Volt into that democratic space where people can work together to create a well-being economy. I may be a lousy public speaker, but I'm good at making this dream come a reality.
Yes, hi everyone. I will give you a very simple method to choose whether you vote for me or not. If you believe to understand what the roles, the responsibilities, and the achievements of the board have been and are, or if you clearly understand how the board can support the chapters or cannot support the chapters, and if you have the feeling that we have a strong and clear communication and decision-making process in the GA and elsewhere, then don't vote for me. If you feel that you want to know the priorities, the progress on the priorities, if you want to have a board that goes to the outside, communicates about Volt, if you want to have a board that gets engaged with all the stakeholders, and if you want to have a board that gets a transparent fundraising process, if you want to have a board with a clear plan for 29, then vote for me. I might have not a long history within Volt, but I have a long history in making things happen.
Hello, everyone. Last May, Volt Cyprus did not make it to the national parliament as we had hoped for. 3.1% was not enough. We were devastated because we gave it our all and more. I choose not to be discouraged and to continue building Volt step by step. In this spirit, I'm seeking re-election. Europe is changing. The challenges are greater than ever, but so is our opportunity. We can shape Europe's future by becoming a strong, impactful EUPF, by strengthening our community and supporting our chapters to become self-sustainable and invest in new ideas. That's why I will keep working for the creation of an EU political foundation. I know the challenges. I know we can do this.
and a video.
Dear voters, unfortunately, I can't be with you this weekend because, funny coincidence, I'm attending the marriage of Mr. and Mrs. Volt. It is a great privilege for me to stand in front of you as a candidate for re-election. My vision for Volt in 15 seconds? Volt that keeps growing all across Europe, that is gaining influence to beat conservatives and nationalists, Volt that is ready to become a Euro party and provoke a purple wave in 2029. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you for all your pitches, candidates. And with that, we will go to the second round of the non-executive candidates. Now, you've had quite a lot of time in the last weeks and months to get to know each other, to study each other's electoral programs. Perhaps you've worked with each other in the last months and years. So the question is, form coalitions of people you agree with most. You don't have to use your microphone while doing it. Well, there's only 4. And form a spatial constellation that represents your proximity in ideas. Once you have that, we will ask you to give statements on the synergies and trade-offs you find within your coalition, and you will have 1 minute per person to speak about both. Whenever you're ready.
Oh, I think we basically think the same thing. I get the impression.
Half a minute to go. Half a minute. And time is up. Time is up. Please position yourselves. Oh.
Congratulations.
Please position yourselves along,
Sorry,
thank you,
make up my
how you
information.
agree with each other. And you have 1 minute per candidate to explain about some synergies you explored, and some trade-offs, as you can see on the slide. So 1 minute per person. Stand where you feel most comfortable. And we presume you will speak in one go in the 1 minute. Please start.
Yeah, so we explored the fact that our ideas and projects are actually based on community building and increasing the prowess of the members, but there's a huge trade-off. Oh, but there's a huge. Should I start again? Okay, but there's a huge trade-off. Our project have in common the trade-off that we don't have flashy results. There won't be something big, something snappy that's gonna, okay, they did it, they succeeded. It's gonna be continuous building of a base that will increase Volt overall. So that's the biggest trade-off, and that's also, and the first one is the biggest synergy.
Thank you.
So I think that what we discussed was the difference between the role of the board and the role of the national chapters. And we see the role of the board more as a service provider who helps the chapters to have success, because that's where the success needs to be made, not in Brussels or whatever board level. So I think that we all agree that we should have a very, very strong communication strategy on local level, that we should make the people engage with our constituencies, and that we should hear what they're saying, because then success will certainly come.
So based on what he just said, we need to also not only be present in social media for the young people, we need other channels like press releases for classical newspapers for the elder people, or even Facebook where the elder people are still there. And we need to cover a broader range of topics because we are only covering some of them. So with reaching more people, we need to have more topics which we cover in the different channels. Thank you.
1 second. Dear audience, can we please have a little bit of silence on that part of the stage? Thank you. It would really help us understand what the candidates are saying. Thank you very much.
Yes, hi. I think we discussed indeed roles and responsibilities. And yes, I think we also agreed that the results in the countries are a success of the chapters. The question for me is a bit more, how can the board support this? And I think there we slightly deviated, I would say, because I think, yes, the board can be a service provider, but the key objective also for the board is ensure the European success, communicate to the outside world, make fundraising. And that's, I think, as important as working together with the chapters and being a service provider. So I had the feeling that I generated a group with the 3 O's, Oliver, Ole, and Ole. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I hear a lot of the candidates talk about things like we need to improve our communication, we need to improve our service to the chapters. But I think that's a lot of the same things that I would like to improve as well, like improve our service by building this network that sends knowledge around, and improving our communication by my suggestion will be to make it more empathetic, make it more focused on listening rather than sending. But of course, the trade-off is maybe the other candidates have other visions on what vote should be. But in that case, I would like to talk to them and see if we can combine our experience into a shared vision. And special mention, I think, goes to Olette. I get the impression she thinks the exact same things as me. So I think it will be a dream team together to add our perspectives together to make this curious listening party a reality.
First, we identified the items that unite us, and we focused on those. And those were, number one, we want to achieve political impact as Volt Europa and also locally. Number two, we want to focus on chapters in a meaningful and strategic way. And number 3 is to build the stamina and the courage to continue after failure, to get up when we fall, because it's going to be a long, long road to success. Thank you.
I think in terms of the synergies, there's so many synergies, so it's really hard to know where to start. But I think it's really important that we understand what the role of non-executive directors is, and that is to be stewards for the organization, not leaders, not captains. Yes, we're there, we're at the front, but we must really focus on good governance and make sure that the whole thing is working well. In terms of trade-off, I'm not sure it's so much about trade-offs, it's more about getting the dynamic right between what you might call top-down and bottom-up. And the top-down is not about imposing stuff, it's about providing resources for everyone. The bottom-up is about recognizing the local realities and giving people what they need on the ground to actually make an impact.
I just want to conclude what we all think and what we all agree. And we agree that Volt Europa board is the most important structure of Volt. And it's very important the way how we receive the needs and how we deliver it to the public and to our members. We need to focus on strengthening our transparency structure, and we need to focus on representing every need and every chapter in our decision making. Thank you.
The role of the European board is to ensure that we act as one winning team. And there are 2 coalitions on this stage, one political and one democratic, and they should act and collaborate together to create the future that we want. So in the role of non-executive board member, it's up to us to ensure that those 2 powers are combined in the European board.
So we've heard many different opinions today. We've seen our differences also on the floor. I'm sure you all had coffees and with people you might agree, you might disagree with. What I find unique about this party and what I find unique about a European board is that I'm not a representative of the Netherlands. I am a representative of Volt. And our European board is a European board, the board of Volt European-wide. And that's what we can and should be working on. And then it doesn't matter anymore where you're from or how you look at the world. Then you know there's one team, there's one goal, and there's one impact that we can all make.
Yeah, there were many different opinions, and I think in the end we all want the same goal for Volt, to grow in the newer chapters and help them grow properly. For that we need a good European board that can distribute the resources correctly. And I think the important aspect is that we shouldn't even think about the national chapters, but the regions where it matters the most within the little chapters. I'm a big proponent of just 2 big structures, the European and the very local one. The fact that the nations are needed for the European party is a side product which we'll succeed on by just focusing on what actually matters, which is the politics by the people in the local regions.
We're a movement, we're a part, we are a community. There's no question that we have all of our levels. We have the grassroots, we have the MEPs, we have our elected officials, and we all agree. We're here for the same reason, one unique, ideal message. And thankfully, even if we disagree a bit, everybody needs to communicate between each other about what we really feel and get that message out there so we get the voters, so we can do what we actually want to do. Thanks.
Everyone here has spoken?
Just one last thing I wanted to add to what I said earlier.
Then we have to give everyone one more
sorry.
sentence. So we want to be fair. I'm very sorry. Dear audience, please give a warm hand to our candidates for non-executive board member. Well, dear audience in Bratislava, dear voters, dear members, dear people at home who are watching all over Europe. This is almost the end of our session presenting the candidates for the new European board. We've had 3 rounds for the co-presidents, for the treasurer and the non-executives. We've run really well on time, which is not always a given in GAs. And I want to close off with the fact that there should be, I don't know if anybody can tell me when it was sent or what the title was, but there should be an email somewhere where you have voting tokens. Yeah, nobody wants to add, or you want to add to that? Or the electoral committee? No? Okay, there should be an email. So with that, let's continue that voting opens this afternoon at 12 o'clock and will end tomorrow afternoon at 12 o'clock.
No.
Something is, I've been misinformed. Please.
But if you're finished, I will do the voting procedures.
Okay, then let's say it like this. We've had well over 2 hours together on this stage. Thank you very much for your attention and engagement in not optimal acoustical conditions. So we're very happy that you're still here. Thank you for the Electoral Commission for working on this project with me and all the people behind the scenes. I wish you a great remainder of the GA and vote, vote, vote. Thank you.
Okay, so.
Thank you very much. And thanks
Barbara.
again, Chris. Oh.
It's still us. Sorry for a bit of. Thank you very much, Chris, for this session. We still need to formally introduce the votes before we get to the next session. So, Barbara, you still have time for a coffee. Thank you a lot. So, yes, we are now proceeding to open all the electoral votes of the board. As you already know, before we have already opened the vote for the EAC. So I have to remind you once again that there you are asked to approve or reject the new internal auditor. Because the financial regulations provide that the internal audit committee shall be composed of 3 members. Currently, the EAC is composed of 2 members, 1 male from Spain and 1 from Volt Netherlands, 1 male from Volt Netherlands. So therefore, we are looking for a female diverse applicant from a chapter other than Spain and Netherlands. You've seen the candidate before, so there, please, if you haven't done so, go to the voting token and vote if you want to approve or reject the internal audit committee. Now, thanks again for all of you listening into this long debate, listening to all our beautiful candidates. Now we will have there a bit of a more complex voting, of course. I again remind you first that only people who have been a member for 30 days prior to the General Assembly have the right to vote. And if so, you will have received your voting token on the 7th of June, with a reminder on the 12th of June, with the title, Your Voting Token. You just need to click the button provided in the mail, and then you will be provided to the voting area. If you have trouble finding it, please check your Volt mail, check your private mail, check your spam folder, go to the troubleshooting document we have provided on Halo, and if you still really can't find it, go to the help desk, either via mail, help@volteuropa.org, or you also find them on the tables here at the entrance. Now, on the board elections, the GA will be asked to rank the candidates for co-presidents, treasurer, and non-executive board members, but you have no obligation to rank them all. However, as the electoral committee has explained before, if you don't rank a candidate, it means you don't want to have them on a board. So if there's 9 people you could live with on the board, you should also at least rank 9 people and also more. On the voting method, according to Article 6.2 of the electoral regulations, submitted ballots are counted by single transferable vote with a group quota and weight inclusive Gregory transfers. 1 ballot with no further eligible preferences exhausts. If within a round the number of elected candidates surpasses the number of remaining seats, such ties are resolved in order by first, higher current tally, second, higher first preferences, tally at the start of the round, and then third, we have the random draw if they are evened out. Whenever a candidate becomes eligible to due to the constraints as provided in the Article 6, votes for the candidates are transferred to the next eligible preference. All ballots are submitted simultaneously, but the seats are filled in the order co-presidents, treasurer, and then the non-executive board members. And the candidates who win a seat affect the eligibility for candidates for later stages. So this was the whole legal text. If you didn't understand it, there is on Halo an explanation. It was also shared around. So please read that, discuss. If you still didn't understand it, you can reach out via mail to the Electoral Committee, but also just discuss tonight. The votes have
been open at 3:37. And now, Barbara. Nope.
So thank you for that. The votes are open, so please go to vote. They will close tomorrow at 12. So this is right on the screen. You have until tomorrow, 12, to vote on our new board. And we want to share the results because our beautiful electoral committee is very fast. So they will be able to show the new board at the end of the GA tomorrow. So please really stick to the end so we can transfer that. And with that,
Barbara.
You sure? You sure? I will hand it back to you in just a minute. So thanks again for Chris, not just for a great job facilitating the sessions, but also for letting me sit down for like 2 hours, which left me a bit confused. So sorry about that before. We have one last piece of agenda for today. And in just a second, I will invite Lucia Nas to talk about the executive board remuneration. There will be a Q&A. If you remember the rules I told you, you do? It's going to be a bit different. But Fabian is going to explain everything to you. So now I will hand it back to our chairing committee and then to Lucia.
yeah. So I think this is the first time you have the QR code seen, but also Henny, our internal comms person, already sent it in the WhatsApp channel. So we have a forms where you can register to speak on motions. If you remember, that's what I told you this morning, many hours or 12 years ago. So if you want to talk on this topic or also topic tomorrow, you can already pre-register to speak, but you can also do it today. So now we have Lucia who will present the topic. Then you can also have a Q&A. This time Tanya will do the running around, not giving you the microphone, but handing it to you so you can speak into it. And then if you want to make a speech about this topic, you will be allowed on stage after the Q&A with Lucia. So if you want to do that, make sure you have the link so you can register, and then we will check the queue. And now, without further ado, Lucia, your time starts.
Thank you very much. So isn't it great how our internal democracy is advancing, that there will actually be a Q&A about the vote questions. So I'm really happy to be with you at this point in time. I will start saying a few things about the compensation scheme of Volt Europa, because not everyone may be aware of what that is about. So when we talk about people's salaries, like in this case, the vote is about executive board member salaries, right? We have a compensation scheme in Volt Europa that was developed actually by the previous board. So we've been working with it, and in the beginning of this year, we had a review to make sure that things are still aligned, that we are in line with the principles of the compensation scheme. And the 3 most important principles are mentioned here. The first one is, in Volt, if you want to work with Volt, we value mission over money. So we know that for people who want to work for Volt, the drive that is there for Volt's work is more important than the pay. We cannot pay competitive market salaries for the time being, but we want fair salaries, right? So fairness is very important for us. And we also want to make sure, let me, a little bit of history here, if I may. Did you know that when we made this compensation scheme, the executives, so our co-presidents, were making half of the money they are making today? Half. So just in 4 years, we've really grown tremendously with our fundraising, etc. But we also shouldn't go overboard, right? Because we need to balance our money. The other thing that's very important with the compensation scheme is we want internal equity and transparency. We work with people from all over Europe. And if you make 10,000, 50,000 in one country, that doesn't have the same value, purchasing power as in another country, right? So all our salaries, while they start at a Belgium salary, are adjusted to the cost of living in the country where you work from, where you reside, right? So that keeps the pay fair. And it's also transparent. I'll show you in a minute what it looks like. You can look at the details in your own time, but I'll show you a little bit how we bring transparency to this system. Basically, what you need to keep in mind about the Volt's compensation, we do not negotiate about salaries. We have a salary grid. You're pegged to that grid. So the salary grid is very simple. Let me show it to you. And it is proportional based on the 3 job types that we have identified for Volt Europa. So these 3 job types are the 3 colors you see here. Executives and general secretaries, they have 1 bracket, salary bracket. We have specialists and experts. These are basically our leads of tech, of comms, of our specialist people. And we have administrators, people like Rosalie, who's supporting with finance, and Kaio, I think, with communications, just a couple of examples. So we have these 3 kind of salary, and in Volt, we want to give opportunities to everyone. So if you're very junior and you don't have a lot of experience, but you really want to go for this job, you can. And we welcome you at the 70%. If you really have the experience that matches what we're looking for, you come in at 100%. And if you are really very experienced and you want to accept the salaries we pay, then we peg you a little bit higher. But this is at the moment we hire you. We look at, what do you bring? How does it match with the job? And that is what. So no negotiations, that's what you get. Take it or leave it, right? So now here's what we talked about in the beginning of this year in the compensation committee, by the way, which is non-executive. So executive people who get a salary do not talk about these things, right? They do not decide about this. It's really the non-execs that do this work. We said, like, okay, maybe the 100%, let's increase it a little bit. So currently, the co-presidents are paid at 100%. So Francesca and Mels get paid at 100%. But for the new board, we suggested 110. We voted in the board and we suggested let's up it a little bit. So the starting salary, this is the Belgian salary. So if you're in Germany, you get a bit more. If you're Spain, you get a bit less. They depend on the cost of living, right? This is the offer that we make you, and it's like take it or leave it, right? No negotiation. So when we were doing this review work, to our shame, I can say almost, we discovered that actually the GA vote had been passed, which says 60,000. So in Frankfurt, there was an amount of 60,000, but that was done. That was not aligned with the compensation scheme, and this is why we are asking you to vote again. Right? So I want that to be quite clear. We reviewed, we value fairness, we checked all the procedures and and we discovered that, okay, the proposal that had been there in Frankfurt was not in line with what the board wants to propose to the membership, and that is why we want to rectify this misalignment and ask the GA again to vote on the remuneration of the executive directors. And there's the article that allows us to do this. So here's the amount. Here's the vote. And I think there is time for questions. I hope I didn't take up too much time. Yeah. So
Okay.
floor is for the members, I think.
No, yeah. So you
I'll
stay if
stay
there's
here,
questions.
yeah.
So if you have questions, we have Tanya running around. So if you have a question regarding anything Lucia said, please raise your hand so Tanya can find you. Before we go over to that, so if you want to speak on it, have a speech, you can sign up to the speaker form and then come here to the tech corner. And also, I have to say, we have opened the votes on the board. Yes, we know. But you don't get extra point for voting fast. So every vote is the same, no matter if you do it an hour in an hour, because the servers crash, because you're really good at voting, you're really charged to do the voting. So yes, you're all allowed to vote. You don't, if it fails, just do it later. So don't wonder if you now have problems voting. We have problems with the servers because you're so keen, so good on voting. Please keep it up until 12, but there's to take some breaks. So if you have troubles, don't spam the help desk. We are aware of it. We are trying to fix it. And you have like more than 20 hours to vote. We are sure everyone will be able to cast of it. So now, do you have questions for Lucia? Raise your hand so Tanya can find you. Come on, finance. Nice finance stuff.
Maybe one information I can add, because you might want to know, like, so what did we vote on in November? Do you remember what the vote was in November? Oh, there is a member already there. Because it was about 20% more than this. And frankly, we can't afford. This is why we're coming back to you. Go ahead, sorry.
Hello, my name is Pedro. I'd like to know where the information about the living cost is kept so that I can look at it.
Yeah, we use a system that's widely used in Europe for PPP, it's called, power parity, and another P, adjustment. Purchasing power adjustment. Thank you, Achille. So we have a fixed system that we use, and that's I think we use the World Bank system, so that covers the whole world with research, etc. So it's really a research-based method, and yeah, we haven't had any complaints about it so far. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the question. Thanks for participating. So, last call to give Lucia a question. There on the front, Tanya. You know, we saved sometimes, so we also might as well use it.
Okay. Is there a possibility as well that the salary increases? So if the person stays within its position for like 2 years, is it taken into account? Because you said that if someone comes in with a lot of experience, they are like 130%. But what if someone entered at 100% and they stay 2 years in the organization? So then they also increase their experience. Would this match as well, or?
It's very difficult for me to hear you, but I think the question is about what makes a difference. And you had that specifics there.
It's more like about the increase of someone who stays in their position for a couple of years and then gain experience.
Yes. Yeah, good question, actually. So what we have, because you remember it says somewhere in the slide, we try to keep things simple. So in principle, with this gliding scale, you start at 70 and you go up. Every year, the idea is you go one step, right? So that's 5%. Every year, 5%, unless your supervisor feels that you don't really deserve it, or you've outworked yourself so well that you deserve more. And in that case, what happens is the supervisor will make the case to the compensation committee. They will review and approve it. So it's quite simple. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So, last chance for one question. Okay, Tanya's taking the last question. Then we are done with Q&A.
Hi, Lucia. Here's Friedrich speaking.
Friedrich, yeah.
Just a question to the voting. Does this vote need a quorum? And what happens if it's not reached? Just as for the process.
Maybe I have to look at the chair, because I don't think that's a question for me to answer.
So I would assume there's no quorum, but I'm happy to look at the electoral committee to say if there's a quorum on the vote. And if it's not reached, then we wouldn't have that. So if the vote fails, no matter if it's just no majority or no quorum, then we would stick with what we decided in November. But it is simple majority, right? Looking to electoral committee, they are busy. Yeah, it's explained in the vote, I think.
Can I ask a question to the question
A
then?
follow-up? Sure.
Thank you. So you said you need to change it because you can't afford it in the budget. Did I get it correct? So you need to change the vote, not the vote, the
No.
motion, the amendment, because it must be aligned with the budget.
Yes.
So
Well-
what happened if it's rejected for the budget? Is there any?
Well, then we have to make it work, because in a way it's also already approved. So we will make it work. The point here is more about the fairness and the fact that if the previous salary stands, you can see the difference. It's 7,000 times 3 per year. It adds up, right? And this is money that cannot go to the chapter. So we, that is part of it, part of the reflection that we made in the board, but in the compensation committee specifically, proposing the previous salary was a departure from the principles we had agreed. And this was the main reason for changing the vote. All right?
Okay. Thank you for the very good question. Thank you for Lucia for answering. You're dismissed off the stage. And obviously the easy answer is, if you don't, then the treasurer will have to figure out. Okay, I don't see anything on the speaker form. So if anyone signed up at the speaker form and it didn't work, please scream. If not, we're gonna close up the session. Again, this is one of the votes that has been already opened some days ago. You have until Monday to vote on it, so a lot of time. So yes, with this is the last part. I will already adjourn this GA formally until tomorrow, 9 a.m. But as there, please be there quite on time, be there early. We will have things starting at 8:45. Officially, we go at 9. And now I introduce the host because they will tell you what we do this afternoon and evening.
Why can't? Oh, hello. I changed. Why? Because the official legal part, he just, adjourned it. Not closed, adjourned. And now what is left for today is the public action. Oh, no. No. One important thing. Who has the clicker?
So who's ready to take Bratislava by storm with the Volt public action?
Move up. Forward.
Let's hope there won't be a literal storm, but even if.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine. I wanted to pump you for some more money, but they just, moved along that slide. This is good. This is perfect. I lost the clicker. I wasn't supposed to. Sorry. We'll find it. Anyway, we will be leaving now, slowly and orderly. We will give you some information. How are we going to get there? But that will be after I will give you some guidelines. Now, when we will tell you, you will follow the people in yellow vests to the main exit and onto the buses. When we get to the place, when we get to the square, you will again follow the people in yellow vests. But please keep in mind, you're wearing the Volt logo. You're wearing the Volt swag. You are representing Volt in the streets, so behave accordingly. Be noisy, but be respectful. Don't pick up fights and just, behave like a human being. Have fun. Do not step onto the cycle paths and just pay attention around you and leave in the orderly fashion and queue to enter the buses.
Okay, so here's what's happening. It should change. You should also see it moved on the screen. Okay, so there will be buses leaving at 4:30 just outside the venue. By 5 p.m., they will arrive at Namestie Ludovica Stura to start the march over the Stary Most. We'll be crossing the Danube. Woo! Super exciting. I'm psyched.
And by 7 o'clock, we should arrive at the stage. Then we're gonna have great speeches and great music. So join us and bring the great energy.
So the day one on this stage is officially behind us. Thank you so much. You've been absolutely fantastic. And we've been absolutely fantastic. And we will keep going tomorrow. See you tomorrow morning.
Thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye. Or later today.
Thanks. Love ya. I want to